Chapter 770 Pleasure Cards. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 9:32. Location Sky Blossom City, Fine Gold. Sky Blossom Branch, Fine Gold Tower number 2. Feeling blatant disband for her in Cindy's voice, Jaya was pissed. She wanted to retort but was signaled by her sister to stop messing around. Cindy, there is no need for you to worry about finding your ethereal spirit. Do your best and refine your soul energy to the required purity rate by the end of the next month. Still, by then if you are unable to find your ethereal spirit, then I will ask Anna to help. So there is no need to be demotivated. Really, is that possible? Jaya asked with great astonishment even before the person in concern, Cindy, herself. Jaya wanted to rub the fact that Cindy will not be able to forge an ego gem within 3 months on Cindy's face. So she was visibly disappointed hearing that their boss would help Cindy. Don't ask how, just know that it is possible. I believe I don't need to teach you that things discussed here should not be talked outside, right? I said mysteriously. There is no method for one card apprentice to help other card apprentices find their ethereal spirit. I lied to motivate Cindy because I could help her find the ethereal spirit with help of my soul pupils. It will be strenuous, but Cindy as a capable employee was worth it. You don't have to go through all that trouble for me, boss. Cindy said that to be polite, but her eyes said a different story. Sometimes a person's body is more honest than their mouth. No trouble. You are my subordinate. This is what I should do. Know this, as demanding I am of you guys, I am the same to myself. So you can trust me to have your back all the time. But if you have second thoughts, then blame yourself for being stupid. I had to appear like a reliable boss for these two to work their ass off for me in the come future. Thank you, boss, Cindy replied with a few words, but understood that if the heavens are unfair in one way, then it will be more than fair in another way. It would be in her best interest to protect and cultivate that part of her life. Currently, that part of her life was her mysterious young boss. She decided to do everything in her power to hold on to it. Now, let us get back to the business part of my visit. I took out the slime fairy card collection I made last night and passed a few of them to Diana and the rest to Cindy, saying, "This is my new product. Give me your thoughts on them." Jaya was disappointed that the boss did not ask for her opinion. She did not voice her disappointment as her sister had taught her better than to disturb her when she is talking business, thanks to some tough parenting. "Boss, is the card info for real?" Cindy asked. Though she was surprised that her boss thought of creating pleasure cards, still she supported it because there was a lot of money to be made in this particular market. But Cindy was not convinced by the CAD info after reading it and had questions regarding how close these cards came to the real thing. Though the card info spoke a big game, she was skeptical that whether the cards could resemble the real deal and would let a card apprentice experience something close to real intercourse. I can't answer that because I have yet to use them, but you guys feel free to use them and check for yourselves. I tried hard to answer without sounding ambiguous, but the last part still ended sounding exactly that. Hearing that I haven't used the pleasure cards that I created, Cindy and Diana gave me a stare. I didn't know what to make of their stares. Were they calling me a liar? Or were they questioning my ability as a man since I didn't pleasure myself with the pleasure cards I created? Or did they think something was wrong with Big Wyatt? I even felt a hint of petty in their stare, making me favor the latter. Hey, quit staring, I don't need to explain myself to you guys, I warned the two nosy women. No judgment here, boss, said Diana. She too, like Cindy, was surprised that their young boss would create pleasure cards, but thought this was a brilliant idea if well executed. Summon, Slime Fairy. Cindy equipped a Slime Fairy card and summoned a Slime Fairy. With her chant, a translucent red blob appeared out of thin air, and then Cindy commanded, Fairy Transformation. With her command, the translucent red blob transformed into a human female with pointy ears wearing a bikini made up of leaves. This will sell, but it won't be a hit, Diana immediately answered, looking at the blank expression of the Slime Fairy. Considering that the world has no shortage of perverted old men and horny teenagers, it will sell like hotcakes, but like CEO Diana pointed out, it will not be a hit. Cindy too agreed with Diana's verdict. Care to explain? You too. As the creator of the cards, I was proud of them and would like to think that they were the best of the best, so I would miss the minute details that the second set of eyes wouldn't. This is one of the reasons why I asked for Diana and Cindy's opinions on these cards. Boss, it is given that men will hump anything with a hole, but Diana was about to explain why the cards will not be a hit in the market, but was interrupted by her bratty sister. Fuck it, I don't care if you punish me, sister, but could one of you explain what the heck is happening here? Jaya finally could not hold back her astonishment, and willing to bear the consequence, she interrupted. Chapter 771 Fine Gold Firecracker. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 9:46. Location Sky Blossom City. Fine Gold Sky Blossom Branch. Fine Gold Tower Number 2. Jaya acts like a delinquent, but underneath all of it, she was just a little virgin and delinquent in practice. Though she had a thorough understanding of the sexual tension between a male and female, she rarely comes in contact with it. After all, who dares to court the sister of Diana Keith? Appearance aside, Jaya herself was a haughty and ruthless person, so many capable players assumed it would be in their best interest to stay away from this fine gold firecracker. Knowing and experiencing are two different things. Just because you know how a combustion engine works don't mean you know how to repair a car. Therefore, even though Jaya knew sales of one's body was the backbone of the state's economy, she, herself, had never witnessed it. So when Jaya saw the red slime summoned by Cindy turn into a semi-naked human female, she had an idea of what was happening, but that only fueled her curiosity. She needed to know if what she was thinking was correct. If not, what plans do her sister and boss have with such a card? In the end, her curiosity got the best of her, and willing to bear the consequences, she interrupted the conversation. How many times do I have to warn you not to talk unless you are asked to in any business meetings? You are getting bolder day by day, aren't you? Here, take these cards and stay quiet. I will deal with you later. Warning Jaya, Diana passed the collection of slime fairy cards to Jaya, so that Jaya could quench her curiosity by reading the card info and keep up with the conversation without interrupting them. I was right, sorry, I will stay quiet. Reading the card info, Jaya knew that her hunch was right. The new cards created by the boss were indeed pleasure cards. Now she finally understood why her sister stared at the boss when he claimed that he did not use these cards and thought, boss is so handsome he doesn't need these cards to get laid. Quote. I wanted to throw the nuisance named Jaya out, but Diana seemed to want her little sister to participate in the meeting, and since I still had use for Jaya, I decided not to bother. So, where was I? Yes, men will hump anything with a hole, but the majority prefer a certain degree of connection on an emotional level. So the lack of emotion, especially the blank expressionless face of the slime fairy, will be a turn-off for most of the customers. They may buy this card at first following the hype we will create about this card in the market, but will soon be reluctant to use these cards. Many will not even bother to buy these cards or their variety for the second time because they can just visit the brothels. Considering that boss wants to run a successful business using these cards, then their price is not going to be cheap, another reason for the customers to choose a brothel over these pleasure cards. Cindy continued her explanation from where she had left before Jaya's interruption. Boss, the retention rate of customers for these cards isn't going to be very low. This means our regular customer base will be limited to horny teenagers, who do not have access to brothels. Soon the royal family and government will put a ban on these cards, claiming that these cards are harming the young generation. In the end, the future for these cards is very bleak. Diana added, supporting Cindy's explanation. Yeah, and who would want to do it with a monster? I don't see any damning reason why people would be willing to buy these cards at the risk of their reputation. Even if you were to provide anonymous services, only desperate people will be willing to go through those procedures. In the end, the sales will drop, and these cards will not be able to make a positive mark in the market, giving the government and royal families enough reason to ban these cards. So, the question right now is, when people can access the real thing for a cheaper price, why will they be willing to spend a fortune on these cards? You can consider lowering th price, but that will not be a solution to this problem. You will only be shortening your profit margin in a dying business. As my sister pointed out, unless these cards leave a positive mark on society, the government and royal family will come for these cards, and you will not have the power to stop them. Jaya, who was asked not to speak, please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. Unless asked to, suddenly spoke after her sister, supporting Cindy's claims and explaining the reasons for her support. Jaya spoke all these words in a single breath, fearing she would be interrupted for speaking without permission. All Jaya wanted was to prove to her boss that she was worthy to occupy a seat in this meet. If it was some other stranger, Jaya would rather not bother, as her sister taught her that it was better to be underestimated by the competitor than to be overestimated, but today for some reason she didn't want to be underestimated. She wanted to show what she was capable of. She wanted to impress her boss and be praised by him. Therefore she was willing to speak please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. Despite her sister warning her not to speak, please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. Unless asked to. Quote. Hearing Jaya's take on the sales of pleasure cards, I was a little surprised, but then I remembered Elliot's bad history with Jaya and understood this girl, though rash and ignorant, was not to be underestimated. After all, she was still heir to the fine gold merchants. Now I understood why Diana wanted her to attend the meeting. She was creating an opportunity for her sister, hoping that I would make some place for her little sister in the upcoming pleasure card business, realizing that Jaya was not a total dumbass. Chapter 772 Adult Cards. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 9:58. Location Sky Blossom City, Fine Gold Sky Blossom Branch, Fine Gold Tower Number 2. Jaya, I appreciate your opinion. Cindy and Diana, I think she has earned the right to speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. In the meeting, what do you guys think? A good leader has to reward subordinates who show initiative. Right now that was what I am supposed to be. Jaya, well said, boss, I agree with your decision. Cindy spoke in support of her boss's words. Yet she couldn't help but glare at Diana. She knew what was going on in here. Diana was slowly trying to plant the idea that Jaya would be a good addition to the pleasure card project. Cindy didn't mind her friend and mentor trying to look out for her sister, but she hated the fact that she was trying to dig in her cake. Boss brought the pleasure card project to her. This was supposed to be her opportunity to climb up the social ladder, yet Diana was trying to cut her sister in her project. This was not cool. Despite her dissatisfaction, Cindy chose to calmly compliment Jaya and support her boss's decision, as things weren't set in stone yet. Still, boss, she did defy direct orders. It would not be right to reward such behavior. It will set a bad precedent. Though Diana was happy with Jaya's action, she could not blatantly show her intentions, so chose to appear strict and unforgiving. Good, then I will leave her punishment to you. Now, I want you guys to help me understand why the royal families and the government will ban my cards. I have seen the Guild Association Mall selling adult toy cards. How come they haven't banned those cards? Leaving Jaya's punishment to Diana, I asked why the royal families and government would specifically ban my card when there are so many adult toy cards being sold and easily available to the younger generation. Out of the 3 points made by the trio, I was having a hard time trying to comprehend this one. 1. The slime fairy showed no reaction whatsoever. It was slime in general. What did you expect? 2. It was a monster. Who in their right mind would be willing to buy a card that would let the world know that they were a deviant who wouldn't hesitate to do it with a monster? 3. Government and royal families implementing a ban on these cards because it is a bad influence on the younger generation. A 16-year-old would be considered a legal adult but not legal enough to enter a brothel. They need to be at least 21 years old to enter or work in a brothel. Which meant everyone from 16 to 21 years old would buy my cards since their options are limited. I understand what Cindy meant by most men would prefer to receive a satisfying response or little reaction, or at least a little interaction or little emotional connection when they engaged in sexual intercourse with their partner, which they cannot expect from the slime fairy but can easily get from the sex workers in the brothel. Not to mention the price of the cards looks steep compared to visiting a brothel. In a short period, the brothel will indeed be cheaper, but over the course of a year, buying my pleasure cards would be cheaper compared to regularly visiting a brothel. My cards were basically like masturbation. It felt good while using them, but afterward you can't help but judge yourself. Not to mention it could not provide the feeling one would get while being complimented by your partner. Ah, babe, you were so good. Hearing these words from your partner at the end of the deed was priceless. These words at that moment feel so motivating and empowering, that some would even compare it to a second orgasm. As for the second problem pointed out by Jaya, my cards in essence were a monster summons. No respected adult would be willing to jeopardize their reputation in society by buying these cards. These 2 points were enough to tell me that in the end, my card would sell, but they would not be a hit like I expected them to be. Diana's words made sense, but what I didn't understand is why the hell would the government and the royal families would ban my card when there are so many adult toy cards on the market? And what the hell kind of rule is this, that a 16-year-old would be considered a legal adult but not legal enough to enter a brothel? One needs to be at least 21 years old to enter a brothel. When a 16-year-old can buy cards that are capable of mass killing or even a massacre, Why weren't they allowed to enter the brothel but have to wait until they are 21 years old? What the hell kind of rule is this? Boss, are you comparing this to adult toy cards? Diana asked me while pointing to the slime fairy. Quote. I gave Diana a blank stare. Granted, slime fairy is more than just an adult toy card. The conservative side of the world will indeed find it hard to swallow the fact that horny teenagers are humping slime monsters. But still, sigh. Boss, if you think about it, there is no way we can try and sell these cards in the open market. Various factions in society will find it blasphemous. These cards are far from mere adult toy cards. There is a market for them. Maybe with time, people may change their opinion about these cards. At first, when the adult cards were introduced, they too had to face a strong rejection. Now you can see them being sold everywhere. If we do this, we can't expect a quick hit. We will have to be in for a long haul. Maybe someday people will come around to the idea that this is not blasphemy, just regular humping. Diana advised me to not expect these cards to become a quick hit in the market. And boss, the real reason why the royal family and the government will try to ban your cards is that these cards have the potential to harm their interest. Chapter 773 Regulated Brothels. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 10:09. Location Sky Blossom City. Fine Gold Sky Blossom Branch. Fine Gold Tower Number 2. What do you mean by, my cards will harm the interest of the royal families and the government? I asked Cindy after hearing her explanation. I didn't understand why would a couple of pleasure cards would harm the interest of the royal families and the government. It is common knowledge that brothels in their respective regions are regulated by royal families, and the brothels in the central region are regulated by the noble families under the direction of the government. The income from the brothels is the backbone of the various regions' economies. If your cards are available in the market, they will be cut into sizable chunks of it. That the government, nor the royal families will appreciate and plan to cut the problem from budding by banning your cards once and for all. Cindy explained that the brothels in this world were not only legal but regulated and capitalized by the government and the royal families. Wait, brothels are regulated by the government and the royal families? Shouldn't they try to close the brothels and not capitalize them? I asked Cindy in shock. They tried stopping it after the Monster War but failed, so instead they began regulating the brothels themselves and declared other establishments illegal. Said Diana, as someone who was raised in a brothel, this topic in general was her sore spot. What? I understand the royal families agreeing to this, but for the government to agree to this, there has to be some other reason. I didn't want to believe that the government that was founded by heroic demigods like Michelangelo and others was as corrupt as the royal families of this world. There are many reasons why the government and royal families decided to regulate the brothel themselves. But the most important one of them is that children were also being sold in these brothels. The government tried to make laws to stop these kinds of practices, but these laws did not stop the greedy people from forcing children into selling their bodies. Since it was after the Monster War, government and the royal families lacked funds and there were lots of insurgents to take care of, so they could not divide their resources and had to choose. In the end, the government and royal families decide to regulate the brothels themselves while declaring other establishments illegal. With more funds to spare, the government and royal families hunted down these illegal brothels. To avoid being caught and harassed by the cops, people started to frequent the legal brothel following the new laws agreed upon by the government and the royal families. Ever since the brothels are being regulated, the case of people being forced to work in brothels, and sex workers being killed have lowered to a record low. Not to mention, due to mandatory medical support in the brothels, the spread of sexually transmitted diseases has also lowered. Due to these laws enforced by the government and the royal families, both the customers and sex workers are safer and satisfied with their jobs or experience at the brothels. In recent years, brothels have transformed from the house of lust into houses of companionship. The customer's experience in the brothel has reasonably soured to record high satisfaction. After all, the sex workers are not treated as mere tools of sex but are trained to satisfy the customer both mentally and physically. The new laws mandate that sex workers need to pass various training and tests before they can start their career as sex workers. And it also asks them to pick up a certain type of art or handicraft and gain minimum education as they continue to work. The sex workers are not just selling their bodies but an experience. An experience that the customers accept from their reality. Believe it or not, the rape case has decreased considerably, and the case of children being forced to sell their bodies is rarely heard ever since the government and the royal families have started regulating the brothels. Cindy passionately explained how the act of government and the royal family's not sticking with the conservative ideas and doing something progressive has changed the world for good and made it a better place. Quote. Hearing Cindy's passionate words, my head almost exploded. The idea that being a sex worker was considered a career, for me, was hard to swallow. Since when did it become okay for people to start thinking, I will grow up to be a sex worker? I get the law had made a lot of things simpler, but glorying and romanticizing the act of selling one's body was not okay with me. I know the law has done a lot of good, but considering my experience in this world, I wouldn't put it past a few criminal organizations like the Circle that may be participating in the sales of children. After all, with the government banning it, the deviant perverts would be willing to pay fortune for this service, and how can the organizations like Circle let go of their source of easy money? The brighter the white part of the world, the darker the black part of the world is. One has to understand that both are the faces of the same coin. One doesn't come without the other. Yeah, right. Diana scoffed at Cindy's passionate explanation about how the government and the royal families regulating the brothels have positively affected the world. You don't agree, Diana? This is the first time I have seen Diana act so out of character. I could not help but feel that there is more to what Cindy just explained. Therefore, I asked Diana to tell me what Cindy has missed in her explanation. Those people in the brothels are not just ordinary sex workers, they are spies for the royal families and the government. As Diana was explaining her thoughts on the government and royal families regulating the brothels, Cindy interrupted by sighing, "Here we go." Chapter 774. Always on guard. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 10:25. Location Sky Blossom City. Fine Gold Sky Blossom Branch. Fine Gold Tower Number 2. Cindy's words visibly antagonized Diana, who glared at Cindy as if she were thinking of ripping Cindy's mouth out. But then she forcefully calmed herself, repeatedly chanting the words, "Control, boss is watching." "Cindy, you are still the managing director of Fine Gold, and last time I checked I am still the CEO of this company. Don't forget you still work for me." I didn't understand what Diana was getting at by saying this sentence to Cindy. Was she threatening to fire her, or was she saying I am your boss, obey me bitch? I don't think Diana was stupid enough to mean either of the statement in my presence. After all, they both work for me. I didn't forget, and last time I checked we both worked for the boss. Cindy simply pointed out to Diana what I was thinking. But I don't condone Cindy interrupting Diana just because she doesn't like what Diana was saying. I didn't see Diana interrupt her when she was passionately praising the good that came from the government and the royal families regulating the brothels. Cindy was in the wrong here. As for Diana's words about her still being the CEO, I cannot take offense until I know what Diana actually meant by it. I know, I haven't forgotten. Still, thank you for the reminder. Dana said calmly and added, "Cindy, I'm sorry to inform you that you cannot move your office to the Fine Gold Tower Number 2 penthouse as I have other plans for it." Diana went in the direction, "Sure, I cannot fire or punish you in front of the boss, but I can still make your life hell in the company because I am in charge of you." This was well within the rights of a CEO. I didn't stop Diana because what good was it of having a capable CEO and undermining her every decision? I might as well say that I don't trust you to her face and take up the CEO position while I am at it. What do you mean I can't move my office to the penthouse? It is already my office. Cindy questioned Diana because the last time she checked, the penthouse of Tower Number 2 has always been her office. Oh, sorry, I meant you have to move your office to the floor below. Diana felt satisfied as she saw Cindy argue. This is her feeding her sadistic urges and feeling in control, even though she knew she was not. But the floor below is used by the sales team to receive VIP clients, Cindy argued. Then move to a floor below that, Diana replied without a thought. It is occupied by the senior executives of the sales and customer relations departments. Cindy was pissed by Diana trying to throw her weight around, but all she could was try and come up with different reasons to reject Diana's orders. Good, I am sure they will be more than happy to make room for their spectacular managing director's office. Until they set your office, you can operate from the employee mess. It is spacious, I am sure you will like it there. A change of location may prove to be productive. What do you think, Cindy? Diana was bent on showing Cindy that the regime of the Fine Gold might have changed, but she is still in charge of her. Fine, how long will it take for them to set up my office? Cindy did find it demeaning to operate from the employee mess, but she still endured and asked Diana when her new office was going to be set up. I don't know, the contractors didn't give a definite time, Diana said casually. Why you Feeling wrong, Cindy turned to me. Don't look at me, I already gave my word to her that I was not going to meddle with fine gold business. I shrugged my shoulders at Cindy's cry for help. After all, she was wrong for trying to undermine what Diana had to say on the law that allows the government and royal families to regulate brothels. This right here was a classic situation that defined what kind of boss I would choose to be. Will I be impartial? Will I undermine Diana as CEO, or directly help Cindy oppress Diana, or be a stickler to rules and punish Cindy? Whatever type of boss I chose to be would shape the future of my cooperation with Diana and Cindy. The wrong choice would make Diana or Cindy or both of them feel the need for a backup plan to secure their future. And the right choice would make them feel confident about their future in fine gold under my direction. These two right here were really capable people with fear and ambition. They weren't calamity daughter gems who would follow my arrangement without question or a second thought. Here I need to think about everything I say and do when it comes to them, as I need them working for me, not planning on an escape strategy. Therefore, I decided to choose to be none of the above and be a man of my word. In this situation, any person would try and use their status and try to mediate between the two by choosing one of the courses of action stated above, but that was equal to breaking the word I gave to Diana that I would not meddle in fine gold business, sending this to running right for their backup plan. What person would trust a boss who blatantly ignores his word? The whole cooperation between me and them is based on mutual trust. If I am not able to keep such small promises, then what guarantee did they have that I would keep my other promises to them? Their situation may force them to continue to work for me, but they will not be 100% as invested if otherwise. This was human nature. It is very fickle, especially with the smart ones, therefore I tend to rely on the calamity daughter gem. If I were to think I can control them or any other humans just because I have a few advantages over them, then I would be kidding myself. Chapter 775 Mutual Trust and Respect. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 10:38. Location Sky Blossom City, Fine Gold Sky Blossom Branch, Fine Gold Tower. No. 2 feet. Calamity daughter gems are easier to handle. I could not help but lament this thought, finding it tiresome to deal with actual people. Taming a person takes time, lots and lots of time, but once they realize what you are doing, the results will not be the one you prefer. Diana and Cindy were too smart for me to try that shit on them, therefore I had to rely on the classic mutual respect and trust to gain their loyalty. I may have made it look like they had to prove their loyalty to me, true to some extent, but it was also true that I had to earn their trust and loyalty. Hence the drama. If I overlook this, then the cooperation between the three of us will never yield the result I was gunning for. Geez, you two, stop it, you guys are interrupting the meeting. Boss is a busy man, don't waste his time with your drama. Jaya commented on Diana and Cindy's actions, acting all high and mighty, forgetting that a few minutes ago she was no better than them. Diana and Cindy glared at Jaya and then they calmed themselves, to not show their ugly sides to their boss. Even though that ship left the port long ago, Diana and Cindy were a duo who faced many problems together. Yet, now they were at each other's throats because of the recent regime change in fine gold. Diana could not help but feel that Cindy was gunning for her position by getting close to the new boss, while Cindy cannot help but feel that Diana was gunning for her career by trying to pave a path for her good-for-nothing sister. In a way, they both were doing what the other suspected them of doing. So yeah, their instincts weren't wrong. Which is why they were on edge in each other's presence. They hated each other's gut, they were friends and then mentor and mentee, yet the other did not think twice before gunning for her position or her career. They define the words plastic sisters. Jaya is right. Diana, why don't you continue what you were saying? And Cindy, any remarks can wait until and after Diana is done. I asked the two to continue the meeting, leaving behind their grievances with each other. Yes, both agreed with me simultaneously, and then Dana continued her explanation. The brothels are a way for the government and royal families to collect information. People are more loose-lipped when drunk and horny. The government's so-called training and tests to become a sex worker's nothing but them cultivating spies, or should I call them operatives, the fancy term used by the government and the royal families. Diana then looked at Cindy and added, you say the law of regulating brothels has turned the brothels from the house of lust into the house of companionship, but I say they have turned it into a den of snitches and house of ego. Cindy stared back at Diana and controlled herself from rebutting Diana by falling for her obvious provocation. Seeing that Cindy did not fall for her provocation, Diana smirked at her and continued with her explanation. As Cindy pointed out, the brothels have indeed become fancier under the regulation of the authorities, but all this crap about not just selling their bodies but an experience as a stunt to attract power people to the brothels. It worked so well that the society that felt ashamed to be spotted next to a brothel has now started to condone it. Back then brothels were isolated from the city, but now they have become a hub. Any business opened next to them will make 500% more in profits compared to anywhere else in the city. These so-called operatives are paid extra for every high-end or, of interest, client they snitch on. High-end clients are people with high social standing in society, basically the members of various influential families, sects, and organizations. And, of interest, clients are the ones put under the watch list by the authorities. This way the authorities are always one step ahead of the troublemakers. You said children are no longer used in these brothels, but you failed to notice that they are being groomed to become sex workers under the pretense that they are operatives serving directly under the government or their respective royal families. The word operatives is glorified and romanticized to get the gullible children into a life nobody would willingly choose. As far as the claim that rape cases have decreased, you have mistaken, my friend. The offenders have just become more thorough in dealing with their victims. Hearing Diana's side of the story, I came to understand the brothels of this world are a way for the government and the royal families to surveil their citizens or subjects, mostly the ones that could prove a threat to their regime. Well, I was not surprised, seeing how they controlled all the information circulated in the Grimoire network. Back when I was searching for answers on physique and traits, the only authentic information I found was soon scrubbed by the authorities. I wouldn't be surprised if the authorities had a way to hack into our grimoires, because I couldn't. It is a lot easier since the other party doesn't even know something like this is possible. When you don't even know that it exists, how do you defend against it? Though this makes it easier for me to hack into others' grimoire, I could not mess with secure stuff like the bank accounts or alter the identity info, etc., because they had a very strong firewall. The instant I try to breach them, the authorities will be notified of possible malpractice by so-and-so card apprentice. Then I would have no place left to run. Still, I had a lot of room to flex when it comes to Grimoire and Grimoire Network using my Superbrain card. Chapter 776, House of Ego. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 10:49. Location Sky Blossom City. Fine Gold Sky Blossom Branch. Fine Gold Tower Number 2. Cindy, go ahead and speak. The floor is yours, I said to Cindy, who looked like she was trying her best to hold back a lot of what she wanted to say to give me enough time to process what Diana said and form an opinion about it. First, of what CEO Diana had claimed as all conspiracy theories, there is no evidence to support her claims. Cindy immediately claimed that Diana's claims are nothing but outlandish theories with no evidence to support them. What do you know about brothels? I spent my childhood there, and most of my friends and elders from my childhood still work in the newly reformed brothels. The workers there are as terrified of the authorities as they used to be of their pimps. Don't speak, please. Like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. Unless you know what is going on in there. Diana quickly rebutted Cindy. You two don't forget why I am here, and let's not turn this into a debate about whether the laws supporting the authorities regulating the brothels are good or bad. All I care about is how this will affect my new business venture. For that, I need to know and understand the entirety of these regulated brothels. So, ladies, don't just give me your opinion, tell me everything you heard about the brothels and the authorities operating them. We need to make sure not to make enemies out of the government and royal families this early in our development phase. I was okay with Cindy and Diana expressing their opinion on the regulated brothels, but when it appeared to turn into a debate, I immediately warned them that they were going off track. Yes, boss, Diana and Cindy responded in agreement. Good. Diana, could you explain to me what you meant by the brothels turning into the House of Ego? Please elaborate. Diana only spoke about how the brothels were a den of snitches, but never explained what she meant by terming it as the House of Ego. Boss, would you believe me if I told you that last month's city brothel's top beauty's virginity was sold for 100 median soul jades? Diana answered with a deadpan face. Hearing Diana, I was astonished. One has to know that 100 median soul jades equal 1,000 low soul jades. 1,000 low soul jades for a one-night stand was just prodigal. How prodigal are the people in a second-rate city and first-rate if the people in the third-rate city like the Sky Blossom City can be this prodigal? I finally understood why the government and royal families decided to regulate the brothels. This was a lot of easy money. Astounding, right? The income the city brothel generates on a single night is more astounding. Enough to make you feel you are in the Wrong business. Want to hear something more sickening? The sex workers are only given a percentage of this money. Yeah, someone else is forced to sell their body while someone else is reaping the profits. The training and reforms that Cindy mentioned, like the medical support in the brothel, all are charged hefty prices and are cut from the sex workers' wages. Diana slipped back to arguing about how bad the regulated brothels are, but feeling my glare reminded her not to go off track, and she continued, not only the new worker's virginity is sold in an auction, the authorities have come up with many other ways to have the customers compete over the sex workers, and as always those that pay the highest get their pick. For wealthy customers, this is like a conquest. They are willing to spend a fortune to go to spend a night with the best and most desired hostess. This competition is seen as a form of asserting one's pride and dominance. So it usually becomes very competitive. To save face, customers are willing to pay any price. The authorities always welcome more money. The brothels are also opened in the Grimoire network, so that the city brothels can attract customers from neighboring and other faraway cities. Boss, you cannot access that site, as it will not show in your Grimoire network, as you are not of the required legal age to access such profanity. Every aspect of the brothel is such that they make the customers compete with one another over the sex workers, and the sex workers are ordered to favor the high-paying clients over the rest. And also have the clients order expensive things frequently. This is why I called the brothel House of Ego. Sister, your news is outdated. I heard a wealthy female merchant visiting the city last month directly bid 1,000 median soul jade for a male sex worker. Crazy, right? My pocket money is chump change in front of that. Jaya complained to Diana that her pocket money is not enough. You are lucky that I am giving you pocket money. Diana didn't give in to Jaya's complaints. Quote. Ignoring the sisters, I finally was starting to understand how my pleasure cards will affect the government and the royal family's interests. What Dana and Cindy said was an understatement. If it were me, I wouldn't just ban the slime fairy cards, but I would hunt down its creators to avoid future competitors. This was a big problem. If I want to start a business venture using pleasure cards, then I have to find a way to get around this problem. The authorities weren't the only problem, but I need to perfect the pleasure cards so that they can challenge the trained sex workers in the brothels in every way. Real money can only be made through these pleasure cards when they manage to attract high-profile customers who have so much money that spending it becomes their daily worry. Not to mention the strong conservative ideas of the society that would frown on card apprentices humping summoned monsters. The word frown here was an understatement. Chapter 777 Research and Development. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 10:58. Location Sky Blossom City. Fine Gold Sky Blossom Branch. Fine Gold Tower Number 2. Now that I know the 3 main obstacles stopping my blow-up doll cards business venture, all I had to do was find solutions for them. Sounds easy when I put it like this, and thanks to my cheats I could afford this level of optimism. The problem about my business trespassing in the lanes of government and royal family's interests was something I needed to worry about when I had a complete product to sell. And right now my product is no way near the expectations I have for it. As for the conservative views of the world, it is not a problem if my product is good. Just take the adult toy cards for example. They were able to break social norms because people do use them, and they use them because they are better than the alternative. Similarly, if my product is good, then people will buy them, and it is only a matter of time before they become a thing like adult toy cards. So, right now I should be focused on perfecting my product rather than worrying about the government or the royal families. Let's solve the problems right in front of me first, and later when the clutter clears up a little I will have a better view of what I are dealing with here. Now that I had decided on the next course of action in the blow-up doll project, I looked at Diana and Cindy, who were giving each other a stink eye, and said, "It's decided, go get me a hooker." "What?" Jaya yelled in tremendous shock. Diana, Cindy, and I looked at Jaya in confusion. Feeling our stare, she buried her head in her bosom while Cindy teased her, saying, "Girl, don't make it too obvious." "Why, you hooligan, what do you mean by that?" Flustered Jaya inquired Cindy aggressively. "Do you really want me to spell it out?" For some reason, Cindy pointed her brows towards me as she answered Jaya with a question. No, don't you dare." Jaya threatened Cindy with her glare. "Girl, make up your mind. Will you? Do you want me or don't want me to explain my words from earlier?" Cindy asked Jaya playfully. Jaya glared at Cindy, and knowing that there is no winning with her, Jaya turned to look at her boss and asked, "Boss, why do you need a sex worker? Is it related to the pleasure card project?" Worrying that boss may take her inquiry offensively, Jaya chose her words carefully. Yes, I want to experience how the sex workers trained by the authorities are different from my slime fairy cards. Only by doing this, I can know where my cards are lacking, and then strive to improve their shortcomings. I explained to Jaya to erase any misunderstanding, but it seems my words only created a misunderstanding if there wasn't one there already. As I felt weird gazes from Diana and Cindy too. How can you say such things? Jaya uttered in embarrassment. What? Then how else am I supposed to know where my cards are lacking compared to sex workers in the regulated brothels? I asked Jaya and the others that gave me a judgmental gaze. Boss, are you sure about this? Jaya asked me. For some reason she seemed to be embarrassed. Yes, and why are you embarrassed? Sex workers are also people trying to earn their living. In some ways it is better than stealing and taking bribes. I responded. But, you bringing sex workers to work, isn't it a little ambiguous, boss? Jaya didn't want her boss to use such options when she was present right next to him, but this was too fast too early in their relationship. What is ambiguous about it? It is for research and development. I don't want to hear about it. Just get a sex worker so we can compare the real thing with the slime fairy. I ordered. What, boss? You never said anything about our participation. Cindy asked in distress. She couldn't help but think that for a virgin her boss had a big appetite to invite all three of them to an orgy with a professional in the mix. Suddenly Cindy's impression of her boss fell to the bottom. Quote. Jaya was left speechless hearing her boss inviting her and her sister to an act she rather not imagine, but it keeps popping up in her mind. Jaya could only shake her head chanting, "Go away. Go away, vile evil. Boss, I am afraid I will end up breaking you. Maybe next time when you have some experience and don't smell of your mother's milk." Being raised in a brothel, Diana had very free thoughts about sex, but she hated the idea of doing it with just anybody. For money. This was no longer a pleasure but work. The saying, "Find something you love to do and you'll never have to work a day in your life," didn't apply to sex workers. Because you don't get to choose your clients, and the high-paying ones are mostly old fossils with one step in the grave, or fat perverts who attended prom with their mom because their cousin didn't feel safe attending prom with them. As for Diana's last remark, she was looking for trouble with her boss. How dare he say such words to my sister? Basically, the girls' impression of their boss had turned negative. Another word from their boss and this meet might turn into a homicide. I know this is a sensitive topic, but nope, that won't do. Without you guys, I will be going in blind. I need you two to tell me what I should be looking for and what are the shortcomings of the slime fairy card. Just consider this as regular R&D stuff. It will be easier to deal with the embarrassment. As the creator of the card, I will miss the finer details that a second and third pair of eyes would not. Therefore I needed Diana and Cindy to help me understand what I was missing. Chapter 778 Deception. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 11:07. Location Sky Blossom City. Fine Gold Sky Blossom Branch. Fine Gold Tower Number 2. Boss, this is taking it too far. I think I speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you for everyone. When I say we don't want to participate in your so-called research and development. Cindy expressed her opinion. With the expression she was making on her face, I could tell that she was dissatisfied with something. Quote. I could see that same expression on Diana as well. I even felt a little killing intent from her. As for Jaya, she had buried her head in her bosom and kept chanting something. I couldn't hear it since it was barely audible. By now, seeing the girls' reaction to my orders, I knew I had lost them somewhere in the middle of our conversation. We weren't on the same page. But I could not put my finger on where the problem was. Especially with Diana. Why is she so agitated to leak a killing intent? Everything was going so good just a few minutes ago. Is it because they had a low opinion of sex workers? But considering Diana's background, I don't think that's the case. Then what was it? Why are they so against research and development? Did they feel I am being disrespectful to them or the entire woman side of the human race? Guys, you do know that I respect you, all the women in my life, and the women in general. Why are guys making that expression, that right there, as if I am your enemy? If you don't speak, please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. Your mind. I will not know where I am going wrong. Diana and Cindy, I need your help. You two are the only ones here who can teach me what I am dealing with here. I need your help to understand the slime card's shortcomings and how to fill them. Asking Diana and Cindy to explain their dissatisfaction, I asked them to reconsider and help me with the research and development of slime fairy cards. Quote. Cindy and Diana looked at their boss in disbelief. Is he hearing himself or not? Looking at him act innocent and throw the blame on them, saying that they weren't cooperative enough. Cindy and Diana's chests raised and fell in sheer anger for their boss. Boss, we don't know what you mean when you speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. Of research and development involving a sex worker. It has rooted a misunderstanding between you and us. You should give us more details on this so as not to sound ambiguous. Not Diana, not Cindy, but Jaya spoke up, explaining where the misunderstanding between us stemmed from. This could only mean Jaya is more trusting of me than her sister and Cindy. This was surprising. I never thought Jaya would be more trusting of me than the other two. It seems I need to reevaluate Jaya. Her capabilities were questionable, but her trust in me was satisfactory. I see, it seems you guys misunderstood me. Let me explain how this slime fairy card works. Saying that, I gave the trio a simple explanation. So, this slime can transform into anybody using their blood. Isn't that crazy? Then won't those who buy this card have their slime turn into anybody they want? Jaya asked in surprise. She was visibly disturbed by the notion that the slime could turn into her with enough blood from her. Considering what these cards were made for, Jaya wanted to destroy them from the face of this world. No, there is no need for you to worry about it. I have restricted the ability that these cards can only turn into the predetermined appearance set by us. I answered Jaya and looked at Diana and Cindy if they had any questions. We understand how the card works, but we do not understand our part in your research and development involving a sex worker. Why do you require us? And how does this so-called research and development work? Cindy asked sternly. She was still not convinced that there was a misunderstanding, to begin with. She felt her boss was making excuses to save skin now that he knows that his shit won't fly around here. I want you guys to call a sex worker because I want the slime fairy to copy the sex worker and transform into them, and then you guys will compare the original sex worker with duplicate slime fairy sex worker to tell me where the slime fairy is lacking. I explained why I wanted the presence of a sex worker for the research and development phase. Listening to her boss's explanation, Cindy was infuriated because she knew he was making up excuses to cover his ass after inviting them all to an orgy. Why did she think so? Because the slime fairy cards were evidence enough that the morphing ability of the slimes was top-notch. The problem with the card was not about the appearance of the slime fairy but the lack of emotions, reactions, and responses. Yet her boss wanted to research the slime fairy's morphing ability when the problem was clearly that the slime fairy would not give the viewer a human-like feel because it is a monster slime to begin with. How do you get a slime monster to express human-like expressions? Instead of asking this question, her boss was lying to cover his ass. She started to regret choosing this prevented lying boss over Diana, her longtime friend, and a capitalist. Though she takes advantage of her hard work, at least she was open about it, unlike her new lying boss. Now the choice was made. She needed to be smart about this and handle it cautiously. Until she finds a way out. Boss, the problem doesn't lie in the transformation ability of the card but the fact that it cannot give its user a human-like feel through expressions, emotions, reactions, or basic interaction. We need to focus on that rather than wasting our time on something that doesn't need perfecting. Cindy was in crosshairs with Diana, so even though she felt her new boss was an unreliable pervert, she had to make peace with it for the sake of her career. Chapter 779 Praise Me. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 11:18. Location Sky Blossom City. Fine Gold Sky Blossom Branch. Fine Gold Tower Number 2. Though Cindy tried a soft approach, Diana, who was supposed to be smart, could not control herself, feeling that their new boss had just disrespected her younger sister. A dragon has a reverse scale, and Diana's reverse scale was Jaya, her little sister. Yes, Jaya was not the best and had her shortcomings, but Jaya was Diana's diamond, her star, her life. Like how the darkness loses meaning without the light, similarly, Diana's life had started with Jaya's entry into her life. Jaya was the one meaning of her life that made Diana continue to live her miserable life. They say even a demon has a heart, and in Diana's case Jaya was her heart. The only reason Diana was holding back right now was that she knew together three of them were not the high schoolers' match, therefore controlling her bloodlust she left the talking to Cindy, as right now she was in no state to speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you reason. Sometimes even the smartest of us do the stupidest thing when we feel that the most precious to us is in danger. I see, you guys still don't get it. I shook my head seeing that a small explanation wasn't going to cut it. They only understood the overview, so they did not know the key abilities responsible for the functions of the slime fairy. I was in no mood to explain everything to them from scratch, so I just gave them the answer. Diana and Cindy were smart but not nerds. Do you guys remember when I said that the memory of the slime spirit was strengthened by the blood memory rune? I asked the trio. Yes, we do. You did say that slime spirit's memory was enhanced by blood memory rune of blood rule, Jaya answered immediately, but feeling a glare from her sister she went quiet. Quote. Cindy chose to keep quiet because she felt her boss was trying to come up with another lie to cover his ass and have them participate in his nefarious plans. This predicament of 9-to-5 office workers did not leave her even if she had climbed to the senior executive position. The function of the blood memory rune is to allow the user to read the memory of the victim through their blood. Thanks to the blood memory rune and blood clone rune, the slime spirit can transform into a perfect clone of the target using their blood. It will not only have perfectly cloned their appearance but also their memories. That means the slime spirit can replicate the actions, reactions, responses and interact exactly the same as the target whose blood it had ingested. So imagine if the slime first had the memories of the sex worker, it would utilize the training of the sex worker and give its user the human-like touch it was missing before. This is where you two come into the picture. You guys will scrutinize the slime fairy from its reaction and response. And then if possible I would like you two to check how close the experience with slime fairy is to the actual thing. That is if you guys are only up to it. I don't mean to force you guys. I explained to the girls in detail how the slime fairy worked, why I needed a sex worker, and what part did they play in research and development. I should have done this earlier, which may have saved me all this trouble. At least one good thing came out of this. I got to know the response of the trio if I were to invite them to an orgy, of course with me as the leading and only male. Sadly, the answer was a resounding no. The reason why the slime fairy lacked the reaction and response was that it had copied the memory of the female fairy guard, who had 0 memories as she was just created. Since the female fairy guard who it had cloned lacked the notion of reaction and response, the slime fairy lacked the reaction and response. Back in the warehouse, the options were limited to fairy guards, but out here I had Diana and Cindy who could order a sex worker for me since I wasn't the legal age to order them. Now I don't know how much the slime fairy can learn from its cloned memory, but I hope that it could perfectly replicate the seduction, temptation, and coquettishness of the sex workers. This way the users can experience more stimulus and a human-like feel. Who better than a sex worker to teach your slime about seduction and temptation? That is why I had asked the trio to get a sex worker for research and development. I am sorry, boss, I shouldn't have doubted you. Cindy immediately apologized. Diane followed her and apologized too. No, apologies required, it was a misunderstanding. I should have been more clear with my intentions and given you guys more details. A normal boss would forgive and forget, and so did I. This was also good as I knew how much these two trusted me. I cannot ask them to trust me with their lives in the single morning we met. It will take time for me to cultivate trust for me in them. No boss, if only we had been patient and informed you when we misunderstood you in the conversation, the situation would not have unfolded into this. I am truly sorry. Diana, who had regained her calm, after the misunderstanding was cleared, got up from her chair and bowed to me while she apologized again. Meanwhile, Dana thanked her fortune that she didn't lose herself to her dark side and did something she would come to regret. Boss, I didn't doubt you for a second. I knew you would not demand such a thing from us and were trying to improve the slime fairy card. Jaya looked at me with a look that yelled, "Aren't I a good girl?" Praise me. Chapter 780 Blame Culture. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 11:29. Location Sky Blossom City. Fine Gold Sky Blossom Branch. Fine Gold Tower. No. 2 feet. This girl, looking at her younger sister wagging her tail in front of their boss waiting for his praise, Diana could not help but sigh. Thank you, for trusting me. What else am I supposed to say? Not wanting to cause any more misunderstandings, I thanked Jaya for her trust in me. Quote. Jaya felt like a dog who was expecting a bone but instead got a pat on its back from its master. Covering the disappointment she felt, Jaya awkwardly responded, "No problem, boss. You can always count on me." Quote. Diana shook her head hearing the conversation between her dejected sister and their dense boss. Diana had a little experience with unrequited love, and the heartache that came with it. She didn't want her younger sister to go through that. So earlier she tried to hint about her younger sister's feelings for their boss to the boss, but he was denser than a stone slab. Therefore she decided to not give up and become more obvious. As the saying goes, with persistence even a drop of water can punch a hole in a stone. Cindy felt threatened, hearing the conversation between her boss and the little slut Jaya. She blamed herself for overreacting earlier over an obvious misunderstanding. Now she had doubts about being asked to be in charge of the new slime fairy project. If earlier the chances of Jaya being involved in the new project were low, now because of what just transpired Jaya's chances of being involved in the new project seemed pretty high. This is the reason she felt threatened hearing the conversation between their boss and the little slut. Cindy thought hard of the ways to salvage the situation, but nothing came to her mind. She could only hope that her boss would still trust her enough to let her lead the new project. The chances of that happening in Cindy's calculations were very low. Cindy couldn't help but blame herself for the current predicament. If there was a time travel card, she really needed it right now, so that she could go back in time a few minutes and slap herself silly before she stupidly pushes away the opportunity that came knocking on her door. So, which one of you going to hire a sex worker for the R&D of the slime fairy card? I asked Diana and Cindy, since I couldn't, as the legal age limit limited me from doing so. I will do it right away, boss. Cindy enthusiastically offered, in hopes that active participation can help her come back in her boss's grace and be assigned as the lead for the slime fairy card project. Hold it. Diana was about to stop Cindy from calling a sex worker, but was interrupted by Cindy instead. CEO Diana, there is no need to fight over this small stuff. Whether you do it or I do, it is all the same. Cindy mistook Diana's interruption as her trying to compete with her for the task. No, you moron, I have other concerns related to security risks of hiring a sex worker for the research and development of the slime fairy card. Reprimanding Cindy for interrupting her, Diana then turned to me and said, Boss, trust me, the sex workers cultivated by the authorities are operatives trained to collect intel on their client for the royal families. If you were to involve them in the R&D, then the Southern royal family will know about the slime fairy card even before we introduce the cards in the market. Which is equal to us dropping a stone on our own foot. Reprimanded by Diana, Cindy wasn't pissed, as she had already gotten used to it working under Diana for years. Instead, she thought that by off chance if Diana's outlandish conspiracy were correct, then the consequence would be very dire, so she didn't dare to blatantly reject Diana this time around, claiming that Diana did not have evidence to back her claims. Hearing Diana's warning, I released that using a sex worker for R&D for the slime fairy card was not without consequences. Therefore I asked Cindy her opinion about this. What do you think, Cindy? Toxic work environment, a term coined back on Earth. I won't go no much details about it, as the name itself is self-explanatory. It speaks about an unhealthy work environment where employees are stressed, communication is limited, blame culture is at its peak, and people are rewarded tacitly or explicitly for unethical, harmful, or nasty attitudes and actions. Blame culture was the problem I was trying to avoid by involving Cindy's opinion in matters that matter. I didn't necessarily require her opinion on this particular incident, yet I asked Cindy for her opinion, hoping she doesn't feel I am blaming her for the misunderstanding earlier. As the boss, I am responsible if my subordinates chose to betray or leave me. So as the boss, it was my responsibility to do everything to avoid such a thing. Boss, even though I don't agree with CEO Diana due to the lack of evidence to support her words, but I do believe this is worth looking into. Hearing her boss ask for her opinion, Cindy's mood recovered, believing that if she worked harder she will be back in her boss's good grace once again. Then how do you plan to do that? I asked. Cindy was surprised that the boss was actually asking for her opinion for the second time in a row. Cindy didn't know why, but she felt appreciated. These kinds of things were a regular Monday morning for her, yet she could not help but like the attention. What she didn't know was that her blaming herself was helping her boss win her trust and loyalty with a little attention and a few words. Cindy answered, obviously asking them if they are spies working for the Southern royal family is not an option. Chapter 781, Confirmation. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 11:37. Location Sky Blossom City, Fine Gold Sky Blossom Branch, Fine Gold Tower Number 2, stating the obvious after saying obviously. Doesn't make it less annoying, said Diana, eyeing Cindy. Quote. Clearly Cindy said so, trying to buy time to figure out an answer. But nothing brilliant came to her mind. Boss, I have a few friends who work as sex workers at the city brothel. I trust them. If you approve it, I call them right away." Diana offered a solution that she thought would best work for the situation. Quote. Cindy stared at Diana. In the end, Diana did steal the task she wanted to use to gain some points with their boss. "Since you have friends there, can't they confirm whether they are spies working for the royal family or not?" This was a no-brainer, yet Diana didn't use this as evidence to support her claims, which could only mean either she did not want to implicate her friends or they weren't as trustworthy as she claimed. The latter seems most reasonable, because if she did not want to implicate her friends she would not have recommended them to me. "About that, they always deny it ambiguously, so I can never tell if they are lying or telling the truth," Diana answered. "Isn't this proof enough that your words are nothing but nonsense conspiracy theories? Maybe we should ignore your crazy talk." Cindy said this out of spite for Diana trying to steal the task right under her nose. She did not dare to act on it, because a lot was at risk to lose over spite. "You two don't start again, boss. Aren't you close with the Southern Emperor? Why don't you ask her? After all, who better than a royal to answer whether the sex workers are cultivated as informants for the royal family?" Jaya chose her timing. Throwing her sister and Cindy under the bus, she answered with a solution for the predicament in hopes of the obvious, her boss's praise. "That's an idea, but let us keep digging for one with less severe consequences." Though on a mission, Anna acted like she was out here on a vacation. I don't know what her grandmother saw in her to let her be the commander of the South's greatest military force, Southern Watch. The trio thought hard but could not think of any possible way to confirm whether the sex workers in the city's brothel were the informants for the authorities without opening another can of worms. The only option that appeared quite so often in their heads was the kidnapping and interrogation of a sex worker, which they would entertain for a second and then throw in the back of their mind, only for it to pop right back in the front. Thinking of the consequences that if the sex workers were indeed the informants of the authorities, the trio would bury this thought no matter how many times it dug itself out. "Leave it, I will ask Anna," saying that I used my grimoire to contact Anna. Today, I left the warehouse early to not let Susan misunderstand seeing a naked Anna sleeping in the bed that was meant for me, again. Quote. Hearing their boss call the Southern Emperor by her first name casually, the trio were stumped, but then considering the silver milk powder they all nodded in an understanding. Calling, "Anna, hi, babe, how dare you leave me asleep naked on your bed? Do you know how embarrassed I was when your manager walked in to clean your room?" Anna answered the call in an intimate voice. If somebody heard her, then they would think that we were a thing now. Or somebody was really listening on the other side of the call. Susan, maybe. Knowing Anna, this was quite possible. But I was relieved to know that I dodged a bullet by leaving the warehouse early. "Anna, I am busy now. So, could you confirm if the government and the royal families are using sex workers as informants?" Fearing that Anna was deliberately letting Susan listen in on this call, I stopped Anna from spouting further nonsense and asked her to confirm. "My doubts. Why do you ask? Are you at a brothel right now?" Anna asked me. "Yes, so are they informants or not?" I lied to mess with Anna. As the descendant of the people who passed the law about authorities regulating the brothels and the legal age limit to enter or work at a brothel, Anna should know better than anyone else that considering my age I couldn't possibly be at a brothel, maybe a police station trying to sneak in a brothel. "You are lying. I checked, you are at the Fine Gold compound." Anna caught my lie, but how does she know where I am so accurately? "Did you perhaps put a tracking mark on me?" I asked Anna. "Do you have to ask?" "Of course, I did. After what happened at the stadium I would be foolish not to." Anna answered as if putting a tracker on somebody without their permission was all right. "Thank you." I thanked Anna for being thoughtful. Though I didn't appreciate it, I would choose living over being dead any day. "Don't mention it. So are you planning on visiting a brothel or using their services?" Anna asked me with an eerie tone attached to her voice. Would you believe me if I said no? I answered Anna with a question. Recounting my past experiences, this was the best strategy to answer a trap question. "Yes, I would believe anything you say," Anna replied. "Don't you know that I am not of the legal age to use the services of a brothel?" Again I answered Anna with a question. Because I didn't want to lie to Anna, who trusted me so much, but I couldn't tell her the truth either. She would flip knowing the truth. Wyatt, don't make me come to find you. Chapter 782, Generous Boss. Date the 2nd of April 2321, time 11:45, location Sky Blossom City, Fine Gold Sky Blossom Branch, Fine Gold Tower number 2, Anna, just answer the damn question. Are the authorities using sex workers as informants or not? Fed up with Anna sweating me like I was her cheating boyfriend, I asked her to just answer the damn question. Okay, I will, right after you tell me if you are going to use the services of the city brothel. Once again Anna did not answer me. More and more I started to feel that I wasn't the only one who was trying to dodge the questions. It seems like Anna too didn't want to answer me and was trying to avoid giving me an answer. Why does that even matter? Anna, just answer me. This was the first time Anna had shown reluctance to help me. So, I was starting to think maybe Diana's theory weren't just conspiracies after all. That is it, I am coming over, Anna announced. You don't need to come over here, I am returning to the warehouse. Wait for me. I never got the answer from Anna and I didn't know what she was trying to achieve by coming over here, but I saved her the trouble of the commute as I decided to return to the warehouse to explain my new business venture to Anna and Susan. I thought I could keep it under the rug and have my calamity daughter Gems deal with it, but it turned out that if I were to continue my business venture I would need all hands on deck. Especially Anna, as she was the only one with a high enough privilege level that could get us the information we lacked. Thinking of Susan, I couldn't help but wonder if she would be okay with this. Fine, you come over. Anna snapped and hung up the call. Quote. Compared to the dissatisfied Anna, I was more worried about Susan learning about my new ventures. Until now I never cared for anyone's approval about what I did, but today, for the first time, I hoped Susan would approve of what I was doing. Not that it would stop me from continuing further with my plans. Quote. Diana, Jaya, and Cindy could tell that the call didn't go as planned, hearing the one-sided conversation and seeing their boss lost in his thoughts, so neither dared to disturb him. Sorry, ladies, it seems we will have to pause the meeting for now. Let us continue back in my card boutique, that way I can introduce you to the production team. Together you guys can handle the R&D, I said after thinking it over. For now, Diana, Cindy, and Jaya made up the sales and management team for the pleasure cards business. I felt it would be good if they met the sales team, Vivian and Sarah. It may prove productive. So, we are leaving for the card boutique? Asked Jaya. Yes, I answered, getting up from the chair. Boss, before that, why do all the slime fairy cards transform into a female humanoid monster? Why not males? You do know that there is an even larger market for pleasure cards with female customers than male customers, said Jaya as she handed me the slime fairy card collection to me. Quote. Hearing Jaya, Diana, and Cindy looked at me curiously. They thought the same as Jaya but didn't dare to be so blunt. I did think of that. As you guys know, those cards are a work in progress. There will be a male version of these cards soon. As for these cards, most of them are for demo and some of them are for Rami Kaga. Honestly, the fact that these cards could be made with female customers in mind did cross my mind before Jaya pointed it out, but I threw it at the last of my priority list, not wanting to picture a naked man with a single leaf covering his genitalia. Nice going, Jaya, you made me picture what I was voiding all this time. I see, maybe we should also make demo slime fairy cards with male fairy transformation skills, for R&D of course, Jaya replied. You guys will soon be meeting the production team, you can ask them to make some, I answered and head out. Boss, this way, I have made arrangements for the transportation. Cindy hurried to match my pace and reported the arrangement she had made for the commute to the card boutique. No need, you guys use it, I will be riding my hoverbike. I rejected Cindy's arrangement for commuting to the warehouse. See you at the card boutique, saying that I speed off on my hoverbike. Yes, boss, Cindy answered to the wind as her young boss had already left the scene on his hoverbike. I didn't see you this enthusiastic when you worked for me, Diana commented, seeing Cindy wait at their boss's hand and foot. Well, you never appreciate me as the boss does, and he is not as cheap when it comes to treating his employee unlike you, Cindy replied to Diana's comment. I didn't appreciate you enough. I made you the managing director of the Fine Gold Sky Blossom branch, girl, what less do you want? And when was I cheap? I gave you an entire penthouse as an office. Diana declined everything Cindy accused her of. Yeah, right, while you are at it, why don't you claim that you are the world's most generous boss? Cindy scoffed and spoke sarcastically. You bet your ass I am. You were barely a few breaths away from death in some back alley, covered in your own feces. If I hadn't taken pity on you back then, you wouldn't be here or have all this, Diana said with great arrogance. Oh, yeah, Last I checked you took pity on about at least 34 people in similar or worse condition than me. Where are they right now? Bitch, what I am and have right now is what I have earned with my own hard work and dedication. Not you nor the circle can claim otherwise. Chapter 783 They work under you. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 11:53. Location Sky Blossom City, Fine Gold Sky Blossom Branch, Fine Gold Tower number 2, that's rich coming from you. I remember you were the one who killed most of them. Diana reminded Cindy. Yes, I did, and I own it unlike you. That is why I am going to do everything it takes to live and live for the souls that helped me reach here. Cindy recalled how the circle pitted them against each other in name of training and survival of the fittest. Diana should know, as she was the one who introduced them to that hellhole. Oh, I own it all right. Unlike you, I don't use it as an excuse to help me sleep at night for all the heinous things I did. Diana argued and even had a hint of disgust in her voice towards Cindy's reasoning. Oh yeah, you want to go at it, bitch. Cindy had always hated the fact that Diana thought she was better than her, even though both of their origins began in the pits of the circle. See, you can take out a dog from a street but not the street from it. Diana looked down at Cindy. Yeah, right back at you, bitch. Said Cindy and turned to look at Jaya, who was staring at the duo, and yelled, what is it? Let's go, I don't want to keep the boss waiting. Jaya hurried the bickering duo. You are head over heels for him, aren't you? You no longer hide your feeling in front of us. Cindy commented, looking at eager Jaya. Yes, I like him, there, I said. You two better stay away from him. Jaya warned Cindy and Diana. Don't worry, he is too young for my taste. But if you dare to meddle with what is supposed to be mine, don't accept me to play by the rules. You do understand what I am saying, right? Cindy replied to Jaya's warning with a compromise. Yes, the new pleasure card business is yours. Even if the boss gives it to me, I will reject it and recommend you to him. But in return, you will help me keep other sluts away from the boss. Jaya understood what Cindy was hinting at and cut a deal with Cindy. Fat chance of you being chosen as the lead for the pleasure card project, but I like what you are offering, deal. Cindy did indeed have a fear that Jaya would be chosen over her, but she thought that the chances of that happening were slim and was more worried about her boss bringing someone new to lead the project. Jaya, I am disappointed that you are putting your teenage crush over your career. You are just mesmerized by the fact that you finally meet a boy of your age group who could stand up to me. But as you climb higher, you will see that there are many more fish in the sea, each one more dangerous than the other. So I recommend that you stop pausing your career over something that will not last for long. Diana did want her sister to experience love in its tasteful shades, but not at the cost of Jaya's progress. Diana wanted a life for Jaya that would help Jaya's future, not a life with no clear future. This is what I have chosen, sister. Please don't stop me. And also, you heard our boss say that if I am able to forge an ego gem before the college selection, I could attend Morning Star College with him. I still have a lot to do, let's not think of a career for now. And if nothing works out, I can always mooch off you. Jaya replied cheekily to her sister's stern reminder that her teenage crush will not last. Quote. Though Diana did not like the fact that her sister was willing to risk a future on a silly crush, she thought as her only sister Jaya could afford to make a few mistakes in her life. Shaking her head, Diana signaled the driver to bring the cart over. You know the destination, take us there as fast as possible, remember your life depends on it, Jaya ordered the driver as she got into the car. Jaya, don't threaten the driver. Do you know how hard it is to find capable and trustworthy drivers? Cindy reminded Jaya that they can't keep switching to new drivers over little things. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 12:20. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, warehouse number 234. How did you guys reach here faster than me? I asked the Fine Gold trio who were about to enter the warehouse as I recalled my hover bike. We got a new driver, Jaya replied. Come on, let's head in together. I headed into the warehouse along with the three. Wyatt, you are back. And you brought back more guests. As soon as I entered warehouse, Susan greeted me. Manager Susan, we are not guests. We too, like you, are the boss's employee. Don't treat us any differently. Diana corrected Susan. Susan, CEO Diana is right. They work under you. You don't need to treat them any special. These words were not just for Susan but for Diana, Jaya, and Cindy too. They needed to know that Susan was not someone they could mess with. Fine, I do as such. But you have a visitor, it is your sister-in-law Jackie. Susan reported. What is she doing here? I knew why she was here. She must be here to beg me to save Ronnie. I had not informed Uncle Wyatt and his family that my people had rescued Ronnie because I wanted to plunder Ronnie's origin card first before informing them that their son has been rescued, but tragically he was no longer a card apprentice. She is waiting for Guild Master Van and Captain Ben to bring her husband, Susan answered. Hearing Susan, I was confused. How did Jackie know that I rescued Ronnie from Butcher Bob? Not even Susan knew about this. As I walked in further, I finally knew why. Jackie, you don't have to worry about your husband, he is safe now. I and my mercenary group have rescued your husband. Wyatt's people should be bringing him back to the city any minute now. Chapter 784 Lies. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 12:25. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, warehouse no. 234 feet. Abba and her big mouth. This dumb slut, I cursed as I heard Abba assure carrying Jackie that her mercenary group had rescued Ronnie and he was fine. While you are at it, why don't you tell her that Ronnie is in a coma? I said, walking to the couch while glaring at Abba. Ronnie is in coma. Before Jackie could finish her dramatic yell, she fainted. Thankfully Abba next to her caught her, saving baby in her belly. Wyatt, how could you say such words thoughtlessly? Susan blamed me and went to check on unconscious Jackie. As for the three from Fine Gold, they were still digesting the fact that they were not directly under their boss but Susan. Diana thought Susan and she were equals but no, she was her immediate superior. How did the CEO of Fine Gold become a lower title than a manager of a small card boutique? Wyatt, what do you mean? Before we handed him to your men, the medic in my team checked his condition and said that there is nothing to worry, he was unconscious, that is all. Abba hurriedly explained. Clearly what she meant was when her men had Ronnie in their custody there was nothing wrong with him, so we should not blame her mercenary group. Well, my people say otherwise. It seems that Butcher Bob's people tried something to extract Ronnie's origin card. I lied. I don't know if stealing someone's origin card was possible for other people, but considering that a blood rule meaning like blood fate plunder existed, then there should be other rule meanings which can achieve the same through a different method. I made up such a lie because I planned to go ahead with what I had planned earlier for Ronnie, even if the Wolf Fang mercenary claimed that Ronnie was fine in their custody. Some would crippling Ronnie for life was going too far, but I did give him a lot of chances. He screwed up each one of them since I saved his life not once but twice despite all the betrayal. I owned his fucking life. He is lucky I am keeping him alive. They should thank his unborn baby for that. That is not possible. I checked the data prepared by the medic on Mr. Ronnie's health. It showed no signs of injuries, not to mention the outlandish nonsenses you just spouted. How is it possible that Ronnie entered a coma? Said Agatha. She was blaming my men for any complication in Ronnie's health. Miss Agatha, I am not trying to point blame, I am just stating what I learned through my men. Seeing Ada and Agatha get so defensive, I had to set back. Extracting someone's origin card is impossible even for a demigod, Master Wyatt. So whoever fed you with these lies, you should inquire him again. Agatha suggested to me. Is that so? But I trust my men. They wouldn't tell me something if they weren't sure about it. I stood my stance. Fine, believe what you will. Master Wyatt, when are your men going to arrive in the city? I would like to check on Mr. Ronnie's condition, said Agatha. Soon, they will bring him to the warehouse. So you can check on him then. Hearing Agatha be so adamant about Abba's health, I knew I couldn't go through with my plans earlier. Fine, said Agatha as she returned to the couch. Susan, where is Anna? I ignored Agatha and looked for Anna. Not being able to find her, I asked Susan. She left, Susan answered, sitting next to unconscious Jackie. What, she left? I clearly said that I was returning to the warehouse, yet Anna left. Why did she leave? What does this mean? Is she trying to avoid me? She said something urgent came up and had to leave, Susan added. Quote. Anna has revealed many secrets to me, so I don't think she would avoid me just because she didn't want to answer me if the sex workers were royal families and government informants. It must be something important. I decided to give Anna the benefit of the doubt. What about these two? Why are they here? Shouldn't she take her hostages with her? I asked Susan, pointing at Abba and Agatha. Southern Emperor has marked us with her card and warned us not to leave the vicinity of the warehouse, Abba answered. And you believed her? I said and added, why are you two still here? Shouldn't you take this opportunity to run back home? She said if we try to run then our ransom will be doubled, Abba replied. Is that all took Anna to fright you two? Why, don't think of it like this. if you successfully escape you won't have to pay a penny. I wanted Abba and Agatha out of the city. If they are not here then I can continue with my plans for Rani. Princess, don't listen to him. It is better if we follow the Southern Emperor's arrangement. Hearing my advice to Abba, Agatha advised her otherwise. Hearing the argument from both sides, Abba got to thinking. Seeing Abba consider escaping, I decided to add fuel to fire. Agatha, aren't you a card emperor? Why are you afraid of Anna? Even if she is strong, aren't you confident enough to escape carrying Abba? Hearing my words, Abba looked at Agatha with expectation. To which Agatha answered coldly, correction, I am a semi-demigod, not a card emperor. And yes, I am not confident that I can escape the Southern Emperor's pursuit. So, Princess, please just wait patiently until His Highness Demigod Windsor pays the Southern Emperor the agreed upon ransom. Then Agatha glared at me and looking at still contemplating Abba she added, Princess, please remember he is on the Southern Emperor's side, maybe he is trying to get us to escape to double the ransom. Chapter 785 Father's Love. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 12:37. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse number 234. Hearing Agatha's claim that I am in cahoots with Anna to double their ransom, I was speechless. But for Abba, it was the sound of reason which finally gave her some clarity. On their situation, she glared at me along with a victorious smile. She pointed her finger at me and complimented Agatha. Aha, I almost fell for his nefarious plan. Well done, Agatha. As the escort of the demigod Windsor's only daughter, I bet you must have various cards that can help you erase Anna's mark and escape out of the southern region border, yet you choose to lay low and watch your master be humiliated. Either you are a traitor or demigod Windsor asked you to let his daughter experience some hardship. Is Anna in on it? I sent this to Agatha's grimoire. Quote. Agatha glared at me. Clearly she had received a message. Susan, I have sent you a message, you should read it, it might be important, I said aloud, hinting Agatha to stop trying poking holes into me using her glare, and read the message I sent to her. Quote. Hearing my words, Susan turned to look at me and noticed my signals, and understood what I was hinting at. Are you nuts? Why would demigod Windsor order me to do that? You should be a bard, you will make tons with your storytelling skills. Agatha sent a reply to my message, denying my claims about demigod Windsor trusting his daughter to Anna. So, it was indeed demigod Windsor who asked you to stand down and let Abba experience hardship. As an honorable retainer, if Agatha were not guilty of what I accused her of, she would have come for neck, because I enunciated that she was a traitor in the message I sent to her grimoire earlier. Yet she ignored that and argued that I was out of my mind to suggest that demigod Windsor had asked her to let Abba suffer some hardship. This showed that she was more protective of me suggesting that demigod Windsor had asked her to let Abba suffer some hardship than me enunciating that she was a traitor. Showing Agatha's priority, that declining the suggestion that demigod Windsor had asked her to let Abba suffer some hardship took priority over lashing out for being called a traitor. Agatha chose to deny a hypothetical claim over defending her honor. This could only mean that the hypothetical claim was not without merit and not so hypothetical after all. Hence, I concluded that Agatha was against escaping with Abba because demigod Windsor asked her to let Abba undergo some hardship. Now the question was whether Anna was in on it or not. Considering that impatient Anna didn't demand demigod Windsor to hurry up the payment of the ransom for his daughter and his retainer, I think both of them have come to an understanding. Keep your mouth shut, Her Highness cannot know about this, and how did you know? Did the Southern Emperor tell you? Agatha replied, threatening me from telling about demigod Windsor's arrangements for his daughter to his daughter. No, Anna didn't tell me anything. It was quite obvious that a loving father like demigod Windsor would not let his daughter be a hostage for so long. If possible, he would have tried to rescue her. If not, he would have already paid her ransom. It's been almost a day and demigod Windsor showed no sign of paying Abba's ransom, and it is impossible for demigod Windsor to violate the millennium-old rule and invade the southern region to rescue his daughter. So this could only mean that either the demigod had given up on his daughter to give birth to a better one, or he was up to something like letting his ignorant daughter experience the hardship of life. As for the rest, you helped me determine that my hunch was correct. I sent a detailed explanation to Agatha's grimoire, regarding how I was able to conclude that demigod Windsor asked Agatha to stand down and let Abba experience hardship. What will it take for you to keep your mouth shut? Princess cannot find out about this, she would be very angry. With His Highness, and it will be my fault. Agatha offered me to name my price to keep my mouth shut about demigod Windsor to Abba Windsor. Keeping the chat aside, I looked at Agatha with a smug expression. Price. I don't lack soul jades or broken runes or grimoires. I had Anna and the Southern royal family for that. What do I want? I want Ronnie's origin card, but asking Agatha to keep out of Ronnie's business was too risky. If Agatha were to get wind of Ronnie losing his origin card, that would open a whole new can of worms. Blood Fate plunder takes a huge toll on its victims, and it was too attention-grabbing due to its uniqueness. Until Agatha and Abba leave town, I should halt my plans for Ronnie. Master Wyatt, do behave. Southern Emperor is not here to protect you. Agatha warned me after being provoked by my smug expression. Do you really think threats will help your case? I asked Agatha, warning her not to provoke me, or I will not hesitate to tell Abba about her little secret. Let's see if your tongue is faster than my hands. Agatha did not back down after hearing my warning. Instead, she doubled down on her threat. You never planned to negotiate, did you? I asked, glaring at Agatha. It has been a while since I was threatened. I do plan to negotiate with you, since killing you is not an option. After all, you are the Southern Emperor's pet, which she currently favors the most. Still, don't take this as a show of my weakness. I can't kill you, but I can hurt you. Chapter 786. Hostile date the 2nd of April 2321, time 12:46, location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, warehouse no. 234 feet. Wow, I am so scared. No, don't hurt me. Please, I am begging you. I replied sarcastically. Single quote. Single quote. Agatha glared at me. Feeling her gaze, I acted all frightened, shook, and then smirked at her. You two, what are you guys talking about with your eyes? Agatha, what is it? Abba, who was left out of the conversation, noticed the little charade between me and Agatha. Curious, she could not help but ask what was going on. Nothing, princess, it is almost time for lunch. So, what do you want for lunch? Agatha, with her quick presence of mind, immediately switched the topic to lunch. MMH, I am hungry, but nothing here tastes good. I miss the palace's food. Eating outside for a night, Abba already hated the food of the third-rate city so much so that she missed the routine bland and tasteless food back home, cooked by Card Emperor realm chiefs with SS rank cooking occupation skill cards. Princess, how about I cook for you? Agatha, as the escort of Abba, was always prepared, and cooking occupational cards was a must. Really? Great. Abba cheered, hearing that she would not have to eat the flavorless food from the restaurants of the third-rate city. While you are at it, why don't you prepare food for the rest of us too? I for one would like to taste the cooking of a semi-demigod card apprentice. I asked Agatha, since she is cooking for Abba anyway, she could prepare extra for the rest of us too. Watch it, Master Wyatt. Don't test my patience, Agatha warned me, asking me to not test her just because I was backed by the Southern Emperor. What? Is it because your cooking is bad, or because your ego as a semi-demigod doesn't allow you to cook for a bunch of low-realm card apprentices from a third-rate city? I asked Agatha, trying to push her buttons to the max because I knew she would endure it. She had to, for Abba. Yes, I am. When you reach the demigod realm before me, you can ask me to cook for you. Until then, pipe down and remember that you will not be the Southern Emperor's favorite toy forever. Agatha taunted me by calling me Anna's boy toy. Agatha, please cook for everyone. I don't want them staring and drooling while I eat. Abba suddenly inserted herself into Agatha and my argument. Okay, princess, if you say so. Agatha did not think twice and immediately agreed to Abba's request, even though it went against what she said earlier. Forget it, nobody here wants to eat the food you prepared. We will order something online, I said, provoking Agatha. It was fun to watch how Agatha had the strength to crush me but had to hold back because she did not want to turn the relationship between the Southern royal family and demigod Windsor sour. Wyatt, don't be respectful towards our guests. I am sorry, Madam Agatha. It would be an honor for us to taste the food you prepared. Saying that, Susan turned to the three from Fine Gold and asked, right girls? Why yes, Your Highness, it would be our honor to eat the food you prepared. Yes, yes, yes. At first, Diana and Cindy, even Jaya, hesitated because they did not want to contradict their boss, but seeing Susan's gentle yet persuasive smile and feeling the semi-demigod's glare, they hurriedly agreed with Susan's opinion. But soon awakening from their stupor, they looked at their boss for mercy. Tisk! I clicked my tongue at the three from Fine Gold for their awesome display of loyalty. Then turning to look at Agatha, I smirked and said, these two aren't guests, they are hostages. So the regular guest rules don't apply to them. Wyatt, why are you being so hostile towards us? What have we done to you? Abba complained and asked why was I so hostile towards them. The answer was obvious: because of their meddling ass I had to make new plans for Ronnie, and I did not like the new plan one bit, but it was the safest bet. Ask Agatha, she knows. I could not just tell Abba what made me dissatisfied with them. That was not how the real world worked. So, I did anything that a regular person would do to throw the blame back at Blamer. Princess, don't listen to him. He is a sour puss. They are grumpy about everything. People like him are common out here. We should learn to ignore them. Agatha advised Abba. Okay, then, Agatha, I want soup and salad for lunch. As for the rest of them, you decide. Abba knew asking Agatha to cook for everyone was too much, so she didn't force her to take separate orders for the rest of the people. Alright, then, we are having soup and salad for lunch. Agatha announced that she would be preparing soup and salad for everyone. Nobody minded that Agatha made a unilateral decision about what they were having for lunch. They felt they were blessed enough to have a semi-demigod cook for them, so they didn't mind Agatha deciding their lunch for them. Instead, they were looking forward to it. Agatha, good save, earlier. But remember, you owe me one. I will save it for later. I sent it to Agatha. Earlier, she easily diverted the topic because I assisted her, and she owed me a favor for keeping my mouth shut about the demigod Windsor asking Agatha to hold back and let Abba go through hardship. Okay, but remember, it is only valid if you keep your mouth shut. Agatha replied as she headed to the kitchen. I know, I replied back to Agatha. I did not know what to ask her in return for keeping the little secret from Ada, so I decided to let Agatha owe me a favor. I have a lot of enemies, it may come in handy someday. Chapter 787. Meet date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 12:55. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, warehouse number 234. You three, come, I will introduce you to the sales team, I said to the three from Fine Gold. I had already checked regarding this with Vivian and Sarah through Hive AI, so as we neared the warehouse card lab, they both walked out of the card lab and greeted me. Boss, this is Vivian, and the boy next to her is Sarah. They both make up the production team for now. I introduced the production team to the three from the Fine Gold and then added, this is CEO Diana, Managing Director Cindy, and CEO's sister Jaya. For now together they are the sales team. Master Wyatt, I am not just CEO's sister Jaya, I am the captain of Fine Gold Guards. Jaya corrected me. Finally, I saw a boy other than you, boss. I was starting to feel that women's world domination was getting closer. Diana chimed in. What's that supposed to mean? I hire the people that were available and capable for the job, I asked Diana. Boss, don't misunderstand me. All I meant was that there are more capable women available for hire than men. Diana added and spewed the words that came to her mind to get out of her boss's gaze. Quote. Giving Diana a hard stare, I turned to Vivian and Sarah asking, how far have your practice come? Any progress? Boss, I can create the slime fairy cards meeting the required bare minimum card durability. With enough practice, I should be able to create cards with higher durability ratings. Sarah answered. Considering that he has near zero experience in card creation, he has achieved a lot in a small amount of time. Obviously thanks to the card template and the assistance of Hive AI. Boss, I can create near-perfect cards every 2 out of 3 times, Vivian answered with great confidence. Vivian's achievement was not surprising, but good to know that she had mastered the creation of the slime fairy card. Good work, both of you. I complimented Vivian and Sarah, and then turning to Diana I said, Diana, prepare a secure place for the production of slime fairy cards in Fine Gold Compound. And recruit a few trustworthy people who are willing to be subjects in R&D of the slime fairy cards. As for the sex workers, let us pause that thought for now. Once I get a green signal from Anna, then we can proceed as planned. If not, we can troubleshoot it at a later date. Okay, boss, leave it to me. Diana nodded in agreement. And since your hands are filled with the Fine Gold business and your active soul control practice, let Cindy lead this project. I announced that Cindy would be leading the pleasure card project. Okay, boss. Diana did not fight to lead the pleasure card project, as she had to deal with the supply and distribution project of silver milk powder. It was proving to be challenging considering that her realm was lower than her competitors. Therefore for now her first priority was to focus on her forging her ego gem and then breaking through to the card overlord realm, allowing her to stand toe-to-toe with her competitors. Thank you, boss. You will not regret this decision, Cindy hurriedly thanked me. Cindy was over the moon and felt like she was on the 9th cloud. She has been praying to be chosen to lead the new project ever since she knew about the project, even though it hasn't been more than 6 hours since she knew about it. I know it, that is why I handed you the job. But don't forget about forging your ego gem. Cindy and Diana both had to forge their ego gem as soon as possible since the platform they will be representing me in will soon no longer be restricted to Sky Blossom City but the entire Blossom District. And then if everything works out maybe they could expand their influence even further. Thank you, boss. I will work hard to meet your expectations. And I promise that I won't disappoint you. Cindy once again thanked me. She was thrilled about the new opportunity that she had been given but did not forget the responsibilities that came with it, and she was willing to do everything in her power to fulfill them. Not only for her sake but for her boss and his trust. Boss, what about me? I know my experience is not enough for this big project, but I think I can be of help in some or the other way. Please give me a chance. This time Jaya did not interrupt her boss directly but waited for him to finish and then pitched in her request. I thought we already agreed on you focusing on forging the ego gem for now so that you too can attend the top 10 universities like me. I needed Jaya to forge her ego gem as soon as possible to check if the blue stone aka the Ultronian core in her would be forged into a normal ego gem or a tittle demon core like Cory. I too think that university takes priority over work, Diana added. She seemed very passive when it comes to her sister's life choices. She was not the type that would force her plans on her sister, instead the type that said, no matter what happens I will be there for you. I like this about her parenting, but considering that she raised Jaya to be a delinquent, her parenting style needed some corrections. But I want to be of help too. Jaya felt that what her boss and sister were saying was true. But practicing active soul control and forging ego gem is boring. She would rather go around bossing and lording employees to do their jobs. Basically what she wanted to do was be a white-collar delinquent. You could always help after you forge your ego gem, persuaded Diana. Chapter 788 New changes. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 13:06. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, warehouse number 234. Hearing Diana's persuasion, Jaya became conflicted and could find no words to mount a protest. Seeing the opportunity, I decided to strike the iron while it was hot by adding, Jaya, why don't you look at it like, the faster you forge your ego gem, the faster you will get to help with the new project. Hearing me, Jaya's eyes shined bright, and looking at me with anticipation she asked, Boss, does that mean I don't have to join the Bright Loins and can directly get started with the pleasure card project if I forge my ego? They say if you have to train a dog you have to throw it a bone, so to motivate Jaya I decided to agree with her. Yes, you can. And to make it official, turning to Cindy I said, if Jaya forges her ego gem early, hire her for the pleasure card project. Yes, boss. What about her job title? Cindy agreed to my arrangement. You are the one who is going to lead the project, you decide, I answered. Sure, boss, Cindy replied, and the giddy Jaya enthusiastically thanked me. Thank you, boss. Before you guys get to celebrate, remember this, the pleasure card project can never be connected back to me, I said, eyeing the three from Fine Gold. As for Vivian and Sarah as my calamity daughter gem, they would not do anything that will harm my interest. Quote. Diana, Cindy, and Jaya did not miss this small detail. They understood that the two on the production team were their boss's confidants and wanted to gain similar trust from their boss. Diana, you need to be on top of this. Until the pleasure card business can be introduced to the world as an independent new blooming startup, the Fine Gold compound will be its temporary office. The location chosen for the R&D and first phase of production should be secure, and the people used as subjects for testing should know how to keep their mouths shut. I warned Diana to be careful about the privacy of the pleasure card project. Yes, boss, leave it to me. Diana nodded in agreement and then added, Boss, how about using death sentence prisons as subjects for the testing of the cards? They will be easier to silence. That's going too far. You three remember though, I don't mind you guys dipping your toes in the gray area to get the job done. There is a limit. We can never let our actions make this limit get blurry. If we do let the limit disappear, then we will be no different from the circle. I did not expect Diana and Cindy to do all the things by the books, but I want them to know there is a limit which they can never cross. Though the law can turn a blind to them, I will not, because if I did, then there will be no difference between the circle and me. I have said the same to the Bright brothers, and I repeated it for the trio from Fine Gold. I know that I have had my daughter Gems kill many for less, so I should not have any clams about killing a few death row inmates, but as the scientist who did not hesitate to conduct illegal human experiments to create superhuman serums to end the Viltronians' tyranny on Earth, I knew better than to repeat the same for my gains. Understood, boss. Diana and the other two solemnly nodded, agreeing to my words. Okay, then, Cindy, I will leave these two to you. I hope you guys can begin the R&D as soon as possible. Now guys can get to celebrating. With that, I decided to bid goodbye to the three from Fine Gold and have Vivian and Sarah followed Cindy. As we head back, I saw Susan near me with a confused look. So I asked, Susan, what happened? I was about to go through the procedures to rent this warehouse, but a weird thing happened. Answered Susan, pointing at her grimoire. What happened? Susan quit working as an associate auction manager for the Guild Association Mall, so we can no longer occupy this warehouse. Therefore we agreed to rent the warehouse on a weekly basis since we didn't know exactly how long before we left for the Heatsend Royal Palace. My superior texted me saying I didn't need to pay the rent to utilize the warehouse. Susan was confused because she has never seen the Guild Association be so considerate to its ex-employee. Well, Anna is seen living here for a while now, so it is not a surprise that they wouldn't want to charge us for rent. It would be correct to say that they didn't dare to charge rent to someone close to a royal. This was my speculation, considering that Guild Association Mall was a big company. They work like a complex machine, so they couldn't just let Susan utilize the warehouse for free of cost. There were so many protocols and regulations that they would have to hoop through to even make a small change like this. I see. If it is regarding Her Royal Highness, I can see why they would do this. I should clear this with the concerned staff, said Susan. I could literally feel a brilliant light of virtue shine behind Susan, blinding my eyes. I think there is no need for that. It is a courtesy extended by the higher-ups from the Guild Association Mall to the royal family for their hard work in protecting and governing the southern region. I stopped Susan from rushing to make some enemies in her previous workplace. But, knowing Susan was going to argue otherwise, I interrupted her saying, Diana, I hope Fine Gold is a good new start for Susan. Don't worry, boss, with manager Susan's work experience she will easily be able to pick up the reins. I am looking forward to Miss Susan working with us. She will be a wonderful addition to Fine Gold family. Chapter 789, Susan's new job. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 13:14. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, warehouse number 234. Since I own the majority shares of the Fine Gold Merchants, which can be considered as one of the local businesses suffering due to the presence of giant multinational corporations like the Guild Association Mall, Susan, my exclusive manager, had decided to quit her job at the mall and come join Fine Gold. This way not only will she be able to supply me with ingredients supplied by Fine Gold but also learn new things at Fine Gold. Although truth was that Fine Gold was not an oppressed local business, but it had copied the business model of the Guild Association Mall, stole most of their suppliers, and opened its branches in 13 different cities across the Blossom District and continued to bloom by expanding to places where Guild Association malls are absent. Basically, Fine Gold was the amalgamated knockoff of Guild Association Mall and other various successful businesses. Wyatt, are you sure you don't want to shift the Card Boutique to a new location, closer to the Fine Gold? Since I am working at Fine Gold, I will not be able to visit the warehouse regularly. Susan asked. Fine Gold is quite far from the Guild Association Mall, so for Susan, who will be working at Fine Gold, it will be hard to commute to the warehouse every time I needed her. So, Susan suggested that we move the Card Boutique to the Fine Gold compound. It's okay, Susan, I can handle things on my end, you be careful at your new job. I didn't agree to move the Card Boutique to the Fine Gold compound because I did not want it to be connected with Fine Gold, and second, I had gotten used to this place. It felt a little like home, so I didn't want to leave until we left for the Royal Palace. Fine, I will make some arrangements for maintaining the warehouse. Seeing that I was still adamant about not moving the Card Boutique to the Fine Gold compound, Susan sighed in disappointment and offered to make arrangements to have someone clean the warehouse since she cannot, as she will be starting a new job at Fine Gold. No, you don't have to. We have Corey for that, and if not her, I can always clean the warehouse using a cleaning array. So you stop worrying about me and prepare for your new job. Susan was considerate but was now being a worrywart. My daily necessities were not something she should be concerned about, and she offered to make arrangements for them, but I don't need her to worry about me, I can take care of myself. Don't worry, boss, I will make sure that manager Susan feels comfortable and will help her settle in the new workplace personally. Diana had already guessed that her boss's relationship with Susan was way beyond that of a regular employee and employer. They seemed to be very close. Upon this discovery, Diana could not help but see the heartbreaking end of her sister's first crush. But that did not stop her from cozying up to Susan, because she knew that her boss cared a lot about this woman and attending to her would gain her some points with her boss and Susan too, who apparently is her immediate superior. Jaya, whenever she looked at Susan and her boss together, for some reason she felt threatened, but she assured herself that their relationship was nothing more than that of a big sister and a younger brother. Yes, boss, don't you worry, Manager Susan will feel right at home and I will arrange a new office that would be as warm and cozy as here. Cindy would be a fool if she hadn't already noticed the special relationship between her boss and Susan. Her idea was the same as Diana's. She wanted to be on Susan's good side to be on her boss's good side. Cindy, you don't have to worry yourself with Manager Susan's office place. I have already made prior arrangements. She will be using the penthouse of the fine gold tower number 2. I think that should be of Manager Susan's liking. Diana, who had already said that she would help Susan personally settle in the new workplace, was not surprised to see Cindy volunteering to help Susan. Therefore she gave Cindy a big blow by revealing that Susan would be using her previous office, which she was forced to vacate without any prior notice today morning. Yes, CEO Diana is wise. The penthouse office of Tower Number 2 will be the most suitable place for Manager Susan's new office. Cindy didn't bicker with Diana. Now that she had landed the pleasure card project, these small taunts from Diana felt funny to her, because she knew once the pleasure card business can solve all its hurdles, then she will be stepping into the world market, whereas Diana would be stuck in the Blossom District market supplying and distributing the silver milk powder. Seeing Cindy give up without a fight, Diana was caught off guard, but Cindy's thought process wasn't out of her deduction. She understood what Cindy was thinking. But she scoffed, thinking, lead of the pleasure card project. More like a puppet led under the boss. Surprisingly, Diana, who could think of this, didn't wait to consider that she too was in the same situation as Cindy. Okay, you two, I hope you both will assist Susan to your limits. She is a quick learner, so she will not be troubling you guys for long. I know asking Cindy and Diana to train their future boss was too much, but Susan needed more exposure to the market and fine gold was a good place to start. Yes, boss, leave it to us. Diana and Cindy didn't shrink away from the new responsibility I selfishly added to their workload. They seemed eager to take this one on. Chapter 790, Ronnie's health. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 13:55. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, warehouse number 234. After eating the soup and salad made by Agatha while licking their fingers, Susan, Vivian, and Sarah followed three from Fine Gold back to the Fine Gold, full of praise for Agatha's cooking. I don't know if the soup and salad made by Agatha were that good, because there wasn't any for me. I knew Agatha did this intentionally, but she acted innocent in front of Abba, who had gals to say that I deserved it since I reject Agatha's food earlier in satire. The world has come to the point where everything you say is satire is held against you. So flipping Abba a bird, I ordered a meat lover's pizza and ate it all by myself. This is not sad, because my new physique requires that much food intake, though it can be reduced by using soul power as nourishment. What the heck are you looking at? I yell at Abba while swallowing down the last piece of the pizza. Disgusting, Abba commented, looking at my oil-stained mouth and fingers. Yeah, fuck you, I said, arranging a temporary cleansing array formation to clean myself and any satins on the couch. I would warn you to watch your language in front of the princess, but watching your miserable state, I don't feel like it. Agatha, who would scream Bloody Mary at the slightest disrespect for Abba, didn't even bat an eye when I cussed at Abba. Instead, she took pity on me. Fuck you too. Cleaning myself from oil stains, I returned to my original self and disassembled the temporary cleansing array. Looking at my sudden transformation, Agatha and Abba were surprised. Ignoring them, I head out of the warehouse. Wyatt, wait, where are you going, leaving us alone in here with your unconscious pregnant sister-in-law? What are we supposed to? Ada immediately called out to me. Not my problem, you were the ones who promised Susan to take care of Jackie, not me. Do as you see fit. Not waiting for Abba's reply, I head out of the warehouse and decided to go to the Southern Watch's temporary military base, to meet with Anna and check on Courtney and Bloodette. After all, I promised Courtney that I will come to meet her once in a while, since her calling me is not an option due to the regulations of the military base. Understandable, as they were here on a top-secret mission and not on a picnic. Before all that, I decided to make a quick stop at the TSR Guild. Van, Old Ben, and others had brought back Ronnie. I decided to deal with him once and for all. Come back in here. I heard Agatha's voice ring in my ears and soon I felt a force drag me back into the warehouse. Fuck, did you just attack me? I yelled, pointing at Agatha, who used some kind of weird world rule to forcefully drag me back into the warehouse. No, I didn't, and I am sorry if I have offended you. We just had some questions to ask you. Agatha denied attacking me but apologized for her actions. Fine, what is it? I don't have time to waste with you guys. I was indeed pissed to be powerlessly drawn back to the warehouse against my will. I would get back at them for that, but let's not get ahead of ourselves trying to challenge a freaking semi-demigod over a little scuffle. Not to forget that a semi-demigod apologizing to a card soldier was impossible, but Agatha did. So, I can only conclude that she meant no harm with her actions. Have your men returned from the southern academic city yet? How is the condition of your cousin? Is he stable, or are there any complications? Abba hurriedly asked questions one after the other, not waiting for me to answer. Why did you stop? Go ahead and ask a few more questions. I said sarcastically. I thought you were in a hurry, so I asked all the questions in a breath. Abba justified herself. So, it is my fault, I asked, glancing at Abba. I didn't say that, don't misinterpret my words, Abba complained. Master Wyatt, just answer Her Highness's questions, said Agatha in irritation. She had never been frustrated with a person as much as with a high schooler in front of her. Quote. Giving Agatha a deep glance, I answered, my men have already arrived and Ronnie's health is stable. It seems he will pull through. But he hasn't regained consciousness yet. I didn't bother to lie and answered truthfully. Master Wyatt, if possible, can your men bring Ronnie over here? I would like to check on his condition personally. As I thought Agatha or Abba, neither of them was not going to let go of Ronnie's case. Yes, but for now I think it would not be good for Ronnie's health if we keep moving him around too much. After all, he has just arrived from a long journey, and once he is healthy he will personally visit you two to thank you for saving his life. Agatha and Abba's interest in Ronnie's condition will only increase if I keep rejecting them, so I decided to agree to their request but push the request delivery date further for now by making up excuses until they leave the southern region. Okay, patient's health comes first. I hope when he shows signs of improvement you will bring him here. Agatha agreed to my proposal. She was not a medic, therefore she did not continue to demand to check Ronnie's condition, instead chose to wait till Ronnie gets better and ask him what happened when he was held as a hostage. She wanted to know if Butcher Bob's people really did try to extract Ronnie's origin card using an unknown method. If yes, then how, but if not, then no problem. Chapter 791 Friends. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 13:55. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, warehouse number 234. Are you guys done now? I asked, looking at Abba and Agatha. No, I want to ask you if you hate me. Abba asked brazenly. Was I that obvious? Tell me what gave it away. I asked Abba sarcastically. Wyatt, please, don't be like that. We are going to be university mates soon. So in that spirit, can't you stop being so irritating all the time and tell me what's your problem? Abba asked me why was I being a jerk to her. She didn't use this particular word, but the context specifically hinted toward it. Wait, you are attending Morning Star University. 2. Why is everyone attending Morning Star University? There are other 9 top universities, have you considered joining them? I wasn't surprised that Abba was attending the Morning Star University. I gathered that at our meeting. But still, how are the other 9 universities faring if everyone chooses Morning Star University over the rest of them? What? You make no sense. And this is what I am talking about. Why do you have to act so intolerable? We can be friends, you know, proposed Abba. Oh, really? Nobody is going to be friends with an intolerable guy like me. I asked Abba with a grief-stricken face. Yes, but don't worry. You have me. Ditch your irritating attitude and do as I say, soon you will have plenty of friends. Abba answered enthusiastically, not realizing that I was being sarcastic to mock her words. Really? Then you must have tons of friends. I continued my charade. What surprised me was that Agatha played along. Yes, I do. Abba nodded vigorously. Princess, the members of our mercenary group don't count, said Agatha, who had a clear understanding of how many friends Abba had. What? But they are the only friends I have. Abba protested. Quote. I stared blankly at Abba and started to feel sorry for her. This is the downside of reaching for a long burn, you start feeling sorry for the target. Agatha, you count as a friend, right? Abba asked with great expectation. I would like to say yes, but since I am getting paid by your father, so no, I can't be counted as your friend, Agatha answered, mercilessly. I could see Abba almost tear up. I can't watch this. What about Grandpa Matt and Grandma Jance? Abba tried to bargain with Agatha. No, princess, they too get paid by your father, so they cannot be counted as your friends. Agatha didn't hold back, even though she could clearly see tears at the corners of Abba's eyes. This was too painful to watch. Similar to a pig realizing that its master is only feeding it to butcher it. Quote. Abba had a mixture of expressions on her face, but it was mostly disbelief and sorrow. I felt like the waterworks would start any second now. It did not feel right rooting for a little girl to cry, especially because it was Abba, the future hope of humanity, who would build the new government when the three mischiefs had used the old one as tissue to whip their butts. Princess, this is the hard truth. You have to learn and get through this to grow splendidly. Master, I will make sure that Princess grows into a capable adult. Agatha had her internal struggle, but she did not let it show on her face. Though the present Abba was a pain in the ass, I had seen the heroic Abba from the Clown Mosque's memories, so I could not help but feel sorry seeing the future hope crumble here, realizing that she had no friends whatsoever. The timeline is a mess because of the Clown Mosque's meddling to stop the supreme leader. No matter how careful she was, the timeline ended up pivoting too far from its original direction. So, I reluctantly neared Abba and patted her back, saying, There, I too don't have friends. No, I have two of them. One is crazy and the other one is a pervert. If you are okay with it, I don't mind asking them to be your friends too. Wah! The waterworks finally began and I got the front row ticket to it. Crying Abba whipped her tears and snot with her hands, saying, You would do that for me? I would love that. Okay. I couldn't help but marvel at how crying Abba's actions matched her middle schooler appearance. Should I call it Abba was acting her appearance? Does this mean we are friends? Abba held in her tears and asked in great anticipation with her big teary eyes. Tisk! I clicked my tongue in annoyance but reminded myself that this little crying girl was the future hope of humanity. I steeled myself and answered, yes. Okay. Abba and I looked at each other awkwardly and then I said in annoyance, Clean yourself, there is snot hanging out of your nose. See, if you are my friend, then you cannot talk to me like that. I hate it when you act like I have stolen your family heirloom or killed your favorite pet. Agatha used a card on Abba, who transformed back into her normal self and made unrealistic demands of her new friend. Abba, as your first friend, let me give you a piece of advice. You cannot order your only friend or try to change him to your liking. Friends are people who get along despite their shortcomings and differences. If you try to change them, then it is no longer friendship. They will leave you and you will have to look for new ones or stay alone. What? I didn't try to change you. I was only trying to tell you that I don't like you speaking to me like that. Abba defended herself. Whose problem is it that you don't like me speaking like that? I asked Abba. Mine, Abba answered. Since it is your problem, how is it fair that I should change the way I talk to you? Chapter 792 Speechal Friend. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 14:07. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse number 234. You make no sense. What do you mean? Abba spoke in disbelief. I said if it is your problem, why should I be the one making changes? I repeated myself. I heard you the first time. I asked if you mean to say that you are not going to change the way you talk to me. Abba spoke with more context this time. My answer was simple. It is your problem. Why should I change? Why should I change the way I speak? Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. Because of you. I repeated myself the third time. You jerk, my problem is that you talk differently to me when compared to your employees. If I am your friend, you should stop talking to me as if you have a grudge against me. I want you to talk to me like you normally would to Susan or any other employee of yours. Abba explained herself once again. Oh, you noticed it, huh? I normally speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you this way to my special friends, for example Corey, and then there is you. I justified myself, and noticed Agatha giving me a look of alarm. You just told me you only have two friends. Abba pointed out. Yes, I only have two friends, but Corey is my special friend. Saying the word for the second time, I heard the way, special friend, sounded to the ears of a grown-up. So I turned to look at Agatha, who was on guard ready to attack me as long as I so much as tried to touch Abba. So to assure her I said, I heard myself the second time, Don't worry, I will not use that word again. I am not worried about your words but your actions. Hearing my assurance, Agatha did not lower her guard against me. Instead she warned me not to make a single wrong move against Abba. Otherwise, she cannot guarantee my life. Whatever, I shook my head in dismay. What is the difference between a special friend and a friend? Abba asked. Which caused Agatha to give me a look. Cautioned by her look, I decided to give up messing with Abba, whose mind hadn't developed similar to her body, and replied, fine, I will change the way I talk to you, Happy. If nothing else, I will take my leave, I have places to be. Wait, Wyatt, tell me, what is the difference between a friend and a special friend? Abba asked again. Ask Agatha, she will explain it to you. I am already late, I yelled through the ball in Agatha's court, and exited the warehouse. Then I hurriedly summoned my nanomorpher and escaped toward the TSR Guild. Date the 2nd of April 2321, time 14:35, location Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild. Boss, this way. Van and Old Ben greeted me at the entrance and then they lead me towards where unconscious Ronnie was stowed. Van, how far is the construction of the TSR Guild headquarters on the barren lands of the Dungeon Highway coming? I had asked Van to buy all the land next to the Blood Rock Gate dungeon that sealed Bloodet and ordered him to construct a headquarter over there so that the dungeon seal doesn't get exposed and we access blood rule pills made by Bloodet efficiently. Boss, I hired the best construction card apprentices in the city to build the new headquarters. By the end of the next week, it should be ready for an inauguration ceremony. Van answered to the best of his knowledge. Boss, if you don't mind, I have something to ask of you, Old Ben asked cautiously. Go ahead and ask away, I said. Boss, after the new headquarters of the TSR Guild is built, I would like to use the old building as the new headquarters for the Tiger Squadron. Our present headquarters is almost half a decade old and we need an upgrade. Old Ben spoke of the needs of the Tiger Squadron. Captain Ben, I am sorry but we of the TSR Guild do not plan to abandon the old building, it will still be in use but not as frequent as before. Van, shoot down Old Ben's plan of upgrading the headquarters of the Tiger Squadron even before it took off. Old Ben, you should have told me about this problem earlier. Here, take these 1,000 median soul jades. This should be enough budget for the Tiger Squadron to upgrade their headquarters and get started on other stuff. I previously offered Old Ben to allot a budget to the Tiger Squadron but he refused and wanted to take care of it himself by selling his blood weapon cards. But that wasn't enough as the city lord had left the Tiger Squadron in a very dire state so that they would crumble to the pressure and accept a new captain other than Old Ben, but the soldiers of the squadron held their ground and stayed true to their name, the Tiger Squadron. Thank you, boss. I don't know how to repay your generosity. Old Ben thanked me. No problem, you and your men are my soldiers now. This is what I should do. And if you really want to repay me, earn more profits for me. I answered. Okay. Old Ben agreed with his expressionless face. Boss, here. Van pointed to the bed where Ronnie lay unconscious. Look at this lucky bastard sleeping soundly. Ronnie was indeed lucky. I was planning to cripple him after extracting his origin card using blood fate plunder on him, but due to this asshole's luck Agatha and Abba were making a fuss about him being healthy and out of harm's way when in their custody. I tried lying to them but they were not sold on that and demanded to reinspect Ronnie's health. And because of that lie, Agatha's interest in Ronnie had increased by another level, so I cannot cripple this bastard and had no choice but to feed him a Calamity Daughter gem on a later date. Tisk. I clicked my tongue looking at unconscious Ronnie and asked Van to awaken him. Chapter 793 Ronnie's Thanks. Date the 2nd of April 2321, time 14:47, location Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild. Following my command, Van awakened the unconscious Ronnie. I watched as Ronnie slowly opened his eyes and uttered, "Where am I?" "You are home, safe," I answered. No matter how much I was disappointed with this asshole for his betrayal, I still required him, I mean his origin card. And not to mention I need him to meet Agatha and clarify things to her. "Wyatt, you don't know how happy I am to hear your voice," said Ronnie, and then, getting up from the bed, he bowed to me and yelled, "I am sorry, I not only failed to complete the mission you gave me but also betrayed you in the process. I will accept any punishment you deem fit. Van, slap him 100 times with 10% of your strength." Van was Card Lord and a Calamity Daughter gem. A messily ant like Ronnie would turn into blood and gore paste if he slaps him with his full strength, so I asked Van to limit his strength behind the slap to 10% of his original strength. Even this was more than enough for Van to slap Ronnie to dead. Quote. Hearing my punishment for him, the corner of Ronnie's mouth twitched and his knees went weak. Yet he turned towards Van ready for his punishment. I am ready, get it over with. Quote. Seeing Ronnie not complain or bargain his punishment that he asked for and face it despite his fear, it seemed that the ordeal with the Boother Bob's goons helped him mature a little, but people are like animals, it's hard to change their ingrained nature. This fellow will betray me again if the opportunity arises. Therefore I plan to feed him a Calamity Daughter gem after he met with Agatha. Van, stop. I stopped Van from slapping Ronnie and looking at Ronnie I said, I can see you have already reflected on your actions. Stuff happens, let us move on. Since I plan to let Ronnie meet Agatha, I cannot have him be beaten to a half-dead state before he meets her, otherwise it will open another can of worms. So, not only did I stop Van from slapping Ronnie to a half-dead state but also did not feed him a Calamity Daughter gem. Because when Agatha meets Ronnie she will definitely inspect Ronnie's body for any abnormal signs using her cards. So to be on the safer side I decided to not feed Ronnie a Calamity Daughter gem until Agatha is done inspecting him. Once his meeting with Agatha completes without raising any suspicions, I will have Van punish Ronnie with 100 slaps and then feed him a Calamity Daughter gem, in the process healing the half-dead Ronnie using the reconstruction ability of the Calamity Daughter gem. So, until the whole ordeal with Agatha has been taken care of I decided not to make a move against Ronnie. Thank you, Wyatt, for forgiving me and saving my life. No matter how much I thank you I cannot thank you enough. I don't know how I will repay you in this life. I owe you so much, even if I give this life to you it will not be enough to repay your kindness to me and my family. Ronnie kept thanking me repeatedly. Since I have already tasted his betrayal, no matter what he said or did he cannot change my impression of him. I would really be a fool to fall for his tricks again. What surprised me is how could the son of an honest man like Uncle Wyatt grow up to be so opportunistic scumbag. Say no more Ronnie, I am not your real savior, I hired a mercenary group to save you. So you have nothing to thank me for, so stop wasting your time here and go meet your family, they must be worried sick for you. Especially Jackie who is waiting for you at the warehouse. Go pick her up and meet Uncle and Auntie Wyatt, they must be waiting for your return without sleep. Hurry, go, don't keep them waiting, especially your baby mama. I didn't want to waste any time with Ronnie anymore, so I decided to send him packing on his way. Wait, what is Jackie doing at the warehouse? She is pregnant, she should be resting. Ronnie asked in surprise. She is waiting for you with your real savior, the leader of the Wolf Fang mercenary group that I hired to rescue you. Those are the guys that deserve your thanks. So, while you go pick up Jackie, you can also use this opportunity to thank them for saving you. They are really good people, they are waiting to check your health to see if there are any other further complications in your health, so go and cooperate with them. I add in a good word for the Wolf Fang mercenary because Ronnie could use his slick tongue on Agatha and Abba to convince them there is nothing wrong here for them to look for. Wyatt, even though all you did was hire a mercenary to rescue me, you don't know how much it means to me. For a second, I thought I would never be able to see my unborn baby. If not for you being the bigger person and forgiving me for betraying you and hiring a mercenary group to save me, I may have never really been able to see my lovely wife, the unborn child in her belly, and my old parents. Wyatt, you made this possible for me with your generosity. So don't say you did nothing, you have done enough for me. Like I said before, even if I lay this life for you it is not enough to pay the grace I owe you. Ronnie spoke, thanking me for saving him and allowing him to reunite with his family. And then added, okay, I will head out to fetch my wife and unborn baby. Watching Ronnie walk out of the room, I handed Van a storage card containing a few Calamity Daughter gems and said, save one for Ronnie and use the rest to recruit new members for the Sinner Squad. Chapter 794 He, She. Date the 2nd of April 2321, time 14:58, location Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild. How many recruits do you want this time, boss? Van asked as he took the storage card I handed to him. There are about 3 dozen gems in the storage card, use them all if you can. If you can't, then save them and use them to replace the dead ones. The mission to rescue Ronnie was a good example of how handy the members of the Sinner Squad were. I would have suffered a huge loss if Butcher Bob's card overlords had captured Van or Old Ben. There is a lot of difference between Van, Old Ben, and the Calamity Daughter gems in the Sinner Squad. Van and Old Ben are the public faces of my various ventures. If they are dead or caught doing something shady, it will be a lot of trouble for me. As for the faceless Calamity Daughter gems in the Sinner Squad, their only significance is to get the job done or die trying. That's why I decided to revive the Sinner Squad and if required maybe add new teams to it. Okay boss, I will do what I can. But the vagabond card apprentices with high realm are very rare and dangerous. So, I think using all the gems right away is not possible, but I will keep an eye out for recruits. Van agreed to my arrangement and made plans accordingly. Here, old Ben, deliver this card to Rami Kaga and ask him to make preparation to visit the Sun Blossom City with me. While you are there, show off your platinum grimoire. I want Rami to understand that it is in his best interest to cooperate with me. I handed old Ben a Slime Fairy Infinity Harem version card, though with the too many defects that Diana, Cindy, and Jaya pointed out, it didn't matter as this was a freebie, so Rami better be satisfied with this or he could sit on it. I wanted to give Rami a personal visit, but brainstorming about the pleasure card project with 3 from the fine gold, I skipped it and decided to have one of my Calamity Daughter gems deliver the card and message to Rami. I had better things to do. The reason I was planning to visit the Sun Blossom City was to do something about the space isolation barrier covering the Sun Blossom City. As for the Desolate Punisher array, I had Roy taking care of it. Apparently, the disciple from the Yin-Yang Harmony sect has holed himself up in his room, cutting himself off from the rest of the world, making it impossible for Roy to feed him the Calamity Daughter gem. So I could afford to delay taking care of the space isolation barrier covering the Sun Blossom City for now. Yes, boss. Old Ben took the card and nodded in agreement. Having assigned Van and Old Ben their respective work, I rode my hoverbike to the Southern Watch's temporary base. Date the 2nd of April 2321, time 1525, location Sky Blossom City, Southern Watch's temporary military base. I rode into the base without any delay at the gate and headed towards where Courtney was being held. But I had to stop seeing Anna descend from the sky with a stout figure. Due to the bundles of fat covering its body, it was hard for me to tell whether the stout figure was a male or female. Wyatt, why are you here? Anna asked after landing, and for some reason, the stout figure next to her gazed at me with greed in its eyes, sending shivers in my spine. No matter what gender this abomination belonged to, I did not want to be near it. To meet Courtney. The main reason for my arrival at the Southern Watch's base was to find Anna and ask her why she wasn't answering my question. Yet I lied, deciding to be subtle about it. Oh, is that it? Anna said in disappointment, knowing that her crush wasn't here to find her but another girl. If she hadn't known that Courtney and her crush were strictly friends, Courtney's life in the Southern Watch base would be uncertain. Yes. You seem busy, so I won't disturb you any longer, I said, glancing at the stout figure next to Anna. Master Wyatt, you can have your girl back, my work here is done. As soon as the young card creationist finished speaking, Cole Wilson felt a strong killing intent descend on him and knew that his cousin wouldn't hesitate to kill him if he were to continue to hinder her any longer, especially now that her young lover seemed to be visiting another girl. So Cole used his slick tongue to calm her anger by addressing her as the girl of the young card apprentice. As expected, his trick worked. The killing intent covering him suddenly vanished. Forgive my rudeness, but you must be. I didn't know the stout figure, but it seemed to know a lot about me. Especially about Anna's relationship with me. Despite its appearance, it seemed capable. He is a nobody, ignore him. Didn't you ask whether the authorities are using sex workers as informants earlier? Come, let's discuss it in detail. There are many things I have to tell you before I get to it. Anna spoke, finally giving me the clarity that the fat thing in front of me was he. Anna made it sound as if the authorities using sex workers as informants had a big history to it, but I had a feeling that she spoke so mysteriously because she wanted me to spend time with her instead of Courtney. Quote. Cole, who was being treated as a nobody by his cousin, could only shake his head in dismay, and despite the repercussions that could follow, he introduced himself. Master Wyatt, my name is Cole Wilson. With Cole's interruption, Anna glared at him, but before she could act, one added, nice meeting you, Mr. Wilson. Please, call me Cole. Mr. Wilson is my grandfather. Chapter 795. Cole Wilson. Date the 2nd of April 2321, time 1537, location Sky Blossom City, Southern Watch's temporary military base. Mr. Cole, it is then, I said, and then wanted to leave with Anna, but Cole didn't seem to be done yet. Master Wyatt, I am a big fan of your work. I heard you were a man of many talents. I hope to work with you someday, said Cole, ignoring impatient Anna's glare. If such an opportunity arrives, then I would be happy to work with you. Since Cole was being carried around by Anna, then he must be capable, so it wouldn't hurt to get to know him, since the royal family and I were already tied together with our common interest, silver milk powder. Ha ha ha, it is good that you would say that, Master Wyatt. I have a client who is in need of a good card creationist to help with the creation of her origin card. I don't know if you are interested. It was as if Cole was waiting for me to say those words, and he shamelessly proposed cooperation. Quote. Hearing Cole's proposal, I didn't answer him immediately, but instead turned to look at Anna, who nodded. Assured, I said, I am interested, why not? But you have to know that I will not leave the city, the client will have to come to me. How could I say no to money? Knowing Cole, the client he proposed must be someone with deep pockets. Not to mention it was not just any card creation but origin card creation. I can't miss this excitement. Don't worry, Master Wyatt, the client will commute to your workshop. If you set a date for the meeting, I will inform the client, but I do hope that the meeting will be in the next 3 days. Cole was being way too cooperative to my demands. Not only will the client come to me, but I can choose the date and time for the meeting. This felt too good to be true, but since Anna vouched for him, I decided to believe him. I am free now. If the client is okay with it, then we can get started right now, I answered. Great, let me check with the client. Saying that, Cole hurriedly summoned his grimoire, moved to the side, and made a call. Anna, so the authorities are using the sex workers as informants, huh? When Anna agreed to speak, please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. About this earlier, I got the answer I was searching for. The authorities are indeed using the sex workers as informants. Wyatt, there is more to that. You can't just go and decide it if what the authorities are doing is good or bad. Anna prepared to give me a long lecture on why what the authorities, meaning the royal family, meaning her family, was doing was a necessary evil, but I interrupted her because I have had enough of whether what the authorities were doing was good or bad. Diana and Cindy's debate had already wasted enough of my time. I wasn't willing to waste any more on it. So I said, Anna, I don't care. Times were tough after the monster war. The authorities did what they could. Let us not turn it not a debate. Not to mention judging it. Okay. Hearing my words, Anna sighed. Is this the reason why you were dodging my questions? I asked Anna if she avoided my answering my question because she thought I would judge her and her family based on that. Kinda, yeah, you know, Wyatt, you are the only person who makes me question my choices. And worry about things that I didn't use to worry about. You should take responsibility for it. Anna answered honestly, and even poured out some of her feelings in it. But soon stopped, remembering the talk she had with her crush, worrying that her words earlier could scare him away. Anna looked at his expression cautiously, trying to read the information they conveyed. Don't worry, Anna, I am in no place to judge anybody for what they have done, much less their ancestors. As for the responsibility, I am not ready yet. Let us enjoy the little things we have right now. I answered. I knew Anna's feelings for me, but I was conflicted and I did not want to choose. Was I being selfish? I don't know what I really want. To be accurate, who I really want. And when I am able to answer this question, that was going to be one painful day. Okay, let us take it slow and enjoy the little things, Anna answered. From her young lover's expression she could tell that he did like her, but something was holding him back. This was enough for Anna to wait for him. As long as he doesn't say that he doesn't want her, she would not leave his side and would continue to keep waiting. Okay, then, after I am done here, let us go out for a dinner. There we can discuss the new business venture I am planning to start. I said, looking at Anna. Since the authorities were using the sex workers as informants, I had no choice but to seek help from Anna for the development of my new business. Okay, but this time I will choose the place. Anna agreed and announced that she would choose the venue for our dinner date. Quote. There was a reason I didn't allow Anna to choose a venue. I didn't trust her with these kinds of things. I was worried she would choose an isolated place where she can force herself on me. Pretty please, I promise no funny business, Anna begged. I decided to trust her and let her choose the venue for our dinner date. Okay. Looks like you couples are planning a dinner date. Envious. Cousin, if you need a venue, I know a good place where they serve the best monster meat steak. Cole finished explaining things to his client and returned. Judging by the simile on his face, it seems everything is set. Chapter 796, Black Merchant. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 1548. Location Sky Blossom City, Southern Watch's temporary military base. Cole Wilson, the black sheep of the Wilson family and a black merchant by trade. Wilson family is one of the vassal families belonging to the Heatsen family, known for their bravery at the Way Beyond. Unlike his family, Cole Wilson did not choose a life of a warrior, but he joined the trade business because of his love for money. Cole Wilson believed that if he had enough money he could get the world to spin in reverse. And not to mention that he was too good at it, making money that is. So much so that the Wilson family, which called him the black sheep of their herd, handed him 15% of family's annual revenue to manage. Cole has never disappointed their expectations and has kept reeling in more and more fortune for the warrior family. Taking Cole's case into account, the family head of the Wilson family, Cole's grandfather, decided to encourage the children of the Wilson family to explore other fields along with their warrior training. Fatty, if you love your nose then don't butt it in things where it doesn't belong. Anna had her plans for the venue for the dinner date with her young lover. She did not need any help or recommendations, especially not from a fat fuck who hasn't been on a single date. My bad, cousin. Cole didn't argue with Anna and instead turned to her young lover and said, Master Wyatt, the client is free and has agreed to your arrangements. Let us move to your workshop so that I can give them the coordinates to teleport here. Since they currently stood in a temporary Southern Watch military base, giving out its coordinates would be irresponsible on Cole's part, so he suggested that they move to the young card creationist's workshop in order to send his clients the coordinates to teleport to. Hearing Cole's suggestion, Anna looked at him and said, Fatty, what about the materials we collect from the demigod worshippers? It can wait, Cole answered nonchalantly. The reason Cole was here was that he heard about Anna had killed a devil. As a black merchant, how could he let go of the opportunity to get his hands on some high-level ingredients? This arrival was the reason why Anna had to leave the warehouse abruptly earlier. Okay, sure, I answered to Cole's proposal, and turning to Anna I added, there is no harm in taking Courtney with us, right? After all, there are already 2 hostages held in the warehouse, what's one more? Since I was already here I planned to meet Courtney before leaving. While I was at it I also asked Anna if she allows Courtney to stay in the warehouse instead of being holed up in the barracks of the temporary military base. Sure, she has been on her best behavior, so why not? As long as she doesn't leave the city I don't see a problem. Anna generously agreed to my proposal. It seems me asking her on a dinner date has her in a good mood, and mostly because the base was having a headache feeding Bloodette, the blood ghost reincarnate. No matter how much monster blood you feed her she is never full. She had to assign 2 soldiers just to feed Bloodette. If not for Courtney being a Dow physique, Anna would have already lost her patience by now. When Anna heard her young lover's proposal, Anna thought if Courtney was out there then she hunt the monsters to feed Bloodette herself, saving a lot of trouble for the soldiers in the base. Great then, I said inside in relief, seeing Anna be so easy to reason with. Anna, Cole, and I arrived at the barracks where Courtney was being held. As we arrived we saw Courtney practicing her swordsmanship by swinging a sword made of blood. I felt like I had sensed the sword in Courtney's hand somewhere, and then I remembered that it looked very much like the blood ego spirit I created by feeding Calamity Daughter Gem to the broken rune blood swordsman. The sword in Courtney's hand wasn't my blood ego spirit but a replica. Feeling our presence, Courtney stopped swinging her blood sword and greeted Anna, Southern Emperor, what brings you here? While nodding toward me, little girl, if someone hears you they will think that I am trespassing your property, Anna commented hearing Courtney's plain greeting. Wyatt, you are here. Did you miss me already? Courtney ignored Anna and addressed me. Yes, I had a work at the base and decided to pay you a visit, I answered. Hearing my words Courtney's face had a glowing smile. Hi, Wyatt. A blood-red colored pseudopod extended from Courtney's neck and greeted me. It was Bloodette. Hi, Bloodette. I returned Bloodette's greetings and said, I have good news for you too. Really? What is it? Bloodette asked while Courtney didn't seem as enthused as Bloodette to hear the good news I spoke of. Clearly, Courtney hated being caged so much so that any good news she heard and hear was only news to her unless it was about her regaining her freedom. I know this isn't much but Anna has agreed to let go as long as you promise her not to leave the Sky Blossom City, I said. Really? Asked enthused Bloodette. Unlike Courtney, Bloodette was used to being confined, so being held in the military base did not affect her as much as it did to Courtney. After all, here she got to drink monster blood to her fill, but back in the Blood Rock Cave Gate dungeon she would usually have to fill up on the blood rule in the cave. But this didn't mean that Bloodette didn't hate being confined to the base. After decades of solitary confinement in the dungeon seal, Bloodette was finally able to leave it only to be confined again. Chapter 797 Live Your Life. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 1559. Location Sky Blossom City, Southern Watch's temporary military base. The confinement of the Southern royal family on Bloodette and Courtney had various effects on each of them. Courtney was depressed, being treated like a prisoner for doing the right thing. Courtney was a free-spirited person. She was a person who loved hoverbikes. She was a biker, which should sum up her adventurous spirit of Courtney. For someone like her to be told that she cannot do this or do that, was like daring her to do that or this. Yet she behaved because she thought that was the right thing to do, but as time went on the reason that it was the right thing to do was seeming insufficient. As for Bloodette, she was well fed and there was Courtney to keep her company, so this was an upgrade from her previous arrangements. She didn't have to like it, but she cannot argue the fact that this was way better than her previous accommodation. But the new living arrangement of theirs was taking its toll on her friend mentally. The connection between them made her aware of that, and recently she did not need the connection to tell her that her friend was not doing fine. Bloodette tried various ways to cheer up her friend, and finally, they found an escape in active soul control practice and rule comprehension, but Bloodle knew this solution was only temporary and didn't know how long this could keep her friend diverted from the obvious problem. Therefore, when her second friend came to visit them, she was more than thrilled of his arrival. Maybe he would have an answer to their friend's mental strength. And to her surprise, he brought the solution with him. They were no longer just confined to the military base but the entire city. They were still confined, but this better than their previous living situations, so Bloodette was thrilled and happy that finally they could leave this military base and get some room to breathe. Yes, Anna said you guys were well behaved these days and that she can trust you guys with a little freedom, I answered to enthused Bloodette, who was still having a hard time believing my words. Okay, did you hear that, Courtney? We can leave this shithole, Bloodette spoke in excitement, not caring for her words in front of the Southern Emperor, the leader of the temporary military base. Okay, Courtney answered plainly, and then turning to Anna she said, I want to see my mother. Clown Mask was one of the reasons why Courtney had given up on escaping the military base as she did earlier. He hoped that if she behaved then maybe they will go easy on her mother. But last few days she had heard no news from her mother, and Bloodette couldn't feel her mother presence in the military base compound. About that, your mother has been moved to a more secure facility. Don't worry about her. You see, your mother and my mother have come to an understanding that she will cooperate with us and in return we will help you live a normal life. With the loads of information she is giving us, taking care of her daughter seemed fair, but you are not just any regular daughter, are you now? You are the holder of one of the Tao physiques and contractor of Blood Supreme. If the wrong crowd of people learn about your existence they will try anything in their power to get their hands on you. Therefore we held you here to check if you can be trusted to follow our arrangements, and you have proven that we can trust you to follow our protocols. This is good for both you and us. This way it makes our job to keep you safer until you are strong enough to take care of yourself. But remember this, break one rule and you will be back in your confinement. Little girl, don't waste this opportunity created for you by your mother. Even though she wasn't one of the best mothers I know, in the end she did what a good mother would do, sacrifice herself for the future of her child. From here it is up to you, how you utilize the opportunity created by your mother. I have never seen Anna speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. So many words before, it seems whatever the Clown Mask said to her had a great impact on her. So much so that she was hoping to help Courtney. After all, Clown Mask and Courtney's situation was not much different from Anna and her mother's. The circumstances may be different but a few of the problems were the same. Therefore, she wanted Courtney to make it in society and not end up as another statistic on the board. Until Courtney brought Clown Mask up, only then did I realize that I cannot feel the Clown Mask's calamity daughter gem within the bounds of the military compound, and before this, I never thought of checking up on her situation. Mostly because I knew that as long as the Clown Mask cooperated with them the royal family would treat her like a VIP. The day when the Southern Watch took the Clown Mask into custody I allowed her to cooperate with the royal family as she deemed fit, and as long as she doesn't reveal my secrets, it was fine. It seems the Clown Mask took this as an opportunity to use the royal family to provide for her daughter with the opportunities she couldn't provide, trying to lay low in the circle to sabotage the supreme leader's plan from within the organization. It appears it was because of her deal that Courtney wasn't sent to a secret base where she would be trained to be loyal to the royal family such that they could use her Tao physique. Instead, Now they have given Courtney the choice to live her life, but she has to follow some of their terms and conditions that would help the royal family protect Courtney from the real bad people out in the world. Overall, not a bad deal. Despite the restrictions, Courtney would get to leave her life. Chapter 798 Screw Protocol. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 1612. Location Sky Blossom City, Southern Watch's temporary military base. With some restrictions, Courtney was free to live her life, but as a Dao physique and contractor of Blood Supreme, her new life was not going to be as free as the old one. After all, with great power comes great restrictions. Courtney was a walking, talking nuclear bomb. Blooded alone had the strength to massacre an entire district with her command over the blood rule. The royal family would be a fool if they didn't monitor someone with that much power. If my guess were correct, the royal family must have already set plans in motion to make sure that they could manipulate Courtney into feeling a sense of belonging to the southern region. Of course, they had Clown Mask in their custody, but using that card would only cause Courtney to grow hostile towards the southern royal family and the southern region. I don't know what they have planned, but I am rooting for them because I don't want to be in a situation where I have to choose between Courtney or the southern royal family. I want to meet my mother, Courtney asked, staring right into Anna's eye. Quote. Anna didn't reply to Courtney immediately, rather she stared right back at Courtney intimidatingly. Honest to God, if not for Blooded lending her power to Courtney right now, she would have fallen to her knees. Wow, little girl, you have guts. To be in a stare-down match with the Southern Emperor. Now that should go on your resume. The rumors were indeed true. All Dao physiques are indeed monstrous talents. Seeing the atmosphere turn heavy, Cole tried to lighten up the mood by talking nonsense, which only irked Anna. At this point he might as well have said that the Southern Emperor couldn't intimidate a little girl. But his praise for Courtney was not wrong. After all, if you consider a summon card as the part of the Card Apprentice's strength, then Blooded was part of Courtney's strength. Shut up, you damn fatty, Anna yelled at Cole and finally stopped intimidating Courtney. I want to see my mother. Panting, Courtney gasped for air as soon as Anna's pressure on her disappeared, but still she stubbornly asked Anna to let her meet her mother. Despite her flaws, Courtney loved her mother. And knowing that Clown Mask was cooperating with the royal family in exchange for her freedom, she wanted to meet Clown Mask and have a heart-to-heart talk with her. Which was long due. Listen here, little girl, I think you don't understand your situation. You are in the custody of Southern Watch, you do as we tell you to do, not the other way around. Anna did not want to compromise with Courtney. Anna, what seems to be the problem here? Both the mother and daughter are cooperating, and yet why do you try to shorten the leash on them? I knew what Anna was trying to do. She was trying to set the nature of this deal. That she was in charge and not the other way around. If she lets Courtney have her way right now, then in the future it will become even harder for them to control Courtney. But what Anna did not understand was that Courtney was the kind of person who responds to love, but if you try to suppress her, she will struggle twice as harder. The way to control her was not to cage her like an animal and use a wipe when she didn't follow the rules, but to shower her with love and trust. Courtney would melt like butter and stay loyal to the hand that came to her in the aid in time of need. Courtney was not a wild beast, but a human with the most humane heart I have seen. Therefore, when I saw Anna was going about it the wrong way, I had no choice but to intervene. This was because I knew this was heading in the direction where at some point I would have to choose between Anna and Courtney. Wyatt, this the protocol, Anna argued. I was happy that Anna did not plainly ask me not to intervene in the Southern Watch's business. Anna, screw protocol. Look at her, do you really want to be so heartless? Pointing at the desperate Courtney, I stared into Anna's eye and added, trust me on this. Courtney is the most honest and loyal person I have met. It would be best for all of us if you use the give and take method rather than the carrot and the stick method. What do you mean by all of us? Anna asked skeptically. Courtney is my friend. I don't want to be in a position where I have to choose between you or her. So please, I am begging you not to let this small argument grow to that point. I laid out what I was worried about. Both Anna and Courtney were important people to me. I didn't want to choose sides. Southern Emperor, please, I just want to meet my mother, Courtney begged Anna. For Courtney, who always thought that her mother did not care much about her, the new revelation about the Clown Mask's cooperation with the royal family had come as a huge surprise to her. Quote. Anna felt the desperateness in Courtney's voice. As someone who was brought up by a single mother, had a clear understanding of how important Clown Mask is to Courtney, but the interest of the royal family came first before her compassion for Courtney. Anna wanted to steal her heart and reject Courtney ruthlessly, but then her young lover's words came to her mind, "I don't want to choose between you two." Anna didn't want to test her luck and wasn't confident that her young lover would side with her if she were to wrong his friend in the name of the interest of the royal family. Therefore she decided to agree with Courtney's demand. Fine. Chapter 799 You Seduced Me. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 1625. Location Sky Blossom City, Southern Watch's temporary military base. Thank you. Hearing Anna agree to her demand, Courtney thanked Anna genuinely. Listen here, little girl, by agreeing to your demand I am breaking thousands of protocols. It will take time for me to arrange you a meet with your mother. While I am at it, I want you to behave and not increase the workload of my soldiers. Can you do that? Though Anna sounded stern, she felt good breaking the chain of her doing anything for the family's interest. It may seem like Anna was a rebel in her family, but there was a reason why her grandfather chose her as the next leader of the southern region. Instead of many other capable candidates, Anna cared about the family the most, and despite her wild shell, her core will sacrifice anything for the interest of her family. Despite her shortcomings, nobody would go as far as Anna was willing to go for the family. This wasn't just about making the tough choices but the capability to see it through. Anyone can make tough choices at the expense of others, only a true ruler will participate in the struggle and hold the resolve to see it through to the end. Anna's grandfather saw that in Anna, so despite her obvious flaws he chose her as the next heir. A craftsman can polish iron to remove his flaws, but he cannot turn it into gold. Anna was the gold with flaws. These flaws could be polished. A nobody who was a flawless iron compared to Anna's flawed gold. It couldn't be cultivated into gold, but Anna could be cultivated into flawless gold. Instead of choosing the competent bums in the family as the next family head, Anna's grandfather preferred a quirky talent like Anna to lead the family to its future any day. Despite all his calculations, Anna's grandfather never considered what if the gold gets ruined during the refining process. Why would he? Someone with an unparalleled bloodline was not easy to break. Anna's grandfather was right about this, but he failed to consider the wild card known as love, which has been the reason for the downfall of many nations and the start of new revolutions. Right now the Anna her grandfather had cultivated to prioritize the family interest first over anything else had chosen to do the opposite. Caving to the reasoning of her heart, she turned a deaf ear to the reasoning of her mind that was cultivated by her grandfather. Doing so, Anna felt a refreshed feeling. Anna has been lazy, incompetent, and rebellious but never dared to harm the interest of the family. Today she did against the teachings of her grandfather. This feeling that came with doing what she felt right was a refreshing feeling for Anna. It has been a while since she had put her interest first over the interest of her family. It was addictive. As for the guilt, she didn't feel it. The shame that she used to feel whenever she thought about putting herself first before the family interest was nowhere. That is when Anna realized that the shame that would always hinder her decision-making process did not appear today, because today she didn't just put her interest first but her love first. In her books it trumped everything, even if meant she would have to end the entire world thrice to get her love. Thinking of this, Anna turned to look at her young lover. For some reason he looked more handsome than usual. Then without giving it much thought she took him in her embrace and gave him a passionate kiss. She tried to move her tongue into his mouth but met with resistance, which was nothing for someone of her prowess. Sigh, couples. Looking at Anna's sudden but bold action, Cole, who claims to be single by choice, couldn't help but sigh. He knew Anna claimed to love this boy, but this moment was when Cole knew how passionate she was about this boy. From breaking the protocols to passionate public kissing, Anna has shown that this boy wasn't just any other fling of hers, but this was serious. This called bad news for the Vessel families who planned to marry their progeny to Anna to climb the social ladder or gain a voice in the royal family. Their Wilson family was one of them. Quote. Courtney looked away in shame, but a blood pseudopod head extended out of her body and said, "What are they doing? It looks like fun." Hearing Bloodette's comment, Courtney's shame soared to another level and she hurriedly held her hand out covering Bloodette's eyes and said, "You are too young to see this kind of stuff. I am thousands of years older than you." Bloodette protested. After a good long minute, Anna finally let go of her young lover, who gasped for air, and before he could say anything she said, "In my defense, you seduced me." Quote. Wiping the lipstick print on my lips, I looked at Anna in annoyance and said, "The venue for the dinner better be good." The reason I did not get angry at Anna's sudden public display of love was that I enjoyed it. Say no more. You are going to love what I have planned for the evening. Giddy Anna assured. She was ready for a cold shoulder from her young lover, but contrary to her expectation he showed no such reaction. It seems she has worn him down and torn a hole in his dense heart. This made Anna enthusiastic and even lust for more, but she knew if she did that then she would be overplaying her hand. Cough, cough, I think we should head to your workshop, Master Wyatt. Faking his cough, Cole reminded me that it was getting late and they should head back and call over the client. Fatty, watch it, you seem to be getting bolder. Anna glared at Cole for butt in her sweet talk with her love. Chapter 800 Cole's Curse. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 1637. Location Sky Blossom City, Southern Watch's temporary military base. Anna, Cole is right. We should not keep the client waiting. Let us head to the warehouse. I said before Anna could oppress Cole any further. Thank you, Master Wyatt, for understanding. Cole Wilson, the son of Wilson, had to be polite to an orphan teenager not because he is humble. How can a humble person make it as a black merchant? The orphan teenager had the grace of the Southern Emperor and royal family, so he could only be humble to him despite the difference in social status. Wilson considered being humble a necessary part of his job. An arrogant and prideful person would never make it as a black merchant. They deal with a lot of shady customers who welcomed the confidence of the merchant but not their arrogance. It only had one end, the dead end. Okay, huddle up, said Anna. Her plan was that she would fly us all to the warehouse. It would be faster that way. Hearing Anna, I could not help but turn to look at Cole. Feeling my glance, Cole said, Master Wyatt, I am only a card overlord. Not everyone is a genius who becomes a card emperor by the time they are 100-year-old. Cole hardly has the patience to practice his active soul control, and combined with this average talent, he had recently forged his ego gem and broke through to the card overlord realm. Even if he could have broken through to the card overlord realm with help of elixirs like the others in similar predicament, he chose not to because there is no future for card apprentices who step into the card overlord realm without forging an ego gem. His family's elixir can help him with the active soul control but not the ego gem forging, so it took Cole decades to forge his ego gem. Unlike Anna and Luna, who have inherited the talent of the unparalleled bloodline, Cole, their distant cousin, was not so lucky. This has been his mark of ridicule in the Wilson family and outside. Being lucky enough to be born in the unparalleled bloodline stream but not being lucky enough to inherit it was a curse, which Cole was fully aware of. But Cole thinks this curse was a blessing because if not for it he would have never been able to find this talent in making money and would be stuck in the old warrior ways of his family. One only knows what they are capable of when they are the most desperate. Right now, due to his current abilities, he doesn't need the Wilson family but the Wilson family needs him. So what if he is not a card emperor by the age of 100, with the amount of money he makes he can hire an army of card emperors and semi-demigods. That is when he came up with a weird life motto, with enough money one can make the world spin in reverse. Was it wrong of Wilson to think so? The family members who grew up with him are now card kings and some were even card emperors, and now they were freezing their asses in the way beyond fighting a never-ending battle with supreme beings. Despite their loyalty and dependence on the family, it didn't care if they lived or died as they were not short of such talents, as, for him, the whole family was dependent on him to make some funds to nurture new talents and hefty retirement funds for those that are injured or the families of those that meet a glorified ending in the way beyond. The bullies that made his life hell in his childhood now would walk on eggshells around him. With a few words, he could change the lives of these so-called card kings and card emperors. Not every card apprentice is a card creationist or a master of any other profession. Take Anna for example. If not for her family she would have to earn her keep by dungeon diving, and to meet her card emperor level requirements she could only raid high-level dungeons. Anna is strong, but to clear an SS rank dungeon alone was simply exhausting, and for regular card emperors it was impossible. Therefore, even though they are of the card king and emperor realm, they still need to depend on their respective guilds, families, and organizations. The life of a card apprentice with no other trade to live off of was very hard and uncertain. It is because of these people that the card apprentice proficient in different trades are in demand. Sorry, Mr. Cole, I didn't mean to pry. Though I said that I used my soul pupil on Cole to check if he was telling the truth, he was. Got to appreciate this guy's struggle. He made a place for himself where even the mightiest fail. Southern Emperor, I cannot come with you guys. I want to check on the orphanage. I have not visited it for days. The first thing Courtney planned to do when she regained her freedom was to check up on the orphanage she grew up in. As the one who made it out of the orphanage, Courtney took it upon herself to provide for it and keep it running so that it can continue to do the good work it was doing. If not her, who would take care of the cuties in the orphanage? Recently her visit to the orphanage has been very rare because Clown Mask restricted her. Courtney agreed because Clown Mask agreed to take care of the orphanage. Now that the Clown Mask was gone, Courtney needed to step up. We are finally going to the orphanage. I want to meet the brothers and sisters you brag about. Wait, will they like Bloodette? Hearing Courtney was going to the orphanage, Bloodette, who has heard a lot of stories of the orphanage from Courtney, could not help but yell in enthusiasm and excitement. But soon her insecurities crawled up. Bloodette knows that many humans are disgusted and afraid of her, therefore she only extends her head out of Courtney's body in presence of friends. Otherwise most of the time she holes up in her body and watches by sharing their senses. Of course, they will. After all, you are their elder sister Bloodette. Chapter 801 Bloodette's Insecurities. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 1637. Location Sky Blossom City, Southern Watch's temporary military base. Really? Bloodette asked with great anticipation. She also hoped to experience the camaraderie and sibling bond Courtney used to narrate to her. Trust me, Courtney assured Bloodette. As her host, she knew all about Bloodette's insecurities and desires. After all, they both could share each other's senses and emotions. Courtney has noticed, recently Bloodette would not pop out her pseudopod head when she sees something new, and she knew the reason why. Because whenever someone witnesses Bloodette extend her pseudopod out, people in their surroundings would express fear at first, and then when they realize Bloodette is of no harm to them, they could not hide the look of disgust in their eyes. If it was Courtney, she would say screw you. Her dressing sense was as such, it completely displayed her screw you mentality. But it was not as easy for Bloodette, who wanted to get along with everyone and make as many friends as possible. Courtney, I have shared my employee's contact information with you. Contact her, she will help you take care of the orphanage from this day forward. I have already asked her to make arrangements for the children's welfare, schooling, health care, and jobs for the ones that are about to reach legal age. She will be expecting your call. I forwarded Diana's contact information to Courtney. Fine Gold was expanding, and they would require new employees, and orphanage had a lot of able and desperate young adults that wanted to make something of them. The jobs I spoke of here were nothing fancy but bottom-level jobs, enough for them to make a living and save for their future. You didn't have to do this. Courtney has single-handedly been taking care of the orphanage for a year now. She was confident she could continue to do so further. Now with Bloodette to help her, things would get easier. Don't argue, just accept it. The children would not you to pause your life for theirs. This way you all can live your lives. Consider it as my gift to you. I would be stupid to let someone as loyal and trustworthy as Courtney be stuck in a third-rate city. She was loyal and strong for me to trust my back to her. Courtney was too good for this third-rate city. She had a bigger stage to shine on. Okay, do what you have to, but if try to pull one on me, then be prepared to face the consequences that will follow. Trust me, you wouldn't want that. Anna warned Courtney to keep the rules of her partial freedom in mind. I know, Courtney replied coldly, and summoning her hoverbike she speed away. Cousin, let's go, said Cole impatiently. It has been way past the time he had stipulated to his client. This was one of his regular clients. He did not want to keep them waiting as it was bad for business. The hell, I am not your cab, you damn fatty. I have shared the location of the warehouse to your grimoire. Get there by yourself. Anna cussed at Cole for hurrying her, and turning to me she said, Wyatt, I am too tired from carrying this fat dumbass around. How about we commute using your hoverbike? Anna's intentions couldn't be clearer. Shaking my head I said, okay. Cole shook his head in dismay as looked at his domineering cousin sitting on the back of the hoverbike while hugging her lover from behind and resting her head on his broad back. She no longer looked domineering but appeared like a love-sick maiden. As the person who knew the competition among the families for their progenies to be Anna's husband, he could not help but worry for the future of this new investment, Dalton Wyatt. Cole summoned his hovercar to follow the couple, but the route pointed by the location shared by his cousin varied from the one they took. That was when Cole realized that this was the hint from his lovesick cousin for him, warning him not to take the same route as them and be the third wheel. If he didn't want to shorten his lifespan, he better travel by the route she sent to his grimoire. Cursing all the couples in the world, Cole took the route his psycho cousin had shared in his grimoire. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 1637. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, warehouse number 234. Mr. Ronnie, your origin card is indeed one of a kind. No wonder Butcher Bob didn't hesitate to kidnap you. If your origin card was to be baptized a few times, you can easily become fierce competition for him. I did not know that the monster corpses could be processed so efficiently. Not to mention the using the bones to make the packaging material for the processed meat, this origin card is really ingenious. Agatha was full of praise for Ronnie's origin card. When Ronnie visited and thanked them for rescuing him, Agatha used her cards and mental strength to inspect Ronnie. She found no anomaly in his body, which made her think that maybe extracting the origin card was nothing but outlandish bullshit used by their employers' men to explain Ronnie's temporary coma. Agatha tried to inquire him about the incident, but he said that he was unconscious the whole time. So she moved on from it and inquired Ronnie why was he kidnapped. Learning about his origin card, Agatha could not help but think that Ronnie would be a good investment for her master and herself. Ronnie was a card student, right? His origin card had a lot of room to grow. By the time Ronnie becomes a card lord and forges his ego gem, his origin card would have undergone numerous baptisms and its value and capabilities would have increased considerably. With proper support, this origin card could reel in huge profits, but Agatha wasn't sure if her master would be interested in investing this, but she was very interested and thought that it was a worthy investment. Chapter 802 Brother-in-Law's Grace. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 1645. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse number 234. Abba has never seen Agatha so interested in something, so she did not disturb her with her antics. Quote. Jackie was thankful to these ladies from the Wolf Fang mercenary had rescued her baby daddy, but seeing how he drooled over them, she started to feel like maybe they shouldn't have rescued him and left him to die. She could not help but notice that Ronnie has become more self-absorbed, ever since he got his origin card. Your Majesty, if my origin card was half as good as you say, I will be lucky, Ronnie replied humbly to Agatha. He has attended the Prestige Academy of Culinary Arts and knew how good his card was. He didn't require others to tell him about its potential. He had already experienced it, by seeing how the butcher Bob was willing to make him a country hick his son-in-law. You are indeed lucky to have such a resourceful origin card. Agatha was a little envious of Ronnie's origin card. She thought if she had 10,000 arms, she could serve her master 10,000 times better. Quote. Ronnie was really proud of his origin card, seeing how even a semi-demigod was envious of it. He didn't even know that there was a realm called card semi-demigod before today. He used to be ashamed of his fate ingredient, but now he was proud of it. Your Majesty, we are indeed lucky to have a brother-in-law like Wyatt. This card is his grace. Wyatt created this origin card for free as a gift for our unborn baby. Seeing that my husband was good for nothing and would not be able to provide for our baby or die raiding a dungeon, he created an origin card that would help Ronnie earn money without having to enter the dungeon. Jackie sang the praise of her brother-in-law, and looking at her husband she said, if not for his greed we wouldn't have faced this disaster. What do you mean? I did every for our baby. What can't you understand about that? Ronnie spoke in dissatisfaction. All you had to do was follow Wyatt's instruction and complete the crash course in 3 months without gathering much attention. Instead you became greedy and almost got yourself killed. Jackie did not want to reveal that the man she trusted life to had betrayed her brother-in-law's trust, so she swallowed most of the words she wanted to yell at Ronnie. And then yelled, don't you dare drag our unborn baby into this. You did it for you, to satisfy your greed. How dare you throw the blame on our unborn child? Jackie was kind of disgusted by Ronnie at present. Earlier she too agreed with Ronnie's mindset, but after talking with her in-laws, and thinking of coming to beg her brother-in-law to save her husband, she spent an entire night thinking about the entire incident and realized that what Ronnie did was a betrayal of trust and good grace. Now that she understood it, she couldn't help but feel disgusted toward Ronnie and cannot believe that she was foolish enough to run away from her home trusting this man. Quote. Hearing Jackie's words, Ronnie thought his wife sounded more like his mother and father. He clearly saw the disgust for him in the eyes of the love of his life. Shattering all his pride for his origin card, you, Jackie, I understand my faults, please trust me, I will not repeat them again. Is this what they called couple spat? And why is she praising that greedy bastard Wyatt instead of her husband? Now Wyatt is my friend, so is it wrong to call him names? Abba couldn't help but wonder. Unlike Abba, Agatha was not interested in the couple's fight. What caught her attention was that Jackie's brother-in-law had created Ronnie's origin card. Agatha could not help but marvel at the young card creationist's abilities. She had read the card info of the enchanted blood slime spirit card and she was impressed. Now she could not help wonder if the young card creationist could create cards like Ronnie's origin card, 10,000 armed butcher. If yes, then Ronnie's origin card would become obsolete and he no longer seemed worth investing. instead she can have the card creationist create a few similar cards for a price and hire some trustworthy card apprentice to start her own independent business. It sounded a lot better than investing in Ronnie. But of chance, if he couldn't create similar cards to Ronnie's origin card, so she didn't want to lose Ronnie either and decided to recruit him. It wouldn't hurt to have him around. If the card creationist can recreate Ronnie's origin card as a normal card, then she can keep Ronnie as a regular employee, if not she can treat him as an investment. Either way, she would not be making any losses. So she went ahead with her plan to recruit Ronnie. Mr. Ronnie, I will be straight with you. I am planning to pursue a business venture in monster meat processing, and I would like you to join my organization. Of course, you will not be treated badly and compensated appropriately for your hard work. Agatha put forward a proposal to Ronnie. It did not have any specific promises and terms. It had a very loose interpretation of what Ronnie would stand to gain by joining her organization. Your Majesty, I am sorry, but we will have to decline your offer. My husband is already working for his cousin, so he cannot join your organization. Jackie did not wait for Ronnie to make his own decision and immediately answered for him, fearing that her greedy and opportunistic husband would agree to Agatha's proposal, forgetting the grace they owe to his cousin. Agatha already expected this kind of answer from Jackie, but Ronnie was different. She could see ambition in his eyes and knew he would not hesitate to take the olive branch she has extended to him. Chapter 803 Rejection. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 1654. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse number 234. I am sorry, Your Majesty, as my wife said, I'm happy where I am. Ronnie rejected Agatha's proposal. There are two reasons for that. The first was because Jackie preferred him to work for his cousin, and the second was because he was too weak. The incident with Butcher Bob's men was a once-in-a-lifetime lesson for Ronnie that the strong have no obligation to keep their promises to the weak. Agatha's intentions for him were clear. She wants to use him. If he were to agree to her today, he will be her slave for the rest of his life. Ronnie wouldn't mind being a slave if it meant Jackie and his unborn baby can be taken care of, but he knew Agatha has no obligation to protect him, his wife, and his unborn baby. But the same was not true for his cousin. Ronnie felt so because his cousin had saved his life twice, even though he didn't have to, and had asked nothing in return. As for the capability of his cousin compared to a semi-demigod, since the said semi-demigod was waiting in his cousin's warehouse, then it couldn't be an overstatement to say that his cousin was a capable person too. Fine. Agatha was taken aback by being rejected by a card student, no less. Her pride as the semi-demigod didn't allow her to try and negotiate with Ronnie. Now all her hopes of starting a business venture in monster meat processing depended on Ronnie's cousin, whether he can create regular cards similar to Ronnie's origin card or not. Thank you, Your Majesty, for understanding. Ronnie replied humbly, thinking, cousin, I have angered this great god trusting you. I hope you come through for the sake of my unborn baby. Jackie, who was thinking she was a fool to run away trusting this man of hers, hearing Ronnie resolutely reject Agatha, was delighted, especially when he turned to give her a gentle but reassuring smile as he said, as my wife said. Jackie felt like she was in love all over again. Then she shyly reached out for her husband's hand and interlocked their fingers together. Feeling the warmth from Jackie interlocking her fingers with his, Ronnie couldn't help but let out a satisfied smile, thinking, women are so easy to please. Agatha noticed the little action of the couple and couldn't help but feel disgusted. Annoyed and irritated, she wanted to leave the place before she showed her ugly side to her princess, but when she turned to look at the warehouse entrance, she noticed a fat figure enter the warehouse. Hello, is this Master Wyatt's card boutique? Cole asked, looking at people in the warehouse. Yes, it is. Master Wyatt is not available at the moment. Jackie got up and hurried to greet the customer. Surprising Ronnie, Abba, and Agatha, who knew that Jackie didn't work here, yet she acted too professionally enough to fool them into thinking she did work here. Huh, I see. Hearing the pregnant receptionist, Cole couldn't help but wonder, clearly I took the longest route here, so why are they late? Damned fucking couples. Thinking of a certain steamy possibility, Cole couldn't help but cuss every couple in the world. If you don't mind me asking, how may I address you and what is the purpose of your visit? You can leave a message, but if it is urgent you can wait. Master Wyatt may arrive any minute now, Jackie said, looking at the overweight customer who seemed to be lost in his thoughts. I am Cole Wilson and I have already spoken to Master Wyatt, he must be arriving. Please don't mind me as I wait for him, said Cole politely as he headed to the couch. Sure, Would you like water, tea, coffee, or cold drinks? Jackie offered cold beverages. Just a glass of plain water, Cole answered. Splendid, replied Jackie and headed towards the kitchen to fetch a glass of water for the customer. Jackie remembers the layout of the warehouse from her stay here in the past, nothing much has changed. Quote. Reaching the couch, Cole was shocked to see Agatha and the little girl next to her. If he couldn't recognize them, then he has failed as a black merchant. Cole Wilson greets Her Majesty Abba Windsor and Agatha Williams. Cole greeted Abba and Agatha with appropriate eloquence. Finally, someone who recognizes my greatness in this dump of a city, said Abba. She was used to being respected and treated as the center of the party, but ever since she came to this city she has met with continuous ridicule and shame. There is a limit to how much a person can take. Anna was a lot. Now that she found someone to satisfy her vanity, Abba could not help but get excited. Wilson, the Vessel family of the Heatsend family, Agatha asked Cole in annoyance. The reason they were stuck in this city was to train her princess, and the presence of someone like Cole was a hindrance to it. So she didn't really welcome Cole's presence. Yes, Your Majesty, you are correct, Cole answered politely, suppressing the greed in his eyes. Demigod Windsor and his special ability were a hot commodity in the market. Even if people are willing to pay demigods expensively high service fee, they cannot get an appointment, as Demigod Windsor was a busy person. If Cole were somehow able to gain the confidence of Demigod Windsor, then he would have made it a big time as a black merchant. But that was easier said than done. Many people have tried to get close to him, but nobody could approach him, and even if they were able to successfully approach him, they could not escape the scrutiny of his special ability. But right now all these hurdles did not exist in Cole's mind. All he cared about was how to use Abba to approach her father, Demigod Windsor. As for the rest, he had to approach Demigod Windsor first to worry about them. Otherwise, they were just useless worries. Chapter 804, Caring Brother-in-Law. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 1707. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, warehouse number 234. As Cole was hatching his plan to get inexperienced and gullible Abba to do his bidding while avoiding her caretaker Agatha's suspicion, he heard his cousin's voice. Wyatt, I did not do it on purpose. Whatever, I answered, and walking toward Cole I said, Mr. Cole, have you sent the coordinates to your client? I sent them the minute I arrived here. They should be arriving any second now, answered Cole. Seeing the crowd outside, Jackie, who fetched a glass of water, did not know how to react and chose to just give the water to the intended person, Cole. Here, Mr. Cole, your glass of water, said Jackie, handing Cole a glass of water. Quote. Seeing Jackie serve Cole water, I couldn't help but frown. I am thirsty too, said Abba, looking at Jackie, who replied, I will get it right away. Jackie, what are you doing? I asked Jackie in a stern voice. Master Wyatt, big sis Susan wasn't here, so I just wanted to help. Jackie was startled by her brother-in-law's stern voice. She didn't understand what she did wrong for him to react as such. You are pregnant, you don't need to do this. Let your husband fill in for Susan. I know that Jackie is as much as rotten as Ronnie, but I couldn't watch a pregnant woman toil around when an able grown-ass man was doing nothing. Yes, honey, Wyatt is right, you should sit and rest. I will get the water. Ronnie immediately chimed in, while Jackie couldn't help but feel that she doesn't deserve such a caring brother-in-law. Wait, why are you guys still here? Don't you know Uncle and Auntie are worried sick about you? I felt a headache for Ronnie's loving parents. They should disown this heartless bastard and live in peace. After all, he is the source of all trouble in the life they built for themselves, which was no more, and this asshole was the one to be blamed. Ronnie wanted to say he lost track of time and make other nonsense excuses, but was interrupted by his cousin. Don't waste time explaining to me, head home right away, I ordered the couple. Yes, Ronnie replied affirmatively, and then grabbing hold of his pregnant wife's wrist he headed out, but was stopped by his wife, who looked at his cousin and said, thank you for everything. No problem, now head home you two, I said, feeling that Jackie was being genuine. Seeing the couple exit the warehouse, Abba asked in dissatisfaction, what about my water? Are you pregnant? I asked Abba. How dare you ask that to me? Abba exploded, being asked if she was pregnant, but before she could finish she was interrupted by me as I, repeating myself sternly, I asked, are you pregnant? No, embarrassed and enraged Abba shouted. Then go get your damn water yourself. Aren't you ashamed to ask a pregnant girl to fetch you a glass of water? I reprimanded Abba, while Agatha just watched it all happen. After all, this was the true purpose of their stay here. Cough cough. Hearing my words, Cole choked on the water he was drinking. How can you speak? Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you to me like that. I am your friend. Abba complained. Princess, that's what friends do, correct you when you are doing things wrong. Agatha stepped in to calm Abba and help her understand where she was wrong and how should she react in such a situation. But I just asked for a glass of water, Abba spoke, defending herself. Since Agatha would support her no matter if she said that she did something wrong, then Abba had no other choice but to accept it. Princess, you are smart, you know where you went wrong. Agatha did not argue with Abba but let her decide herself and reach a conclusion. Era, what happened? Why is my little baby so down in the dumps? A mature feminine voice suddenly sounded in the room. Everyone turns to see the source of the voice only to find a mature lady with graying hair, clearly showing the sign of entering the wise age from mature age. Grandma's song, what are you doing here? Looking at the mature lady, Abba yelled in surprise and rushed into her embrace. Your Majesty, a song. Agatha greeted the mature lady hurriedly and then Cole followed her, saying, Madam Asong, you are here. Abba, how many times should I remind you not to call me grandma? For God's sake, I am younger than your father. The mature lady named Asong seemed not to like being called grandma by Abba but still tolerated it. Sorry, Abba apologized, sticking out her tongue. Clearly her apology wasn't sincere and she planned to tease her again. Fatty, Asong was your client. You should have told me earlier. Anna also seemed to know Asong. And from her tone, they seemed to be on good terms. There are a lot of familiar faces here. Anna, it has been a while. I hear a rumor that you no longer party, is it true? Asong greeted Anna while Abba still continued to embrace her. Yes, your words came true, Anna answered mysteriously while looking at me. Haha, good, good, I am happy for you, said Asong, and turning to Cole she said, Cole, I thought this was a third-rate city, so why are you all here? Did I miss something? Madam Asong, I cannot answer for everyone but we are here for Master Wyatt. He is the card creationist I spoke about. Cole introduced me to Asong and then added, Master Wyatt, this Madam Asong, she is your client. Hello Madam Asong, pleased to meet you. I greeted my client, since I did not know how to address her, so followed Cole's choice of words. After Cole introduced us, with a gentle smile Asong looked at me, and asked, Hello, Master Wyatt. Aren't you a little too young for a golden grade card creationist? Yes I am. Well, I must say that I am really quite impressed. Chapter 805 Asong Young Date the 2nd of April 2321 Time 1721 Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse number 234, Madam Asong, don't worry. Despite his age, Master Wyatt is a very capable card creationist. Cole vouched for me in front of his client, which was given. If he cannot even vouch for me, he should not have contacted me in the first place. Quote. Cole's words were not enough to assure Asong, she knew Cole had to say that. After all, he will get a hefty commission out of this. You would say that, Abba commented, and turning to the Asong she added, Auntie Asong, though he is rude, he is a very good card creationist. You can trust him. Hearing the little devil Abba vouch for the young card creationist, Asong was taken aback as Abba has never gotten along with anyone of her age, and considering her high standards the boy should know his stuff for him to gain approval from Abba. Quote. Seeing her Aunt Asong was still not convinced, Abba turned to Agatha and signaled her to say some good words about her friend. Agatha, who wanted to get her hands on regular cards similar to Ronnie's origin cards, so she followed her princess's instruction without hesitation, as this would be a good way to get on the good side of the young card creationist. Your Majesty Asong, please don't underestimate Master Wyatt's capabilities because of his age. He is a very capable and innovative card creationist who doesn't stick to the conventional methods or fear testing the boundaries. If you require a truly unique origin card, then you are in good hands. Old friend, you are silent for once, Asong said, glancing at Anna, who was awfully quiet. I trust him, you should too. Anna said a few words, but they were powerful and more than enough to say and mean everything meant to be said. Little guy, you come highly recommended. It is good to see someone of your age with such high achievements. It seems my work in the capital wasn't for nothing. The gentle demeanor of Asong never left the room, but it also didn't allow anyone to underestimate her. It had majesty to it, as if anybody who looked at Asong couldn't help but want to put her on a pedestal and just bathe in her gentle wisdom. Quote. Everyone spoke of Asong as if she was a big deal, but I could discern her realm. She was a card soldier, yes, a card soldier. To be sure that I wasn't being tricked by some realm suppression card, I used my soul pupils to check her realm. She was indeed in the card soldier realm, and her soul pathways were a mess. They seemed to be clogged up with a lot of impurities. And her health was concerning, as it seemed to be deteriorating. It was already a miracle that this woman was standing. Asong's body displayed a very rare condition found in a few card apprentices, but what was more fascinating to me was that the card overlord realm Cole addressed her as Madam. Well, he has to, because she was his client, but a card semi-demigod, Agatha, too, showed respect to Asong and addressed her the same way she would to her master. Not to mention, Abba seemed to be very close to her, and Anna too. Who was this woman, for a semi-demigod to show her respect? Wyatt, meet one of the key figures of the government and one of the most respected figures of the capital, Asong Young. She is solely responsible for most of the new reforms in our laws, the good ones of course. Anna proudly introduced me to her friend Asong. Anna, don't put me on a pedestal, I am just another woman. Doing my job, Asong said humbly. Learning of Asong's profession and her relationship with Abba, I finally made a connection to why Abba would go on from trying to establish the history's strongest mercenary group to founding the new world government when the three mischiefs decimate the old one. Then I had my super brain scour through the Grimoire network to find out every information on Asong Young. In a second the superbrain provided me with every article on Asong Young. Anna had already informed me of Asong's political achievements, so I skipped that and looked into why a card soldier was so well respected and received by a semi-demigod. Asong Young is the direct descendant of the prominent noble Young family known for its political presence since the founding of the new government. Asong Young is one of the late bloomer card apprentices. She contracted her grimoire in her 50s, but that didn't stop her from going to the government at the age of 27 and making waves in the capital. As a politician, Asong Young can be called the voice of the unrepresented and the minority. What surprised me was that most of her reformers passed by the government were mostly capitalist, which seemed to mostly benefit the hardworking people, not just the card apprentice, but the rich still had an edge over the hardworking. This was unfair, but still a big win for common people, because in this world if you are not a card apprentice then you are worse than domesticated animals. Scrolling through the articles on Asong Young, I found one which had mentioned Anna and Asong attending college together, which meant that Asong had lived more than 100 years, which begs the question, if she became a card apprentice in her 50s then 50 years later, at present, why was Asong's realm so low? I know that late bloomers have a very low talent, but still, Asong's family was loaded. She could just pump her with enough soul jades until she breaks through to the card overlord realm. Well, I think the impurities clogging her soul pathways were responsible for this. If Asong were somehow able to get rid of the impurities clogging her soul pathways, then it would be a different story. Madam Asong, it is an honor to meet you. Please, forgive my rudeness earlier. Now that I knew why the others kicked up a fuss about Asong, I decided to appear a little enthusiastic. Chapter 806 Deepwater Clam Monster Shell. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 1733. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse number 234. Master Wyatt, don't be polite. I prefer your frank attitude. Asong replied with her signature gentle smile. Then, I will follow your orders. Good people are hard to come by, but now that I meet one I decided to show her my respect. The articles on the Grimoire network weren't enough for me to reach such a conclusion about Asong. I had accessed Clown Mosque's memories, though it did not have a lot about Asong except that the Supreme Leader's henchman killed her because she was the one who kept trying to pass a bill that would require the Central Region to update and add new arrays to their city arrays, and one of these city protection arrays was the Dome of Judgment, which would target the dark forces, especially undead. This was bad news for the Supreme Leader, who was building a lich army by sacrificing card apprentices and planned to use them to storm the cities of the Central Region and overthrow the government. The more I learned about Asong Young, the more I felt that she was the reason Abba went on to become the future of humanity in this world. Haha, Anna, you have found an interesting guy. Asong laughed, and turning to Agatha she inquired, I can understand why Anna is here. What about you guys? What are you two doing this far down the south? Quote. Hearing Asong inquire about them, Abba, who was still in Asong's embrace, buried her head deeper into Asong's umbrella frock, knowing that it was her fault that Agatha and she were stuck here. About that, Agatha did not know how to explain to Asong what was happening here, Therefore she was relieved when Anna interrupted. They are my hostage. That brat tried to murder someone just because he called her short. Anna answered a song, giving her a brief but enough explanation to know that Abba was the culprit here. I see, so your temper hasn't gone yet, huh Abba? You know where you went wrong. You are grown enough to know what to do next, so I will not say any further, said a song as she gently brushed Abba's hair, as Anna's head was buried in her frock. Abba nodded her head, which was still buried in a song's frock, messing it a little. Good, it is rare for me to be surrounded by my friends. So let us not waste time and get to the matter at hand, and then we all can enjoy a merry dinner. Master Wyatt, I trust Anna, since she trusts you, I will be in your care. The gentleness behind a song's words did not undermine its authority. Everybody in the room felt like they were a part of the upcoming origin card creation. Your Majesty, a song, if you don't mind, I would like to cook the dinner. Agatha offered. She wanted to cook for a song, mostly because she did not wish for the flavorless food of this third-rate city to affect a song's appetite. Sure dear, I would prefer a home-cooked meal over a takeout any day. A song accepted Agatha's heartfelt offer. Thank you, Your Majesty. If you are carving something, please order, I will try my best. Agatha was delighted that a song had agreed to her request. Surprise me, a song answered, leaving Agatha the heavy burden of choosing the menu for tonight's dinner. Leave it to me, I will get right to it, Agatha said, overzealously taking the dinner preparation as a challenge. Master Wyatt, you won't mind if I use the warehouse kitchen, right? Agatha asked me. Hearing Agatha, I turned to look at Anna. After all, we both had made prior plans for tonight. Feeling my gaze, Anna looked at me and signaled that it was okay, we could move our dinner date. A song was Anna's good friend. Anna wanted to spend time with her. Sure, if there is some for me, I said, reminding Agatha to not pull the same stunt that she pulled during lunch. And added, the warehouse kitchen is not well equipped, you will have to be resourceful. Thank you, Master Wyatt, said giddy Agatha as she hopped towards the warehouse kitchen, but I frowned as she didn't agree that there would be some for me. Master Wyatt, let me know the card ingredients you require, I will make them available through my channels, said Cole, reminding me that we should get to preparing for a song's origin card creation. Mr. Cole, you don't have to go through the trouble for small stuff. I have a personal manager who will be responsible for the card ingredients, but if I do require rare card ingredients, I will have to trouble Mr. Cole. I said, okay, then. Cole agreed. Madam, a song, please introduce me to your fate ingredient, I asked. Sure, saying that a song summoned a fancy but huge wooden storage truck and took out a big oval clamshell, and said, my fate ingredient is an A-rank deep water clam monster bivalve shell. Can I hold it? I asked a song, looking at the smooth and shiny oval-shaped clam monster bivalve shell about 2 meters in length. It could fit a human inside it. Yes, please. A song passed me the bivalve shell. Despite its appearance, it was lightweight and very sturdy. Clam monsters are usually found in S-rank and above ocean field dungeons. Deep in the ocean, where the water pressure is so strong that even a card king has a hard time swimming in there, yet these A-rank clam monsters exist there thanks to their strong shells. Both sides of the bivalve shell would make good shields. But that would be a waste of such a precious fate ingredient. Madam, a song, since you had Mr. Cole search for an innovative card creationist, then should I take it that you have a plan for your fate ingredient? Considering a song's status and family background, hiring a diamond-grade grimoire artist was not a problem, but the problem must be that they weren't willing to follow her plans for her origin card. Master Wyatt, my plan is straightforward. I will listen to what you can do using my fate ingredient, and if it satisfies my preference, then we can continue to the next stage, but if doesn't, then I will compensate for your time. Chapter 807. Your lying date, the 2nd of April 2321, time 1748, location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, warehouse number 234. I usually don't have a habit of explaining to my clients the origin card I am going to create for them. All I can say is that I will be creating something you need and it is going to cost you a lot. I said what I usually say to all my clients that had their origin card created by me. And then added, I can promise that it is not going to be a glorified shield or any shield-type card you have seen before. Master Wyatt, I appreciate your confidence, but it seems we have reached an impasse, said a song. Mr. Cole, I thought you informed Madam a song about how I did business. I did not argue with a song and instead questioned Cole. After all, he was getting paid for setting up this meet. Sorry, Master Wyatt, please give me a second. Cole was sweating bullets. Originally he wasn't well known enough to represent a song, but he got her as a client through mutual exchange with a fellow black merchant for the dibs on the sales of an SSS rank card ingredient. Cole chose an A-list public figure as a client over the hefty compensation of the sales of an SSS rank card ingredient without batting an eye, but soon regretted after trying to satisfy a song's insane requirements for her origin card. His cousin's young lover wasn't his first choice as the card creationist for a song. There were several others, but they all failed to satisfy a song, and finally, Cole stopped looking for well-known card creationists and started searching for dark horses making a name for themselves in the card creation field. His cousin's young lover was one of them, but he seemed to be more stubborn, arrogant, and demanding than the renowned card creationists. Cole suffered a huge headache stuck between a song and his cousin's young lover. Madam, a song. These are the few of the origin cards created by Master Wyatt that clearly display his creativity and that he is not afraid of trying something new. Cole hurriedly showed a catalog of origin cards created by his cousin's lover. They are indeed unique and innovative, but Cole, this is not what I asked for. A song knew what she wanted and did not fall for Cole's persuasion. Sigh, madam, I know what you want, but look at these cards. Don't you think their creator will definitely create something worthy of you? Cole knew nobody in the world could meet a song's insane ideals for her origin card, so he wanted to persuade her into trusting his cousin's lover. A black merchant's job was like a fixer. They had to get what the client wants, which sometimes even involved convincing the customer that what the black merchant had in stock was the best option for them, and persuade them into buying something that they wouldn't buy at some other time. Therefore Cole turned to look at Anna, a song's trusted friend, and signaled for help in persuading a song. This was the main reason why Cole chose to introduce a song to his cousin's lover. Quote. Anna frowned when she saw Cole look at her. She knew how adamant, stubborn, and picky a song could be about her origin card. This is the reason why Anna kept quiet and didn't recommend her crush to a song until a song herself seeked for her opinion. A song, it has been 5 years since you found your fate ingredient. Stop being picky and let Wyatt do what he does best. Trust me, you are going to love the outcome. Anna didn't want to persuade a song, but the damned fatty kept begging her with his eyes. Finally she agreed, thinking that this would be a good thing for her lover's resume. Anna, I thought you were staying out of this one, said a song with a gentle smile. This time her gentle smile wasn't enough to mask the meaning behind her words. Everyone in the room could feel that a song wouldn't let anyone pressure her into doing something she did not want to. Tisk! Anna clicked her tongue in annoyance and gave Cole a glare, almost giving him a heart attack. Auntie, a song. Wyatt is indeed a capable card creationist. You can trust him to create a useful and unique origin card for you. Look, this is the card he created for me. Abba came forward to help her friend by persuading her aunt to utilize his services. Interesting. Is this a mutant slime? I haven't heard of this one, but it seems to be capable of taking over a horde of monsters by itself. Impressive. A song looked at her friend's lover with a curious gaze and thought he must be something to be capable enough to captivate her friend's heart. But all this was not enough for her to trust the creation of her origin card to a high schooler she had just met. I get that a lot, I said, knowing a song wasn't going to one of my clients unless something drastic happened to change her mind. Haha, I see. This card is indeed worthy of your pride. Alas, we were not meant to be. A song said, knowing that the young card creationist was going to stick to his principles and not going to make any concessions for her. She respected that, even though it meant her visit here was waste of time. A song, I heard that you are suppressing your realm so that you don't want to waste a chance of your baptism for your origin card. Anna suddenly spoke. Was it my mom? She worries too much. But yes, you heard right, answered a song. Yeah, right, I blurted, knowing a song was lying, but soon regretted it, as every eye in the room looked towards me. Young man, you have something to say? Asked a song, masking her passive-aggressive tone with her gentle smile. Madam, a song, I love how you can mask your thoughts with that gentle smile of yours. I did not want to say anything, but since you asked, yes, I do want to point out that you are lying. Chapter 808, The Truth. Date the 2nd of April 2321, time 1759, location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, warehouse number 234. Hearing me call a song a liar to her face, everyone in the warehouse held their breath. But a song herself did not seem to be offended. Instead, she held her peaceful smile and gracefully said, Master Wyatt, if you can't provide a good explanation, your words will have serious consequences. As a song said those words, I could hear a slight odd vibration in the surrounding soul pathways. Alerted, I checked the surroundings using my soul pupils. Following the vibration of the soul pathways a few miles up in the sky, I found a total of 10 card apprentices' soul pathways hovering. To my surprise, these soul pathways were of card semi-demigods. Then I turned to look at Asong, who just passive-aggressively threatened me. Asong, ask your men to watch it, Anna reminded Asong, while indirectly warning her semi-demigod bodyguards. Anna knew the existence of Asong's bodyguards the moment Asong teleported to the warehouse. Anna, it is okay. I can take care of this. I signaled Anna to let me handle this. Hearing me, Anna looked at me with reluctance in her eyes. Clearly, she did not know how her capable but weak lover planned to handle this situation. Anna, don't baby him. Let the boy talk. I want to see if he is just an ignorant smart mouth or really knows his stuff. Asong said while keeping a mild smile and maintaining her gracefulness. Yet her eyes shot a gaze sharper than a knife at me. Ignoring Asong's sharp gaze, I said, Madam Asong, you are not suppressing your realm, but you cannot go further in your active soul control. If you force it by using soul jades, your health keeps deteriorating. You already know this, therefore you came up with a lie to avoid practicing active soul control. Or should I say you keep using your origin card as a shield to avoid declaring your condition to your family and close ones. You can try denying my words, but this is the truth. Impressive. I did not know that Aura Sight allowed the card apprentice to diagnose another card apprentice, said Asong, showing that she too had done her background search on me. Considering that she carried around 10 semi-demigod bodyguards along with her, it was not surprising that they did a background check on me, after learning who Asong was going to meet. It would be surprising if they didn't. Should I be impressed too? I asked Asong with a blank expression. Compared to what you just showed, I guess whatever I do wouldn't seem that impressive, said Asong, shaking her head elegantly. Now that you got your explanation, please leave my property. I don't entertain people that threaten me even if it was passive-aggressively. I really hated it when people tried to test me. I can understand it if they were doing so out of concern for whether their card creation was in good hands or not, but Asong didn't have such intentions. She clearly did not plan to have her origin card made, as she wanted to keep using it as an excuse to stop forcefully practicing her active soul control using soul jades. After all, it was affecting her health negatively. I don't know why she felt the need to lie about this, and I no longer cared. What about a client? Since you already exposed my charade, I might as well get my origin card created. Just promise me it will not be a shield. Asong asked with a mischievous smile. This smile seemed more genuine than the gentle smile of hers that she has been using to mask her passive-aggressive reactions. Clients are always welcome, and a shield would not suit a graceful client such as yourself. I did ask Asong to vacate my property, but that was when she was a nobody, but now she was my cash cow, I mean client. So, she was welcomed with open arms. Decisive, I like it. Anna, you found yourself a good one. Asong complimented. Asong, is what he said true? Anna asked Asong in concern. Yes, and I don't want to talk about it. Let's not worry about that. I want to enjoy my origin card creation, since I don't know if I have the time to enjoy my second origin card reaction. There was a reason Asong looked like in her mid-50s even though Anna, her classmate, looked in her 20s. That was because she was a late bloomer. The aging of the card apprentice's body gets slower as they contract a grimoire. And the rate of decrease in aging depended on the realm of the card apprentice. So, even though Anna was more than 100 years old, she had the appearance of someone in her 20s, while Asong, who contracted her grimoire in her 50s, had the appearance of someone in her 50s, considering that she was a card soldier. She didn't have a lot of life to live. Therefore her mother forced her to use soul jades to break through to the higher realm, but Asong, who knew that forcefully cultivating active soul control will only shorten her life, came up with a lie to postpone all her troubles. Fine, but if you need someone to talk to, I am here. Anna understood Asong, so she did not force her worry on Asong. Auntie, are you dying? Abba asked Asong with teary eyes. Though Abba was ignorant, she knew it was already a miracle for a card soldier to live past 110 years old. Abba, honey, didn't I just say that I don't want to talk about it? Asong asked with her signature gentle smile. But Abba was about to break into tears, but was interpreted by Asong's sharp words. Abba, if you cry I will get angry. Woo-woo. Hearing Asong, Abba broke into tears and ran toward the kitchen where Agatha was busy cooking a bountiful meal, unaware of what was happening outside. Chapter 809. Rare ingredients. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 1811. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, warehouse number 234. Glancing at the fleeing Abba, a song sighed and threw a playful glance at me saying, "Look what you did." Me. I looked at a song in stupefaction and said, "You forced me to." Whatever, now that the truth is out there. The old fossils in the government will take this as an opportunity to give me permanent leave. I still had so much work to do, well knowing that there are capable talents in the future generations such as yourself. I can rest assured knowing that you guys will continue my work. A song sighed. Wait, hold up, back up a little bit. Don't throw your unfinished work at us. You can leave when you have completed your work. Your origin card, take it as thanks from our generation to you for your work. All I meant was that a song could stop sighing as her origin card was going to be the solution to her problem. Quote. A song looked at the kid and could not help but think where his confidence came from. And then added, "It looks like you guys plan to work this old lady to her bones." Ah, I was looking forward to the permanent leave. Well, old timer, we want to play around for a while. So hold down the fort for a little longer, will you? I said, looking at a song who kept sighing. If you put it like that, I have no choice but to work myself to death. But promise me that you will grow up strong and beautiful. A song did not mind working herself to death if she could save a few more innocent smiles. Now that's where I draw the line, I said, putting a stop to the cringe. Hearing me, a song burst into laughter and said, "It has been a while since I have been myself. Master Wyatt, you are something else. Oye, back off, he is spoken for." Anna butted in, feeling that the way her friend looked at her crush was not right. "Okay, Mama Bear," a song said, teasing her friend. Anna snorted at her friend's comment, but the corners of her mouth raised, feeling the moment. Out of everyone in the warehouse, Cole was the one who was excited the most because he was going to achieve the impossible in the world of black merchants. He was going to close the Asong Young account. With this, his reputation in his world would soar by 100-folds. But that wasn't enough for Cole, as he had another huge prey set in his sight, Demigod Windsor. With Asong Young and Abba Windsor's recommendation, it would be easy for him to get an interview with Demigod Windsor, and for what came next, it was up to his charm. "Master Wyatt, jokes apart, can I take your word seriously?" Asong knew she was running on borrowed time and tried to search for a solution for her condition, but even in this magical world, immortality was still a mystery yearned by all in. Acquired by none, be it a card student or a card demigod, they all had to leave this stage one day. "I never make promises that I cannot keep," I assured Asong. "Then I will be in your care," Asong said politely. She has been to many card creationists and heard the kind of origin card they can create with her fate ingredient, but none as bizarre as the card creationist in front of her claimed. Despite her doubts, Asong decided to hire him to help create her origin card because she wanted to check what the younger generation she was fighting to improve was capable of. Yes, she was taking a gamble on the idea she was fighting for. "Well, then it is decided. Master Wyatt, please name the ingredients that your people cannot find in this city." "I will get them," Giddy Cole announced. "Thank you, Mr. Cole." Saying that, I send the list of ingredients to Susan, asking her to go through them and list the ones that she cannot procure even with the help of the fine gold. A few minutes later I received Susan's reply with a list of ingredients that she cannot procure. Going through it, I forwarded the list to Cole saying, "Mr. Cole, I will need your help with these ingredients. A rank Deepwater Clam Monster Core X1, A rank Hairy Triton Monster Shell X1, A rank Hairy Triton Monster Core X1, B rank Deep Sea Murex Monster Shell X1, B rank Deep Sea Murex Monster Core X1, A rank Ocean Dream Turtle Monster Shell X1, A rank Ocean Dream Turtle Monster Core X1, A rank Measled Cowrie Shelled Monster Shell X1, A rank Measled Crowy Shelled Monster Core X1. Going through the list of ingredients sent to his grimoire, Cole blurted out a cuss. "Fuck. Mr. Cole. Language." Asong corrected Cole. "Sorry, Madam Asong, but the list of ingredients listed by Master Wyatt is very expensive." Before Cole could finish, he was interrupted by Asong reminding him that he should not worry about the cost. "Mr. Cole, money is not a thing. I know, Madam Asong, but these ingredients are very rare and some of them have never been used as ingredients." The cost of the ingredients did not matter to Cole because the costlier the ingredients were, the more money he made through commission. The problem was that most of the ingredients specified in the list were not something he could procure right away because they all were either very rare or only a few of them left, especially the A-rank Hairy Triton Monster Shell and Core, which were used in the creation of extremely rare soul pills that were said to have the ability to slightly upgrade the user's talent by cleansing their soul pathway. Not to mention the B-rank deep-sea murex monster shell, which is used as an ingredient in the creation of the SSS rank Infinity Space card. There is no way Cole could procure these ingredients at a moment's notice. Because these ingredients were so precious that people would not let the other soul know that these ingredients were in their possession. Chapter 810 Wealth and Power. Date: the 2nd of April 2321. Time: 1825. Location: Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, warehouse number 234. Mr. Cole, are you saying that you cannot procure the ingredients stated by Master Wyatt for the creation of my card? A song asked Cole. No, I can, but not at the moment's notice. I need time, Cole answered. Well, how much time? A song inquired Cole. 2 or 3 days, answered Cole honestly, knowing he had lost the opportunity to make a killing by procuring these ingredients for the creation of a song's origin card. Mr. Cole, you know that I don't have that kind of time. Are you sure there is no other way? A song asked Cole, giving him a lean way out of courtesy for his service so far. It pains me to say this, but I really cannot procure those ingredients as of now, Cole answered, only he knew how much his heart was aching over the lost commission of these ingredients. Then, please forward me the list of ingredients, I will have my people get them. Upon Asong's request, Cole shared the list of ingredients in Asong's grimoire, which she shared with her help, and receiving a reply from her help, Asong informed me, the ingredients will be here in an hour. You must be feeling pretty good flexing your wealth and power in front of your juniors, I commented. Yeah, I worked too damn hard to order around these arrogant semi-demigods. Asong did not shy away from my comments and seemed proud about it. I could only think, ordering around semi-demigods as a card soldier is pretty awesome. Unlike Abba, who had a demigod father, and Anna, who had 4 demigods in her immediate family, Asong was a daughter of a card emperor belonging to a family protected by a semi-demigod ancestor who had a foot in his grave. So, yeah, what Asong had achieved was indeed impressive. Date: the 2nd of April 2321. Time: 1905. Location: Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, warehouse number 234. Susan had arrived from Fine Gold with the other ingredients. Is this all? Do you need anything else? No, this should be enough, I said, going through the ingredients bought by Susan. A rank Origin Core X1, B rank Saltwater Weed Monster Core X1, A rank Boulder Back Turtle Monster Shell X1, A rank Boulder Back Turtle Monster Core X1, C rank Thorn Shell Snail Monster Shell X1, C rank Thorn Shell Snail Monster Core X1, E rank Clear Water Oyster Monster Core X1, E rank Clear Water Oyster Monster Shell X1, A rank Water Nymph Essence X10, A rank Water Nymph Core X10. Now that I had half the ingredients required for the creation of the Asong's origin card, I wanted to start the creation process and get the other ingredients as they arrived, but then only 20 minutes remained for Asong's stipulated time for the arrival of the ingredients, so I thought I might as well wait and go through the plan I had for Asong's card. Asong was not a fighter but a scholar, a sick scholar at that. Her expiry date was nearing. If the Supreme Leader's henchmen had not killed her, she would have soon met a natural death. Usually, at the end of their life, people try to complete something of importance. But Asong spent the last days of her life fighting to get the government to upgrade the array formations protecting the cities in the central region. Which was totally out of her routine. Usually, she would fight for reforms involving the unrepresented and minorities, but in the last few days of her life, she went all in to force the government to upgrade the array formations protecting the cities. The only reason Asong was so out of character is maybe she knew that in near future something was going to go down. I have no idea what Asong knew and how much she knew, but it was clear that with her death she had passed on her duties to Abba. The little ignorant and pampered girl today was going to be the heroic figure who was going to shoulder the weight of the entire humanity in near future. Now that I know how, why and by whom Asong was going to die, I decided to intervene, not personally but by creating an overpowered origin card for Asong. There were 2 important reasons why I had decided to intervene in Asong's future, and as for the butterfly effect, it was already fucked with my presence. Thanks to me, the Matron and Pla clan along with their plans for the southern and northern regions were exposed to the Heatsend royal family. I don't know if the southern royal family stands a chance against Matron's brainwashed Pa clan, but the future the clown mask had seen is no longer possible. This timeline had deviated from the one clown mask saw long ago, and there is no fixing it. The reason why I planned to save Asong was that I had a feeling that if Asong was alive, she was going to make the Supreme Leader's plan for overthrowing the government a lot harder. And the other reason was that in 3 months I will be moving to the central region where the southern royal family's authority reach was questionable, so for a carefree university life having a friend like Asong was a must. The problem was not saving Asong, but helping her live longer and solidifying her seat in the government. Asong had people's support. What she lacked was power, considering her clogged up soul pathways that was going to be challenging. It was also the reason why just creating a weapon of mass destruction for Asong wasn't going to cut it. If Asong was stuck in the card soldier realm for the rest of her life because of her condition, no matter how overpowered the origin card I create for her, it will be of no use, as the battery powering it, Asong's realm, was not enough. Therefore, instead of creating a combat type card, I decided to create a support type of card that would be the best fit for a politician like Asong and help with her condition. Chapter 811 Yin Widow's Grimoire. Date: the 2nd of April 2321. Time: 1920. Location: Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, warehouse no. 234 inches. 5 minutes earlier than the estimated time, I said, looking at the ingredients that one of Asong's semi-demigod aide delivered. Well, I do pay them more than the market rate. So this much is the bare minimum and to be expected. Asong bragged. You don't pay them with your money but the taxpayers' money. Anna corrected Asong, who claimed to be paying for her aides when the government was paying for them using the taxpayers' money. Huh. Then where does the Southern family get their money for your lavish life, Commander of the Southern Watch? Is it not the tax they collected from their citizens? Asong pointed out Anna's hypocrisy. There is now winning with you, but still 10 semi-demigod bodyguards. Aren't they too many to protect a single card soldier? You don't see me going around with semi-demigod bodyguards, Anna argued, saying that 10 semi-demigod bodyguards were too much. First, I too don't want 10 semi-demigods constantly monitoring me, but this is the mandatory security detail. I can do nothing about it but complain. Second, you don't need semi-demigod bodyguards when you can kill a demigod. Yes, I know you killed the demigod Yin Widow 3 days ago and a devil the very next day here in Sky Blossom City. And for your information, the Yin Yang Harmony sect will soon be sending an envoy to the south to fetch Yin Widow's grimoire. Apparently, she raided their treasure vault and stole a bunch of valuable stuff which they will demand you to hand over. Asong seemed to know a lot about the affairs of the southern region, especially the ones surrounding Anna. Yin Widow's grimoire? What grimoire? I don't know what you are talking about. Anna was puzzled. She did not understand how the government and the Yin Yang Harmony sect know that it was her who killed the demigod. Suit yourself and congrats on becoming the official heir of the southern royal family. I really don't know what your grandpa was thinking, but considering the partner you choose for yourself, I think you will do good. Asong congratulated Anna while throwing a glance at me. Thank you, but fuck, is a person's privacy no longer a thing? How is the government able to find everything I do? I can understand if I were in the southern capital, but how is it possible back here in nowhere? Don't tell me the government has informants throughout the southern region. How are they avoiding the southern regions? Guardian Array formation. Anna cussed in annoyance, knowing that her being selected as the official heir of the southern region was no longer a secret between few people but had become the gossip of the town. Anna, language, said Asong, not tolerating Anna's use of profanity. Fuck, Anna, you killed a demigod 3 days ago. I had no idea that a human demigod had attacked the Sky Blossom City 3 days ago. Was it the matron's minion? 3 days ago? Isn't that the day I sealed the demigod Redfall's soul in the heathen stone prison, back when Sarah had comprehended the bloodline memory meaning of blood rule under the influence of demigod Redfall's soul? Wait, does the Yin Widow have any relation with the demigod Redfall? Was she the one who helped Van escape the disaster along with toddler Sarah? Wyatt, don't panic, she wasn't here for you. She was here for her son, said Anna. Here, son, hasn't demigod Redfall died? Asong blurted in confusion. Hearing Asong, I was enlightened and most of my doubts were cleared. Demigod Yin Widow seemed to be the mysterious hand helping Van and the toddler Sarah escape the disaster that had struck everyone that had the slightest connection with demigod Redfall. I know, right, but she kept asking me to hand over her son. I had no idea of what she was talking about, but she seemed really desperate and seemed to be carrying a soul status candle. Anna spoke, narrating the odd behavior of the demigod Yin Widow. Soul status candle, this isn't good. That devil spawn seems to have returned to the world of living using the bloodline memory rule, but I thought all his direct line descendants were killed. This is bad. Anna, how come you did not mention this in your report? Asong asked Anna with an aghast expression. Wait, how do you know what I wrote in my report? How did you guys infiltrate the royal family's archives? This is too much. Fuck. First the matron, and now you guys. Has the royal palace become so easy to infiltrate for all the spies in the world? Anna yelled in irritation, finding out that not just matron but the government has infiltrated the royal family. Stop overreacting, Anna. Whenever there is a breach in the southern region's guardian array formation, the central region is notified and the southern royal family is required to send in a report regarding the affair. The same goes for the demon worshippers' attack. So stop complaining about the details and tell me everything that transpired during your fight with demigod Yin Widow. That takes priority. If Redfall is back again, he will start sacrificing millions of lives once again just to get back his old strength. Therefore you need to focus, Anna. I need know if Redfall is back again, and if he is, I need to know where he is hiding. This time we will be able to punish him for his crime against humanity to the full extent of the law. Asong still remembers the day she found out about Redfall sacrificing hundreds of thousands of innocent souls to make a little progress in his realm. Therefore Asong knew what Redfall would be up to if he were alive again, sacrificing humans to achieve the power he had in his heyday. Well, instead of going through all that trouble, why don't we just unlock Yin Widow's grimoire? She seemed to have a soul status candle card. If demigod Redfall is alive, we can use that card to track him down. Anna really did not want to go into the embarrassing details of how she defeated Yin Widow using Anne's help. So she came up with the brilliant idea to unlock demigod Yin Widow's grimoire to get the soul candle card that Yin Widow was using to track demigod Redfall to the Sky Blossom City. That would be way more efficient than trying to find out if demigod Redfall was alive or not. Based on Anna's narration of her fight with Yin Widow, Chapter 812, Anne is a Oran card date, the 2nd of April 2321 time, 1932 location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, warehouse number 234. Well, your brain seems to work just fine when you want to escape work. If only you had used half of it to write your report, Redfall would be in custody, but instead he is out there roaming. I cannot imagine how many innocent souls Redfall must have ruined in these 3 days. Asong sighed, and then looking at Anna she added, I thought you had no idea about demigod Yin Widow's grimoire. Yin Widow's grimoire? I have no idea what you are talking about. Anna took out a diamond grimoire from her storage card, and hearing Asong she still denied that she had Yin Widow's grimoire. Quote. Shaking her head at her friend's response, Asong asked, give me Yin Widow's blood. I will give it to my aide and use it to create a substitute. About that, I forgot to collect her blood, Anna replied while scratching the back of her head. What? Then how are we supposed to unlock the grimoire? Asong glanced at Anna in irritation. How about we get her direct descendant's blood? Anna thought of a solution. Yin Widow's had only one direct descendant, Redfall. Isn't your purpose of opening her grimoire to find him if he has returned from the dead? God, Anna, why can't you take things seriously? Who forgets to collect the corpse of a demigod? Do you know how valuable it is? Fuck, what would a prodigal like you know? Asong blurted out in frustration. She did not mean to blame Anna, but she believed that Redfall had been reborn and was scarifying innocent souls to regain his strength. Despite knowing all this, she wasn't able to do a thing because of the incompetence of her friend, so naturally she was frustrated. I know someone who would have stored demigod Yin Widow's corpse. Anna suddenly responded. Unlike Asong, who wanted to save every soul possible, Anna only cared about saving what she can. Mistakes happen and it is not possible to save everybody. What are you talking about? Didn't you write in your report in bold letters that you killed her alone? Asong wondered how childish was her friend to brag about her deed in a report using bold letters. Technically I was alone when I slew Yin Widow, but there was someone else. She must have remembered to store Yin Widow's corpse. Answered Anna. Was it Anne? Asong shook her head, realizing her friend wasn't bragging, just lying. Well, Anne was Anna's origin card, so technically Anna killed Yin Widow by herself. Yes, since Anne is my summon, technically I have killed a demigod all by myself, said Anna, but it felt more like she was convincing herself. What about the devil? Was Anne present then too? Asong asked Anna. Nope, that was me alone, all by myself. Anne was back in the base helping Luna defend the dungeon relocation apparatus from demon worshippers. Anna answered enthusiastically. Because killing a devil trumps a demigod any time. Good for you. Now, Asong was going to ask Anna to call Anne but was interrupted. Anne is your summons. Anna, what do you mean by that? Anne told me that she was your twin sister. First, what heck was the soul status candle card? And the fact that card apprentices can unlock the grimoire of a dead card apprentice using their blood. Now the truth about Anne, I couldn't keep quiet, I had to get some answers. If it was really possible to open a dead card apprentice's grimoire using their or their direct descendants' blood. And how can Anne be Anna's summon? When I used my soul pupils on her, I felt no difference between her soul pathway and a regular human's soul pathways. If creating such summons was possible, then my idea to create pleasure cards was in jeopardy. Well, Anne and I are twin sisters, or at least that is what my family and she claim. But the truth is she is my origin card, a high-level independent avatar, incarnation card that was created using my second personality. Though she looks like me, she isn't me. So if you were to mistake her for me, I will not forgive you. Anna warned me with a stern gaze. Oh, okay. Learning that Anne was Anna's origin card created using her split personality, I was amazed and sighed in relief, knowing that my pleasure card business was safe. Next, I wanted to ask Anna about the unlocking grimoire and the soul status candle card, but was interrupted by a song. I am sorry, Wyatt, but Anna, hurry up and contact Anne. We need to find Redfall before he does too much damage. Yes, I have already sent her a message, she will be here. Anna said, hearing a song, and then turned to me. You wanted to ask something. What is a soul status candle card? I asked Anna. It is a high-level card created using the placenta of the newborn baby, often created by mothers to track their babies and their health, Anna answered. Hearing her explanation of the soul status card, I started panicking. Because I had demigod Redfall's soul. If Anna can take out the soul status card from Yin Widow's grimoire, then how am I going to explain to them why I have Redfall's soul? And why is stored in an unknown gem? As all these thoughts flooded my mind, I started to panic, but my expression remained peaceful, as I asked, Anna, is it really possible to unlock the grimoire of a dead card apprentice and take their card? Yes, but it is expensive and complex, Anna answered with a short reply and didn't go into details, and added, we are going to perform it shortly, you can watch. Hearing Anna, I understood why I had not heard anybody mention this method. If something was complex and expensive for rich ladies like Anna and a song, the regular people can forget about being able to use that method. This was for the good, as it would stop card apprentices from killing each other for their cards. After all, card apprentice killing for higher level grimoire is already enough problem. Chapter 813, Grimoire Creation Date, the 2nd of April 2321. Time, 1941. Location: Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, warehouse number 234, Big Sis. A song, and who arrived at the warehouse greeted a song enthusiastically. Little girl, how are you? A song was delighted to see Anne. Unlike her friend Anna, Anne was very reliable. I am fine, what about you? With that, a song and Anne exchanged small talks about each other, mostly why a song was here in Rebirth of Demigod Redfall. Now that both of you have caught up, why don't we get started? Anna said to a song, who seemed impatient to catch Redfall earlier, but now she was taking her sweet time talking to Anne. Okay, Anne, give me Yin Widow's blood, a song asked Anne. Here, following a song's request, Anne took out Yin Widow's corpse from her storage card and extracted a few drops of blood, and handed them to a song. Taking the blood drop, a song signaled her aide, who appeared next to her in an instant. A song handed the blood drops to her aide, who fed the blood drops to her card in the grimoire. Then a song said, now we wait. What is happening? Clueless, I asked, hoping to get an explanation of what they were trying to do. Hearing me, Anne and Anna both turned to answer, but seeing Anna was about to speak, please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. Anne backed away, but still she had to explain to me as Anna signaled her to answer me. This was best for me, as Anna was not well versed in theories and gives a very vague explanation with no details. Let's hope that Anne was different. She should be, based on what I have heard about her so far. Master Wyatt, we meet again. Anne started with small talks and went on to explain. There is an SS rank card called the Dummy card. This card is a one-time use card usually used as a precaution against the curse. But we are going to use it to trick the world will and unlock the Diamond Grimoire. Card name, the Dummy card type, one-time use item card. Card rank, SS rank, Legend grade. Card rate, 9 stars. Card durability, 89/100ths. Card effect, the user is able to summon a doll. When fed the blood of the user, it can automatically act as the user's replacement to face deadly attacks. Additional effect, Meat Shield. Note, after feeding it blood once, it cannot be reused. Meat Shield, the the user is able to transfer all the physical damage suffered to the dummy doll once at will. Note: after feeding it blood once, it cannot be reused. Going through the card info of the dummy card, I was puzzled as to how they were going to use it to trick the world's will to open the diamond grimoire, and why did they have to do that? Anne seemed to have noticed the confusion on my face and answered my confusion even before I asked her. Master Wyatt, you must be puzzled about why we are trying to trick the world's will and how it all affects us retrieving the cards stored in the diamond grimoire, right? For that, you will have to understand how a grimoire is created and the principle behind its working. Quote. Anne gave a dramatic pause as she said those words. I understood why she did that. She wanted to check with others if it was okay to tell me about the creation of the grimoire and its working principle. I could see Anne's eyes seeking permission from a song and Anna. Anne, you can tell but don't go into details as some of the parts of explanation are too much and taboo for him. A song spoke, giving Anne permission to explain to me how the grimoires were created and what was their working principle, while avoiding the taboos that apparently I wasn't ready for. This did not make sense. I am not ready for this information. Then how is a song, who is in the same realm as me, ready to know the taboo knowledge? A song and I, both were in the card soldier realm, so if a song can know the secrets behind the grimoire, then why was it that I was denied permission to know those secrets and they went as far as to call it taboo? I was indeed dissatisfied by their remarks, but I knew better than to raise my dissatisfaction and question their judgment. Let's first hear what they were willing to tell me, and then maybe I can get other parts through other means. Master Wyatt, you know that grimoire allows us to do many magical and powerful things. To access it, we make a contract with the grimoire. What you don't know is when you are creating a contract with the grimoire, you are actually creating a contract with the world's will, using the grimoire as a medium to access the power of the world. Anne paused to let the information sink into my mind. After all, she did reveal a huge secret. You are telling me, a grimoire is just a vessel, and in reality, we are actually contracting with the world's will. How does that work? And what do you mean by accessing the world's power? Hearing Anne, I felt like everything I knew about grimoire and cards was a lie. If it were not from a trustable source, I would think that Anne was trying to punk me. Master Wyatt, to understand this you have to question yourself. We were not born with this power, so where is power coming from? Yes, we practice our active soul control, but all we are doing is strengthening our souls and enhancing our control over them. So how are we able to create cards? And why does it has to be cards? Why not scrolls or some other item? Or why can't we directly use this power? Why do we have to use cards to access them? Anne's explanation only added to my confusion. Thankfully I had no opinion about grimoire before today, so I was a lot more open-minded to hear what Anne was trying to explain. Chapter 814, Asserts of Grimoire. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 1954. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse number 234. If you think about it, by practicing their active soul control, the card apprentices strengthen their soul and their control over it. In return, their accessible soul energy increases. Other than that, there was no other benefits to practicing active soul control without the grimoire. Now the question was, why can a grimoire give such magical abilities to the card apprentice? Where do these powers come from? According to Anne, this power belonged to the world and we gained access to it by forming a contract with the world's will with the grimoire as the medium. But how does that work? Why was there a need to use the grimoire as a medium? Why can we not directly establish a contract with the world's will? Seeing that my confusion grew with her words, Anne offered, Master Wyatt, I know it is confusing, but this is all I can disclose to you about the grimoires. If you have doubts, ask away. I will try to answer them to the best of my knowledge without touching the sensitive and taboo stuff. Anne, why is there a need for users to use a grimoire as a medium to establish a contract with the world's will? Why can't we do that directly? I asked Anne, taking up on her offer. Master Wyatt, you should already know that to feel the presence of the world's will you will have to forge an ego gem. Considering the average talent of people all over the world, it was impossible for everyone to form an ego gem. Of course, there are some exceptions such as yourself. But do you believe the monsters would have waited for us to forge our ego gems? The world back then was not peaceful enough for us to patiently forge an ego gem and independently form a contract with the world's will. Therefore the first of us to walk on this world thought of using the grimoire as a medium to form a contract and borrow the power of the world. Anne answered by saying that humans need to forge an ego gem to feel the presence of the world's will, so it was impossible for humans to form a contract with the world's will at the card student realm, and went on to explain to me that at the the world was plagued with monsters and it was not ideal for humanity to patiently forge ego gems to establish a contract with the world's will and borrow its power. Therefore our ancestors came up with the idea to use a medium to form a contract and borrow the power of the world's will. Does that mean that the ego gem can do everything that a grimoire can do? Doesn't that make the grimoire redundant? So why do card apprentices with ego gems fight for higher grade grimoire? I asked, thinking that if the ego gems could also perform the same function as the grimoires, shouldn't the grimoires become obsolete after the card apprentices forge their ego gems? Master Wyatt, what you are saying is correct if we consider that grimoire and ego gem play the same role in a card apprentice's growth. But are the grimoire and ego gem the same? Anne answered me with a question. No, I didn't understand. Was Anne saying that grimoire and ego gem were not the same? Then wasn't grimoire a replacement item for ego gem? Master Wyatt, grimoire is indeed a medium used by card apprentice to form a contract with the world's will to borrow its power, but it is not the same as ego gem. They both have two different functions. Grimoire deals with the world's power, that is the soul pathways, and the ego gem deal with energies in the world's will, that is the rules and their meanings. The grimoire gives the card apprentice access to soul pathways which we make use of through cards, while the ego gem gives us access to rules which we make use of through runes. Therefore both the grimoire and ego gem are important to a card apprentice. Anne narrated the importance and necessity of both the grimoire and ego gem for a card apprentice and how they gave them access to two different power systems, soul pathways, and rules. While the card apprentices made use of these two power systems through cards and runes. Hearing Anne's explanation, I understood that grimoire and ego gem were two different things that helped the card apprentice borrow two different power systems from the world. But in end, one question remained: how was grimoire created? I now know where it gets its ability from, but the principle behind its creation was still beyond my reach, as I knew that enter the taboo part which Anne wasn't supposed to explain to me. So I decided to go around it. Anne, so why are the grimoires divided into 5 different grades? About that, the materials. Anne was about to explain why the grimoire was divided into 5 different grades, but was interrupted by a song. Anne, stop it right there. You were just about to reveal how the grimoires are created to explain why they are divided into 5 different grades. A song interrupted Anne, who was so keen on explaining to me that she forgot that she almost revealed what she asked not to. And then, glancing at me, a song said, "Master Wyatt, please don't try to take advantage of the courtesy we have extended to you." What? I am innocent. All I wanted to know was why the grimoires are divided into 5 different grades. I said, putting on an innocent smile. Yeah, right. A song rolled her eyes at my response. I did expect that it would not be easy to get the privileged information, so I was not discouraged and instead demanded, "So, why are the grimoires divided into 5 different grades?" You, hearing me demand, a song looked at me in disbelief. Chapter 815, Contract Renewal. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 20:03. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, warehouse number 234. Big sis, let me, said Anne. I promise I won't speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. About the privileged stuff. Fine, but watch out for that boy, he has very thick skin for someone his age, a song warned Anne, who nodded hearing her words. Master Wyatt, since I cannot go into details about this, let us use an example. Assume that the world's will is similar to a company, card apprentices is its employee, and the grimoire is your employment contract. Consider the card apprentice's active soul control percentage as the achievement made by the employees and power borrowed by the world as the employee salary. The company gives more benefits to employees with more achievements. That is, the world will give more access to its power to card apprentices with a higher active soul control percentage. As employees climb higher in their company, they are asked to renew their employment contracts with more benefits. Similarly, when the card apprentice achieves a certain percentage of active soul control, they are asked to renew their contract with the world's will for better terms with a higher grade of a medium, allowing the card apprentice to borrow more power from the world. Therefore, based on the different achievements in active soul control percentage, one can renew their contract with the world's will using a higher grade grimoire to access more power. Narrating that, Anne peeked at me to see if she was able to answer me without leaking the privileged information. Contract renewal. To access more power from the world, you need a higher grade of medium to renew your old contract with new terms based on your new active soul control percentage. I understand that, but my question is, why do that? What is stopping us from depending on the same old medium to renew contracts with the world's will? Why do we have to keep renewing the contract with different medium, why can't the world give us direct access to its power like it did with ego gems? In order to avoid revealing something privileged, Anne came up with a half-backed way to explain why the grimoire was divided into grades. But it had a lot of holes in it. Especially, why can't the world give complete access to the grimoires as it did with ego gems? First, ego gems too have grades. They are graded based on the card apprentice's natural talent. Lower the talent, fewer rules available to comprehend, and slower the comprehension of the rules. Likewise, higher the talent, more rules available to comprehend, and faster the comprehension of the rules. Second, we have to keep renewing our contract with the world as our achievements in active soul control increase, because our soul is not strong enough to directly handle complete access to the world's power. So as our active control progresses, we have to keep renewing the contract to gain more access to the world's power. Third, the creation of grimoires is not cheap. We can't just hand over diamond grimoires to everyone to access the full power of the world, when we don't even know if their soul would ever grow strong enough to access even a quarter of the world's power. Therefore, keeping all this in mind, the first of us to walk this world divided the grimoire into 5 grades based on the talent of the people. Anne finally explained where the crux of the issue lay. It was our soul. It wasn't strong enough to hold everything the world had to offer. Hence we practice our active soul control to slowly make ourselves strong to bear the burden of accessing the world's power. As for why we don't use the same grimoire to keep renewing our contract with the world, was because the creation of the highest grade grimoire, the diamond grade grimoire, for everyone was impossible, as it was expensive and it was a waste of resources, because not everyone would be able to persist the practice of active soul control and achieve the highest there is to achieve. So instead of wasting precious resources, the ancestors, the first to walk this world, decided to separate the grimoire into 5 different grades based on the average talent of the people. So, I take it you understood why the grimoire is separated into 5 grades, Anne said, feeling satisfied as she was able to answer without leaking any privilege information. Yes, but why do you keep saying, the first to walk this world and not, our ancestors? I asked Anne, noticing that she didn't call the predecessors of this world her ancestor but the first of us to walk this world. Hearing my new doubt, Anne panicked and hurriedly explained to Asong and Anna, I didn't lead him to this. I didn't know he would catch on to this. Honestly, I would not have felt something was amiss here if I hadn't heard Anna, too, call the predecessors of this world, first of us to walk this world before. It is okay, Anne, it is not your fault. It appears Master Wyatt is very detail-oriented. Others would still be trying to digest the information you just unloaded, but he is sharper. Master Wyatt, please stop making things difficult for the little girl, said Asong, indirectly asking me to stop asking Anne questions whose answers were above my privilege level. Fine, I agreed with Asong and asked her, what did Anne mean by, first of us to walk this world? Hearing my shameless question, Asong rolled her eyes at me and said, Master Wyatt, the answer to your question is the taboo secret of this world. So please refrain from searching for answers, as it may have adverse consequences that even you cannot bear. And I also hope you understand that what you learned here is not something you can reveal to another soul. I will keep that in mind. Saying that, I turned to glance at Anna, but she looked away. Clearly she too didn't want to answer my question, and I didn't want to put her in that position. Your Highness, I too swear to not reveal everything I have heard here to another soul. While Asong was making sure neither Anne nor Anna would dare to open their mouth to answer me, Susan's meek sound sounded, enveloping the warehouse into an awkward silence. Chapter 816 Anna's Love Rival. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 2015. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, warehouse number 234. Under the gaze of the 3 most powerful women I have known so far, Susan stood, not knowing how to deal with the predicament she was in. She had just heard some privileged information that she shouldn't have, and now the other 3 were deciding what to do with her. Nervous, Susan once again swore, Your Highness, I swear I will not pass everything I heard here to another soul. Ha ha ha, relax honey, we are messing with you. Most of the stuff we just told is common knowledge for the people in the central capital. So, no harm done. Asong laughed and assured Susan that the information she just heard was common knowledge in the central capital, but privileged way down the south, especially here in Sky Blossom City. Manager Susan, you have to relax a little bit, like your boss. Look at him shamelessly demanding privileged information as if it was his right, said Anna. Your Highness, I wouldn't dare. Susan was a law-fearing citizen whose parents taught her to thank the Southern royal family every day for the bread she was able to eat 3 times a day without having to bloody her hands. Aside from her parents' teaching, Susan had huge respect for the royal family and its members, who maintained the peace in the south. This was one of the reasons Susan was not more aggressive about pursuing her young love and confessing her feelings to him, because she felt she was stealing him from the Southern Emperor, so it was wrong. Just when Susan overcame her moral dilemma of falling for a younger man and her boss at that, new obstacles were erected in her path. Amped up with her feelings for her boss, Susan did try to fight for her love against Her Highness but soon felt huge guilt. Her heart was in love but it was also loyal to the royal family. Caught up in a moral dilemma, Susan could never bring herself to confess her feelings to her boss. "Susan, we have been in each other's company for more than a week, so I think you should get more comfortable around us, therefore ditch the honorifics, will you?" As a woman, Anna knew that Susan did not look at her young lover as her boss, but more than that. Susan wasn't alone, her young lover seemed to feel the same way for her, though he would deny it if asked. Anna knew better, her woman's intuition was ringing crazy on this. Therefore she herself had indirectly warned Susan to back off. That was one of the low points in her life. Later she lamented how far her obsession had dragged her down because love would not do that to her. Realizing her mistake, Anna wanted to recognize her love rival and wish that the best of them would win. This did not mean she would go easy on Susan. Susan looked at Anna not knowing how to answer. Her guilt towards Anna increased seeing her being so welcoming despite their clash a few nights ago. The members of the royal family are so good and forgiving, just like the stories she heard about them when she was little. "Susan, what happened to the girl from a few nights ago? She had some fight in her." Now that was the girl who knew what she wanted and didn't hesitate to roll up her sleeves to get it. I was quite impressed. Anna was not lying when she said these words, as she really believed Susan to be her love rival. Hearing Anna, Susan's respect for the southern royal family grew, and so did her resolve from a few nights ago, which was shackled by her guilt. Her resolve got rid of those shackles, and glancing at Anna she said, "Southern Emperor, forgive me if I offend you." "Offend me, Manager Susan, now you are just being full of yourself." Seeing the familiar resolve burning in Susan's eyes, Anna thought, "Since when did I have to scare little girls to get a man? Bring it, little girl, let me show you the charm of Anna Heatsend." Little did Anna know that she would come to regret and applaud this moment for underestimating the country girl, as this country girl will be her greatest rival. A song was surprised to hear Anna's conversation with Susan and looked at Susan in a new light, but what surprised her, even more, was that Anna's love started to sound one-sided. So she could help but glance at her friend's crush, who seemed to be lost in his thoughts seeing his employee was no longer in trouble. And she couldn't help but wonder, what does Anna see in him? He has potential but not enough to fall madly in love with him. Well, love is unreasonable. To think one of the goddesses of our batch would fall for some unknown country boy. As for Anne, she was busy occasionally peeking at her crush. She has been aching to meet him, but she had to control herself because if Anna knew about her thoughts she would lock her up in her grimoire for the rest of their life. So she could not be obvious with her feelings, which was very hard considering her bond with Anna. While Anne was peeking at her love, she also continued to think of a solution to her problems. "Anna, now that I knew why they had to trick the world's will to open Yin Widow's grimoire, I could not understand how they were going to use a few drops of blood from Yin Widow's corpse and the SS rank the dummy card to trick the world's will. The effect of the dummy card was to protect the card apprentice from immediate deadly damage and transfer the sustained damage by the user to itself. So how does it help in tricking the world's will? Not to mention Yin Widow was dead, how was her blood going to be used by the dummy card? Was that even possible?" Chapter 817 Soul Energy Signature Date the 2nd of April 2321 Time 2022 Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse number 234. Anna, how are you going to trick the world's will into opening the Diamond Grimoire using the dummy card? I racked up my brain for every possible way, but I could not think of an answer to how the dummy card would accept the blood of a dead person. Well, Anne showed you the effects of the card, right? Anna spoke as if the answer to my question was in the dummy card info. Yes, she did. Are you implying that the dummy card works on the blood of a dead person too? I asked, as it was too bizarre for me to just accept it. Yes, mind-blowing, right? Even the creator of this card would not have thought of this. They say some drunk card emperor found this method by mistake. Anna was not enthusiastic about going into the technical details, but was enthusiastic about gossiping stories with no merits to them. Quote. Ignoring Anna, I turned To Anne she seemed to go out of her way to make sure that I understood what she was explaining. How considerate of her. Glancing at Anne, I cannot help but wonder how can there be an origin card that was the better version of the Card Apprentice. It was like the universe mocking Anna that she could be replaced with a better version of herself. No wonder Anna would hide her origin card. Feeling my gaze, Anne looked at me and answered without me having to ask her. Master Wyatt, the dummy card is one of a kind. You already know that it replaces the Card Apprentice to take immediate damage, be it physical or soul-related damage. It is able to do that because it assumes the identity of the Card Apprentice whose blood it has been fed with. So what happens to the card when it is fed with a dead person's card? Does it assume the identity of the dead person? I answered, understanding how the dummy card worked. My eyes shined bright as finally I knew why the card would accept a dead person's blood. Earlier I was too stuck with the card effect, and forget to ask how the effects of the card were possible. Yes, Anne responded with a gentle smile. So, what are we waiting for now? Why aren't we summoning the dummy to open the Diamond Grimoire? In curiosity, I even forgot that if the Diamond Grimoire were to be opened, I would be in a lot of trouble. Well, though the dummy has assumed Yin Widow's identity, it does not have her soul energy to open the grimoire. Normally we could feed the dummy with soul energy and it would open the Diamond Grimoire, but Yin Widow is dead for a long period now, so the grimoire will scrutinize the soul energy fed by the dummy before allowing it to open the grimoire. Since we are feeding the dummy with external soul energy, its soul energy signature will not match Yin Widow, so instead, we will end up alerting the world's will. As the consequence, the grimoire will be destroyed by the world's will and it will punish the dummy and the Card Apprentice equipping it. Anne paused, allowing me to soak in the consequence of failing to trick the world's will. So, how do we address this problem? I asked Anne, thinking that since Yin Widow is dead, mimicking her soul energy is going to be impossible. But if that were true, they would not try to open the Diamond Grimoire in the first place. Since they are trying it anyway, then they should have a way around it. We fed the dummy a little soul energy and wait until the soul energy inside the dummy adapts the signature of the Yin Widow's soul energy, Anne answered. Is that possible? I know I am asking the obvious. Since they are trying it, then it was 100% possible. Yes, since the dummy has assumed the Yin Widow's identity, once the soul energy adapts to the dummy it will resemble the Yin Widow's soul energy. Anne knew what I meant by my question, so explained to me how the soul energy fed to the dummy would duplicate the signature of the Yin Widow's soul energy. So, how long will it take for that to happen? I asked Anne. About 9 to 12 hours, Anne answered casually. Okay. Responding to Anne, I thought, that means I still have time to get rid of Redfall's soul. Master Wyatt, since all the ingredients you ordered are here, so why don't we get started with my origin card creation? A song asked, seeing that I was done with my questions. I thought she wanted to wait until after she handled the Redfall matter, but there was a lot of time to spare in between, so I guess she wants to get it over with and use the available time more appropriately. Sure, since it is about time for dinner. Why don't start after our dinner? I made an excuse to buy myself some time to think of ways to get rid of demigod Redfall's soul, if I am caught with his soul on the person. I don't know how I am going to explain myself to Anna and the rest. Okay then, a song agreed. After all, it was not every day she got to eat with friends. Did somebody say dinner? The dinner is ready. Let me set up the dinner table, Agatha announced as she walked out of the kitchen, and glancing at Duplicate Anna and Susan, she added, it seems we have additional guests. No worries, I made extra. Agatha summoned a huge-ass fancy dinner table, covered it with a clean white tablecloth, arranged all the plates and cutleries, and placed her home-cooked dinner on the table. With that, the whole warehouse was filled with a flavorful smell that would make a person's mouth water. It seems Agatha went all out preparing the dinner. Chapter 818 Bonded Cards. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 2035. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall. Warehouse number 234, the table is set. Your Highness, a song, please. Agatha invited a song, and then looking at two identical Annas, she did not know how to react. Which one was the Southern Emperor and who was the doppelganger? Agatha, this is Anne, Anna's twin sister. I introduced Anne to Agatha as not many people seemed to know about Anna's origin card, and Anne preferred to identify as Anna's twin. Agatha wanted to invite Anna and Anne to the dinner table, but they had already taken a set at the table while I introduced Anne to Agatha. Where is Abba? Why is she not here? A song asked. Your Highness, the princess is still sad about your health and is crying in the kitchen, Agatha answered. Let me go fetch her. A song headed towards the kitchen. She knew Abba was attached to her. And as somebody who lost her mother to an illness, Abba was really sensitive about these kinds of stuff. Knowing that Abba was sad for her, a song who did not want to talk about her condition decided to have a heart-to-heart with Abba. But as she headed towards the kitchen, she did not forget to throw a glance at the person responsible for all this mess. Shaking my head at a song's stare, I then looked at the dinner table. Aside from a song and Abba who were in the kitchen, everyone had taken their seat at the table, even Susan. She was seated between Anna and Anne. Seeing this, I could not laminate how considerate they were. After all, Susan was the only outsider in this group. Feeling my gaze, Anna signaled me to sit next to her. I shook my head with a sigh. Though I want to enjoy dinner with everyone, I still had other pressing matters to deal with, and this was the best time for me to go get rid of the evidence connecting me to demigod Redfall's soul. Thinking about what I had to do next under Anna's puzzled gaze, I looked at all and said, "Guys, I have to leave for some urgent business. You folks enjoy the dinner without me." "Master Wyatt, can't that wait? Everyone will miss you at the dinner table," said Cole, not because he will miss his cousin's lover at the dinner table, but because with him gone he will be the only male on the dinner table. Not that he minded it. After all, it helped with his fantasies, but he knew a small slip in his expression and these ladies would make him regret it. Therefore he hoped that another male would be present to share the burden in such conditions. "Yes, Master Wyatt, I have prepared a lot, it will go to waste," added Agatha. "Well, Agatha, it seems I don't have the fate to enjoy your hand-cooked meal." It did appear like that, so I couldn't help but say it. "No need to be sad, Master Wyatt. I will make sure to save some, and reheat it for you when you arrive later," Agatha offered. "Thank you, Agatha." I don't know if Agatha was being serious, but I didn't care. "Wyatt, let me tend to that business. You have dinner with everyone." At the dinner table, Susan felt like the friend who got a last-minute invite to the New Year's dinner out of pity. Especially with Anne and Anna going out of their way to make her feel welcomed and comfortable at the dinner table. "No, Susan, that won't work. I have to be there for this. Please understand," I said, eyeing both Susan and Anna, as they were the only two whom I felt obliged to give an explanation. As for the others, fuck 'em, they are not the boss of me. Hearing my words, Anna and Susan nodded in agreement. With that, I hurried out of the warehouse, and summoning my hoverbike, I called Courtney while heading towards the Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon Seal. "Hello, Wyatt, what is it?" Courtney answered the call immediately. It appears Sheeta was not busy with other matters, fortunate for me. "Courtney, where are you now?" I asked her. "At the orphanage. I wanted to come to the warehouse, but the kids in Bloodette hit it off, so I decided to stay here." "Why, is there a problem?" answered Courtney. The sound of children and Bloodette's laughter in the background were proof of her words. "No, don't worry about it. As long as you are within the Sky Blossom City array, it is fine. I called you for personal matters. I need a favor." I asked Courtney a favor. "Sure, what is it?" Courtney didn't hesitate and immediately agreed to help. This was the loyalty I could expect from Courtney. If it were somebody else, they would not agree without knowing the nature of the favor, and only after I had answered them would they show their true colors. At times like this, having a friend like Courtney was helpful. "Meet me at the Dungeon Seal. I will explain everything there." I did not go into details about the favor and asked Courtney to meet up at the Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon Seal. "Okay, meet you at the Dungeon Gate," Courtney answered affirmatively. Date the 2nd of April 2321, time 21:05, location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon Seal. I had arrived at the Dungeon Seal location, but there was no sign of Courtney. I wasn't worried that Courtney wouldn't show up. There must be a strong reason why she hadn't arrived yet. Therefore I decided to wait while making appropriate preparation. By appropriate preparation, I meant upgrading a storage trunk card to a bonded storage trunk card. What's the difference between the two? Bonded cards were the cards that can only be used by the predetermined card apprentice and nobody else could use the card. So by upgrading a storage trunk card, I was making sure that only I could activate the card. This way the contents of the storage trunk would only be accessible to me and nobody else. Chapter 819, Bloodette's Bully. Date the 2nd of April 2321, time 21:08, location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon Seal. Upgrading a regular item card to a bonded item card was not that hard for an array master. But due to my multiple talents, I faced a problem when it came to choosing between the multiple methods to bond a card. Soul Energy Signature Bond, Blood Rule Bond, Password Protected, and my personal invention Code Bond. Soul Energy Signature Bond was the popular one because this method was easy to set up as any rookie array master could set it and was hard to cheat. Blood Rule Bond. This method was popularly used by big families to make sure that the secret cards of their family do not get leaked and stay within their bloodline. Password protected. As the name suggested, to activate these cards one had to satisfy the predetermined conditions set by the creator. This required a very high level of array mastery. I wasn't there yet. But I invented my own way to achieve a similar effect and named it Code Bonded. Code Bond was the product of the new way of array formation I was coming up with. It was nothing special. It made use of numbers to identify various soul pathways in nature surrounding us, just like how the binary code was used to interact with the computers back on Earth. This idea was still in its infant stage and needed a lot of work since I needed to be able to define everything surrounding me using a number system, which was easier said than done. Especially when I had yet to decide how many numbers I should use to create a computing language, as I did not think that binary and ternary computing language would be enough to define the boundless and ever-expanding nature. Since the code bond was still in the development phase, I ruled it out, leaving me with two options: Blood Rule Bonded and Soul Energy Signature Bonded. Since I was the only one going to access this card, I went with the simple and popular method, the Soul Energy Signature Bond. Considering the trouble one had to go through to get past the Soul Energy Signature verification, I felt like this was the best option available fitting my needs. So without any further ado, I upgraded the Storage Trunk card to a Bonded Storage Trunk card. Card name: Storage Trunk. Card type: Item card. Bonded. Card rank: E rank. Common grade. Card rate: 1-star. Card durability: 100/100ths. Card effect: the user can summon a standard military grade storage trunk by activating the card. Additional effect: Soul Energy Signature Bonded. Note: this card is bonded to a specific card apprentice and cannot be accessed by others. Having successfully created a bonded storage truck card, I used it to store the storage card containing the Heathen Stone box that housed the Calamity Trap trapping demigod Redfall's soul. Then waited for Courtney. Considering that Bloodette could return to the dungeon seal any moment she wanted to, with Courtney hiding in her rune, I could not help but lament that it was taking too long for Courtney to get to the Blood Rock Cave Gate dungeon. Growing impatient, I was about to call Courtney but didn't have to as I watched the dungeon gate finally open. I walked into the gate and it closed behind me. "Courtney, what took you so long?" I couldn't help but ask because I had explicitly explained to Courtney that I needed her help and to meet me at the dungeon seal. Yet, Courtney arrived so tardily, therefore I couldn't help but vent. "I am sorry, Wyatt." Bloodette wouldn't listen. And kids also weren't willing to let go of Bloodette. Courtney apologized. I chose to forgive her for the delay but turned to glance at Bloodette, who glared back and yelled, "You guys have problems every day, but Bloodette doesn't get to have fun every day." Bloodette looked like the kid whose mom forcefully dragged her out of the arcade. But considering that not every day Bloodette gets to meet someone who would not fear or feel disgusted by her appearance, I decided to not blame her. It was okay for her to lose track of time playing with people who don't judge her kids in this instant. But I still advised, do you know that there are blood rule meanings that allow one to assume the appearance of the target whose blood they had consumed? I know, but I don't seem to find them, and this is way better. The kids at the orphanage do not seem to be bothered by my appearance. I had so much fun. You have to meet Daisy, she is super cute, and Brain too. He is a jerk but he is fun. We did all sorts of crazy stuff together. God, I miss them already. Bloodette's mood improved as she spoke of her new friends. "You can leave Courtney's innate rune," when outside of the dungeon seal. I asked, hearing that Bloodette had a fun time with the kids at the orphanage. No, her main body was still in the innate rune. She created a small incarnation of hers and possessed it to play with children. Courtney answered, and the orphanage staff were okay with it. I sure as hell wouldn't be okay with a midget humanoid made of blood playing with a group of kids. I told them that she was my familiar, so they were not opposed to the idea of her playing with the kids, Courtney whispered, but Bloodette's senses were sharp. "And thanks to that, Brain kept teasing me that I was your pet," Bloodette growled at Courtney. Bloodette wasn't really angry that Brain teased her because for some weird reason it helped her mingle with kids faster. "Bloodette, if I hadn't said that, they would not have agreed to let you play with the kids." Courtney reasoned with Bloodette. "It seems you two had a fun and eventful day. Well, you guys deserve it after being held in the military base for days against your wish." I was happy and sad for Bloodette, as asides from innocent children and as nobody else would ever accept and treat her as one of them. And it was kinda funny to hear that Solemn Blood Supreme was bullied by a kid. Chapter 820 Mysterious Dungeon Seal Date 2nd of April 2321 Time 21:19 Location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon Seal. So, Wyatt, what do you need my help with? Courtney asked. After all, that was why she was here. Well, I want to hide this card in the dungeon seal, I said, taking out the bonded storage card which contained the storage card holding the heathen stone box that housed the calamity tarp trapping demigod Redfall's soul. A storage card? Don't tell me you got yourself a 5-finger discount. How could you? You should have called me, I am an expert in this field. Though recently I did not need to use it. Hearing me asking her to hide a storage card, Courtney's imagination ran wild and concluded that I helped myself to what others may consider as a crime but Courtney considered as fun. Yeah, something like that. Not wanting to fuel Courtney's curiosity, I just agreed with Courtney. Aha, see, I told you, I have a knack for these things. Courtney placed the bonded storage trunk card inside one of the empty drawers by Bloodette's bedside and added, "Don't worry buddy, I got you covered." You mean, I got him covered? This is my house, so I am hiding the card for him. Bloodette rebutted Courtney, disagreeing with her claims. It seems the kids didn't just teach Bloodette how to play, I said, looking at Bloodette talk back to Courtney. Yes, just this afternoon she was like, Courtney, what's mine is yours, but now that she has new friends, she no longer wants to share stuff with me. I feel betrayed. Courtney acted sad and shed a few crocodile tears to give it a dramatic touch. Courtney, please don't cry, I didn't mean that. What mine is still yours, I just wanted Wyatt to think that I was helping too. If you cry I too feel like crying. Bloodette said in distress, knowing that her words made Courtney, her best friend, cry. Aha, got you. Yelling that, Courtney suddenly hugged Bloodette, who came to console her. Why, you were acting. Courtney and Bloodette fell and rolled on the ground in each other's embrace, trying to overpower each other. And the winner was Bloodette, who pinned Courtney down on the ground with one arm and used the other to tickle her, saying, "This is for trying to trick me." Stop it, haha, Bloodette, stop it, it is ticklish. Courtney urged Bloodette to stop, but this only fueled the latter to continue her punishment. Quote. Seeing Bloodette and Courtney so close to each other, I felt like the third wheel here. Maybe I should leave the room for these two. I saw a lot of mental maturity in Bloodette today. It seems spending some time with kids has helped her mature a lot. Usually, Bloodette was very dependent on Courtney, but today I saw a Bloodette outside of Courtney's influences. Like how the kids grow their individuality by spending some time apart from their parents, Bloodette too started to show individuality, having spent some time apart from Courtney by playing with the kids at the orphanage. As for me, I felt like a heavy burden lifted off of my shoulder, having hidden the heathen stone box containing demigod Redfall's soul in the dungeon seal. When I heard Anna say that Yin Widow confronted her asking her to hand over her son, I realized that maybe despite the soul status candle's ability, Yin Widow could not pinpoint the location of her son's soul. To be sure of this theory, I went through the card info of a soul status candle card, and it did not take me long to conclude that Yin Widow was not able to pinpoint the location of her son's soul because of the dungeon seal. After going through the SSS ranked soul status candle card info, one thing I was sure of was that the soul status candle card could exactly pinpoint the location of the child to the mother, yet Yin Widow, who had the soul status card, did not come to the dungeon seal searching for her reborn son. Instead, she confronted Anna, demanding her to hand her son. This could only mean that Yin Widow's soul status candle was unable to pinpoint the location of her son, who entered the world of living in the dungeon seal. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bickered with Anna and directly come for her son and collected him, and then she would have fled like there was no tomorrow. Despite knowing the risks involved, Yin Widow confronted Anna, begging Anna to give her son to her, and stubbornly stayed till it cost Yin Widow her life, instead of just dashing to the location of her son pinpointed by the soul status candle. There could be only a few reasons for this stupidity displayed by Yin Widow. First, the obvious, there was some misunderstanding. But that was highly impossible because the soul status candle was a legend grade card, and if it was working it had no room for error. Considering that Yin Widow knew her son had entered the world of living, it can be seen that the soul status candle was working. Second, the debatable, Yin Widow was dumb. But this point was moot considering that she had achieved the peak that many card apprentices dreamed of. Yes, God takes care of fools and drunkards, but not to this point. One could only reach the peak if one had what it takes to be there. Third, the viable, soul status candle was unable to pinpoint the exact location of Yin Widow's reborn son because of an unknown interference which she mistook as Anna's doing and confronted Anna asking for her son. Thinking of the unknown interference blocking the ability of the legend grade soul status candle card, only one thing came to my mind: the mysterious dungeon seal that could seal the Blood Supreme. Since it could suppress the Blood Supreme, it could avoid the tracing of the soul status candle. Chapter 821 Selfishness. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 21:27. Location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Cave Gate. Dungeon Seal. I don't know if my assumptions held any merit, but I was willing to bet on the mysterious dungeon seal. There was another reason I wanted to hide Demigod Redfall's soul in the dungeon seal. That was if by chance Demigod Redfall were able to break free from the Calamity Trap and escape the Heathen Stone Box, the dungeon seal itself would act as a prison for him. I know that it wasn't a brilliant idea, but it was better than letting Redfall's soul free. This fucker was someone who had sacrificed 100,000 innocent souls for power. I can't imagine how far he is willing to go regain his realm. Instead of letting out this disaster into the world, I thought it would be better if his soul stayed imprisoned in the dungeon seal in case he was able to break free from all his other restraints. I know if that were to happen, then the dungeon seal would not be accessible to either of us. Still, it was better than the alternative. Not to mention the possibility of this happening was very little, taking into consideration that Redfall's soul is not strong as it used to after returning from the other side. I thought Redfall's soul would not be able to break free from the Calamity Trap under the effect of the Heathen Stone. To be honest, there was my selfishness hidden behind this choice. I did not want to lose a high-grade ingredient like an ex-demigod's soul. By keeping Redfall's soul in the dungeon seal, I could access it whenever I wanted to, but if I had made any other arrangement, I would not have this convenience factor. Trusting my deduction, I threw the doubts to the back of my mind and looked at Courtney and Bloodette. They seemed to be done playing around. So I asked, "Girls, did you have dinner?" "No, I rushed over here for you," replied Courtney. "I am always hungry," Bloodette yelled. For someone of Bloodette's realm, the blood of low and medium grade monsters wouldn't satisfy her hunger despite the amount. She needed a high-grade monster's blood, but the Sky Blossom City didn't have any high-grade dungeon for her to harvest monster blood. Therefore Bloodette was experimenting with the monster's blood and blood rule, for example enhancing the monster's blood using the blood rule. This way the resulting blood would have the nutrition of the blood rule and flavor of the monster's blood. Good. I too feel famished. Let's go and get ourselves some dinner. I remember Anna saying she would save some food for me, but I did not want to eat alone when I could fill my stomach in the company of my loyal friends, Courtney and Bloodette. Yay, and later we can return to the orphanage and play with Daisy and Brian. Bloodette cheered enthusiastically. Bloodette, that is not possible. It is late. The kids at the orphanage must be fast asleep by now. But you can play with them tomorrow morning. Courtney poured water on Bloodette's enthusiasm. Hearing Courtney, Bloodette's mood turned for the worse. Hey, you two, don't dilly-dally, we got to get going. It is late already, there won't be enough portions left. I hurried Courtney and Bloodette. I know Bloodette was feeling down, so I decided to give her some space to deal with it while we were on the move. Bloodette entered Courtney's innate rune and then opened the dungeon gate. I followed Courtney out and we two summoned our hoverbikes. Just as we were about to leave, a ball of blood escaped Courtney's body and took a humanoid shape, and then demanded, "I want to drive the hoverbike." No way. Courtney immediately denied clone Bloodette's request. This hoverbike was her baby. Courtney would not want to hand it over to someone who has never driven anything in her life. Courtney would have considered if her financial situation was good as before, but with her mother imprisoned, Courtney was broke again. The royal family did promise her mother that they would take care of her, but she didn't know if it covered a hoverbike. And her mother did leave some emergency backups, but she would be stupid to use them for a hoverbike. What? Facing Courtney's immediate rejection, Bloodette was hurt. Didn't they just agree on what's mine is yours? Did that only apply to her? Bloodette, please understand, this is expensive. If you were to get into an accident, I can't afford another one of this. Courtney tried to reason with Bloodette. Why do you think that I will get in an accident? Bloodette asked. Because you don't know how to drive. Be good, I will teach you how to drive some other time. Courtney promised Bloodette that she would teach her how to drive if she behaved now. Bloodette stared at Courtney for a few seconds before she turned to me asking, "What about you, Wyatt?" Sure, why not? I wasn't worried about Bloodette wrecking the nanomorpher as it had sentience and could assist Bloodette and help her learn how to drive. Wyatt, if she wrecks your hoverbike, I do not have the money to pay you for repairs, you have been warned. Courtney considered herself responsible for Bloodette's action. Wyatt, Don't worry, if I were to wreck your hoverbike I will pay with the blood rule pills you like. Hearing Courtney warning the only person willing to lend her his hoverbike, Bloodette immediately tried to assure him that she was not financially helpless and that if she were to wreck this hoverbike she would pay him with blood rule pills. Wow, is that how little you two think of me? I said, looking at the two. Wyatt, I didn't mean it that way. Courtney immediately tried to console me while Bloodette did not understand what I meant. I was kidding, I laughed, and scooting backward on the nanomorpher I said, Bloodette, get on, didn't you say you wanted to drive? Yay, Bloodette cheered. Chapter 822 A Song's Hope. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 22:45. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, warehouse number 234. After the dinner, Courtney and Bloodette decide to return to the orphanage. They plan to sleep there as people from Fine Gold would be meeting Courtney there tomorrow morning to discuss the future of the orphanage. As for me, I returned to the warehouse, and was greeted by Susan. Wyatt, you are here. Susan, what are you still doing here? It was way past 10 in the evening. Susan would usually get off work by 8:30 something, so I thought she would have left after dinner, but that doesn't seem to be the case. With so many guests, how can I leave? Susan asked. Don't worry, we have Abba and Agatha for that now. Hearing my words, the two hostages glared at me. What, you two just sit around all day, might as well help around a little. I glared back at the duo, reminding them this was my warehouse. Wyatt, what's wrong with you? Abba asked. She clearly remembers repeatedly asking her friend not to talk to her like that, yet he keeps at it. Abba, chill, I am messing with you. I said to Abba, and then read the message that I just received in my grimoire. It was from Agatha and it read, Wyatt, you better pray that Southern Emperor doesn't lose her interest in you. The day she loses interest in you it will be your DOD. Reading the message I replied, Agatha, come on, don't be like that, I thought we were friends. I pull your leg, you pull my leg, why take it as far as to threaten each other? Agatha suddenly glared at me. It seems she read my reply. In response to Agatha's glare, I just shook my head, thinking, people are way too serious these days to react so seriously to a snarky comment. See, a song. Wyatt is here. We can check on the dungeon relocation testing some other day. Anna persuaded a song, who kept asking to check on the dungeon relocation testing that Luna was conducting. Good, let's do that. Hearing Anna's excuse, a song knew Anna was trying to hide something from her. If she were here as a politician she would have tried to uncover what the Southern royal family was up to this far down south. But she was here as a client, so she decided to lay back and not make things difficult for her friend. Master Wyatt, was your work unhindered and successful? Cole said, seeing he wasn't the only male in the warehouse. Anymore. I don't know, Mr. Cole, the results will be out tomorrow morning. I desperately hope that it works out, I answered to Cole. Then I will pray for you, replied Cole, saying that he will pray for my success. I didn't know the royal family was a believer, I said, because I have been with the Southern royalty and they did not seem like a group of God-fearing people. Especially, Anna. No, they don't, but we Wilsons do, we pray to our ancestors. Cole answered proudly. That's not even a thing, you damn fatty, Anna yelled, hearing Cole claim that the people of the Wilson family were believers and prayed to their ancestors. Cousin, sorry, but I think I know better than you about the Wilson family. Cole didn't stop having his lie pointed out by Anna. Instead he doubled down on it, burning full of confidence. If it were some stranger they would think Cole was telling the truth, but unfortunately, he faced his cousin. Fatty, tell the truth or I will use your arm to bash your skull in. Anna threatened Cole. What's the big deal? I was just making small talk. This is the way of the merchants. Do you have to police even that? Cole confessed, believing that Anna would stand true to her words. If he had continued to insist on his lie, then she would have definitely used his arm to bash his skull in. No, but I don't want Wyatt to get the wrong impression of my family and its vessels, said Anna. Hearing this, Cole almost coughed out blood, unable to suppress his anger, but in the end, he sighed, letting go of his anger helplessly. Master Wyatt, if you are free, can we get to the origin card creation? A song asked me. Though her voice and tone did not suggest any impatience, I could feel that a song just wanted to be done with her origin card creation. It seems she was having a hard time believing my promises for her origin card. Well, I don't blame her for that, as her condition was chronic and everybody she met in search of a solution for her condition must have had no answers for her. Helpless, she wants to believe in my words, but her rational self said otherwise, because it did not want a song to get hurt by getting her hopes high only to face a disappointment at the end yet again. Yes, let us get started, right away. A song wasn't showing it, but I could see that she was worried about her origin card creation. After all, no matter how rational she forced herself to be, there was a little part of her that hoped for a miracle. I don't know how to create miracles, but what I was going to create as a song's origin card was nothing short of a miracle for her. Not wanting a song to suffer anymore, I decided to create her origin card right away. Wyatt, you can work after having your dinner. I saved some dishes, let me reheat them for you. Anna stood true to her word. She had saved some dinner for me as she said she would. Now I felt guilt for eating out, but that guilt vanished remembering the company of Courtney and Bloodette. It was fun. I am sorry, Anna, I ate out with Courtney and Bloodette. I am full. Madam, a song. Let me lead you to the card lab. Hoping Anna would understand, I lead a song to the card lab. Chapter 823 Insecurities. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 22:57. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, warehouse number 234. Card lab. Leading a song up to the card lab, I walk into the lab after her. Getting comfy on a futon, a song said, I take it you already know Anna has a bus full of ex-lovers, but I have never seen her so head over heels for someone until I met you. What's your secret? Susan had neatly arranged the ingredients in the lab. While going through them, I answered a song, secret. Honestly, I don't know what Anna sees in someone like. So your lack of trust is the reason why. Your relationship with Anna did not progress to the next stage. A song in her time has seen many relationships, and they all had problems that stemmed from the same source, trust issues, and her friend's relationship was no different. Hearing the doubt in her friend's love interest, a song knew that the problem lay with him. As for Anna, she was ready to go all in. Having figured that out till here, keeping the health of her friend's love life in mind, she asked, so what is it that is holding you back? I thought we were in here to create your origin card, not a relationship counseling, I said, turning to look at a song seated on her futon. We are here for that, but it would not hurt if we talked about your trust issues, right? Said a song. Wow, aren't you brave for trying to dig up the emotional scars of the guy who will be pulling your last straw for a long and healthy life, your origin card. I scorned a song for trying to turn an origin card creation session into a counseling session. Okay then, so why do you keep taking a step back when Anna takes one step forward? You do know that for this relationship to work you have to meet her in middle. A song ignored my scorn as a classic lass out from the patience who does not want to speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. About their problems and went ahead to question me what was holding me back from taking the hand that Anna was extending. Quote. She wasn't the only one who knew to ignore others. I too could do that. So I ignored her and continued to go through the ingredients and arrange them in the order I planned to use them. You know, the faster you participate, the sooner this will be over. A song indirectly warned me that she won't stop asking until I voluntarily participated in her heart-to-heart. Which seemed one side, as I was the only one being asked to share my feelings. I could ask her to share her feelings too, but I didn't give a damn about them. Women, I tell you, they love making other people's business their business. Quote. I don't heed a song's warning and continued to go through the ingredients and arrange them, but a song spoke, saying, Wyatt, you know how difficult it is to fit in the top university meant for a card apprentice when you aren't one. The students and professors felt I didn't belong there and hated me because they felt I was occupying the place of hardworking eligible card apprentice who got railroaded because I used backdoor to take one spot in the limited enrollment of the university. When I decided to enroll in the Morningstar University with an iron grade grimoire, I knew that it was going to be tough, but I didn't know how tough until I actually attend the university. It is hard to be in a place where nobody wants you, especially if you are a helpless little girl. It felt like the whole world is rejecting me for not being a card apprentice. No matter how much I steeled my heart and mind, the constant rejection I faced in the university finally got to me and I planned to quit, but when I was about to apply for a college transfer, a girl walked up to me and said, Hey, follow me, you can apply for a college transfer tomorrow. Back then Anna had the reputation as a bully, so out of fear I decided to follow her, and that day onwards I never felt the need to apply for a transfer again. As with her, I found my group of misfits and together we ruled the campus until our graduation. Those were some fun times. And because I was able to persist that day, now the Morningstar University has a few reserved seats for outstanding mortals with high achievements, a song narrated. So what's the point? I asked about the point of a song's story, forgetting that I had decided to ignore her. Well, that wasn't going to work anyway since I had to help create her origin card. That is how much Anna is important to me, so you better believe it when I said I would not stop until you open up, a song said with a gentle smile, but I could feel a stubborn fire in her eyes. Fine, you want to know why I am hesitating. First, I don't even know if I want to be in a relationship with everything going around me, and second is that I am afraid. Afraid that once we take the next step in our relationship, Anna is going to realize that what she felt for me was not love but obsession, which was no longer present now that she got what she wanted. And would discard what we have built together like one of her old toys, which no longer interests her as she got new ones to play with. Irritated by a song's question, I finally opened up about my insecurities to her. First, you cannot pause living your life just because you have a lot of things going on around you, and second, how do you know that it is Anna who will dump you for such a silly reason? It could be some other reason, or it could be you who dumps her. All I am trying to say is you won't know until you give it a try. Nothing is set in stone, so don't miss out because of your fears, and if it doesn't work out between the two of you, then move on. That is how a mature relationship works. Hearing my worries, a song barely managed to hold back her laughter and then explained to me that my worries were only of concern if I were to give it a try, but if I were to continue to stall and do nothing, then these worries of mine were nothing but shackles that I created out of fear. In conclusion, according to a song, I should stop holding myself back by worrying about things I cannot control and jump in head first and experience the ups and downs of life with a positive attitude. Chapter 824 Take Responsibility for My Feelings. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 2309. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse number 234, Card Lab. Yeah, what a sound piece of advice, as if that didn't cross my mind. Have you ever thought I want to hold back, don't want to rush into things, and want to explore other options? I know you are looking out for your friend, but I am going to tell you the same thing I told Anna. Don't push it, we will get there when I am ready. I sighed, feeling that this conversation was tedious. Wait, do you mean you swing for the other team? A song finally understood why an inexperienced virgin could resist the charm of her friend and could not help but feel sad for her friend because she fell for someone who played for the same team. Hell no, why the fuck would you think that? Hearing a song speculating about my sexual orientation, I denied it desperately. Language, a song warned me and then added, didn't you just say that you wanted to explore other options? In what universe does that mean that I prefer sausages over buns? Let me be clear if I wasn't earlier. I like big buns, in fact, the bigger and plumper the buns the better. I made it clear to a song that I preferred buns over sausage. Okay, I get it. Then what did you mean by exploring other options? Asked a song. Obviously, I meant I want to meet new people and experience everything life has to offer, I said without thinking, but then immediately closed my mouth, feeling a song's glare. Why would you see other people when you have Anna? Said a song while cussing in heart, all men are dogs. What do you mean by I have Anna? I didn't dare to talk further as I knew in the heat of the moment I had stepped on a landmine. The only way to make it out of here alive was to patiently disarm it. I mean, she loves you, at the least you could give her a shot and take responsibility for her feelings. A song was caught off guard, but she skillfully handled it. How does that work exactly? What a song said felt funny to me. A guy has to give a girl a fair shot just because she loves him, based on what logic? If not, don't tell me you will heartlessly break a maiden's heart, a song argued, but her argument started to sound weaker the more she spoke. Madam, a song, are you married, or perhaps you in a relationship with somebody? A song was a politician, not a love guru. Her take on love was too naive and self-centered. She was not fit to lecture anyone about relationships or love for that matter. No, I was too busy with work and never got the chance. Sighed a song, because her work life wasn't the only reason for her lonely love life but her health conditions too. The moment she knew about her health, she shut the door on her love life and gave her undivided attention to her work life. I see, I said, giving a song a meaningful look before adding, what if I were to say I like you and would like to go out with you? Quote. Hearing my words, a song grew speechless. Her brain was having a hard time processing what she just heard. For half of her life, she was immortal, so she spent it proving to others that she was no less than any other card apprentice out there, so she never had the time to explore the romantic part of her life. But a song would be lying if she said that she never wondered what could have been. Therefore, when she heard the teenager in front of her asking her out, it took her a while to get hold of herself before she said, "You must be joking." "Am I? Why don't we find out on a date? Are you up for that? I heard the mountains in the northern region are beautiful this time of year and the best places for a couple's retreat." I said, looking into Asong's uncertain eyes. I know you are messing with me. I am not interested. Asong obviously rejected me. I was expecting that otherwise, I wouldn't dare to play with this fire. Why? What's holding you back? You know you got to meet me in the middle for this relationship to work. I said with a sad face as if I was really hurt by Asong's rejection. Oh okay, I give up, alright. Stop at this instant. Asong ordered me to stop playing, but how could? I have just begun. How can say that? Is it because you don't trust me enough? How will you know if you don't try it? Let us get together. If it doesn't work out between us, we can move on like adults. After all, that is how a mature relationship works. I said while getting close to Asong. Seeing my advance, Asong got up from the futon and wanted to go for the exit, but it was behind me, so she could only move backward until she was backed up against the wall. Then I stopped, not wanting to alert Asong's 10 demigod bodyguards who would not think twice to kill me for Asong's safety. Quote. For some reason, Asong would not back way in face of the card emperors and demigods, but right now she could not maintain her calm in front of a teenager. She felt her cheeks heating up and tried hard not to get her face flushed, and tried to reason with the boy, saying, Wyatt, I don't know if you are being genuine or not, but listen to me, I am not in a place to accept your feelings and I am not interested. You should find someone who will like you instead of wasting time obsessing over me. How could you break my heart so heartlessly? You should take responsibility for my feelings. I demanded. Quote. Asong went quiet hearing the familiar lines spoken by the teenager. Chapter 825 Messing with Asong. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 23:23. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse number 234, Card Lab. Asong finally understood what the teenager was getting at. She never thought she would be schooled about romantic feelings by somebody one day, not to mention a teenager no less. Turns out she was too naive when it comes to romantic feelings and still had a lot to learn about love. Now Asong felt embarrassed for trying to force her friend's love interest to take responsibility for her friend's feelings when she had no experience in this part of life. Then she remembered a wise saying, if you don't know, then shut up. Right now she regretted meddling in something she had very little knowledge of. Understanding where she went wrong, Asong looked at the teenager, standing a foot away from her, and apologized. I am sorry, it was not my place to tell you what to do. I nodded hearing Asong apologize. I could see she was being genuine. It seems my word got through to her. And to mess with her a little, I moved my face closer to her ears and said, you know I wasn't lying when I said I was into you. I really am, and I would always prefer mature over the rest. So, what are your thoughts about a couple's retreat in the mountains of the northern region? Seeing the boy move his lips closer to her ears, Asong panicked, but soon she froze hearing what he had to say. His words made her heart start beating like a drumroll, and her mind went into overdrive trying to process the numerous thoughts that crossed her mind right at that instant. As a result, she was speechless and was unable to answer the boy's question. I will take your silence as a yes and go ahead with the bookings. Don't worry, Anna doesn't have. Awakened by my words, Asong frantically tried to deny. No, I don't agree. I cannot do this, Anna. So, if Anna is out of the picture, will you agree? I asked Asong with my eyebrows raised. No, I didn't mean it that way. I would never say that. Seeing Asong grow more frenetic, I decided to call it quits before all this ends up as a huge misunderstanding and blows up in my face. Calm down, Asong, I was just messing with you. Hearing my words, Asong, who was overwhelmed earlier, looked at me in disbelief. It didn't take long for that look to turn fierce, and yell, why you, how dare you trick me? And she started hitting me with her small fists. Asong was too weak, and added to my Viltronian physique I felt nothing. Ignoring Asong's weak fists, I said, I wasn't lying when I said I preferred mature women. Hearing my words, Asong's fists grew more aggressive and she yelled, you still dare to make fun of me? Shaking my head, I grabbed Asong's fists by her wrists and said, Asong, stop. Otherwise, your bodyguards will kill me over a misunderstanding. Unable to free her hands, Asong glared at me and said, good, they should, that way I can relieve a quarter of the anger I am feeling right now. Asong, don't even joke about it, they might really kill me, I said, looking towards the ceiling. Asong then, preferring to me addressing her directly with no honorifics, added, Wyatt, isn't your tongue taking too much liberty with me? I believe now we are at the point where we can skip honorifics while addressing each other, don't you think so too? I said, being cheeky. What gave you that idea, and when do you plan to let go of hands? Asong asked, struggling to free her wrists. Never, but since you are asking I will let them go for now. Saying that I let go of Asong's wrists. You know I can sentence you for life for harassing a government official. Rubbing her wrists, Asong joked. I protest, harassing a government official will not do justice to your beauty and my street cred. How about you change it to harassing a beautiful government official, as whenever anyone hears the word government official a middle-aged bare-bellied blad dude comes to their mind, I said. With a straight face. You and what street cred? You look like a geek who would take his fat cousin to his prom. Asong mocked me, implying that I could not get a date. Says you, who almost betrayed her friend for this young man, I said, pointing my thumbs towards me while referring to my episode with Asong earlier. Don't remind me of that or else I will charge you with a crime, Asong warned as she rolled her eyes. Good, go ahead and charge me for falling for the wrong woman, I said in satire. Turning the earlier episode between Asong and me into an inside joke between us. You are still at that. Wyatt, stop it before I get angry, Asong yelled while dodging me and returning to her futon. I too felt enough and then decided to stop and return to sorting out the ingredients before this conversion could take a grave turn. After all, Anna was right in the next room, making it a perfect recipe for a disaster. Looking at her friend's love interest's surprisingly broad shoulders for his age, Asong had a feeling that she could see why Anna fell hard for this guy. At first, Asong only had a good impression of the boy for his skills, other than that she was curious as to why her domineering friend would fall head over heels for him. It made no sense, but then he slowly started to grow on her. Soon, without her realizing, she began to think her life would not be so dull if she had such a person in her life. Thinking of this, her cheeks felt warm and she couldn't help but condemn herself for what she was thinking. Forget the age gap between them, he was her friend's crush. Chapter 826 commence date the 2nd of April 2321, time 23:35, location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, warehouse number 234, Card Lab. While Asong was condemning her thoughts, she heard, Asong, I sent you the party request, join it. Okay, Asong replied as she confirmed the party request. Receiving the confirmation of Asong joining the party, I asked, Asong, you fate ingredient. Here, Asong summoned the oddly large storage box, and taking out her fate ingredient she handed it over. Okay, everything is now set, let's start with card creation, I announced while going through the ingredients one last time. A rank Deepwater Clam Monster Core X1, A rank Hairy Triton Monster Shell X1, A rank Hairy Triton Monster Core X1, B rank Deep Sea Murex Monster Shell X1, B rank Deep Sea Murex Monster Core X1, A rank Ocean Dream Turtle Monster Shell X1, A rank Ocean Dream Turtle Monster Core X1, A rank Measled Cowrie Shelled Monster Shell X1, A rank Measled Crowy Shelled Monster Core X1, A rank Origin Core X1, B rank Saltwater Weed Monster Core X1, A rank Boulder Back Turtle Monster Shell X1, A rank Boulder Back Turtle Monster Core X1, C rank Thorn Shell Snail Monster Shell X1, C rank Thorn Shell Snail Monster Core X1, E rank Clearwater Oyster Monster Core X1, E rank Clearwater Oyster Monster Shell X1, A rank Water Nymph Essence X10, A rank Water Nymph Core X10. Hearing me declare the start of the card creation, Asong considerately nodded in agreement because she did not want to interrupt the flow with her unnecessary words. Holding Asong's fate ingredient Deepwater Calm Monster Bivalve Shell, I took out the origin card from the row of ingredients. Then placing two of them on the card creation page of my grimoire, I transferred the soul pathways of Asong's fate ingredient Deepwater Calm Monster Shell into the origin core. Next, I reached for the A rank Deepwater Clam Monster Core and transferred its soul pathway into the origin core. Then I fused the soul pathways of the Deepwater Clam Monster Core and Bivalve Shell. This was easy as these two belong to the same species of monsters. In fact, by fusing the core with the shell, I had rejuvenated the shell's abilities that needed Deepwater Clam's other organs to function. Done with it, I took the A rank Water Nymph Essence and cores, 10 each, and used them to enhance the soul pathways of the Deepwater Clam shell that was rejuvenated by fusing with the Deepwater Clam core. I had planned to add numerous features to Asong's origin card, so I need her fated ingredient to be strong enough to withstand the fusion of the various abilities. After enhancing the soul pathways of the rejuvenated fate ingredient, I decided to begin adding the various features I had stored for Asong's origin card. First, I began with transferring the soul pathways of the A rank Hairy Triton Monster Shell and core to the origin core and then fused it with the enhanced rejuvenated fate ingredient. The reason for adding the Hairy Triton Monster Core and shell was the ability of this monster's shell. The Hairy Triton Monster's shell was called hairy because of its unique thorns extending out of its shell. There is a purpose for these thorns. they were part of the respiratory system of the hairy trident monster. This unique respiratory system of the shell not only allowed the monster to breathe deep underwater but also purified and filtered the air so that it could supply the monster with fresh and pollutant-free air. The unique respiratory system of the hairy trident monster wasn't the only reason I chose its core and shell as ingredients for the creation of a song's origin card. It had another ability that made it a rare commodity: its natural cleansing and defense mechanism. Unlike humans, the hairy trident monster does not have extensions such as arms or tentacles to clean itself, so they are helpless if parasites were to latch onto them or enter their shell. Therefore, to fight against and cleanse itself of parasites and other impurities, it secretes a liquid that surrounds all the filth and parasite in its body and pushes them out of its body into the body of water in the form of sediment. All shell monsters have such mechanisms with different approaches to deal with the same problem. After adding the two abilities of the hairy trident monster to the enhanced rejuvenated fate ingredient, I took the mesold cowrie-shelled monster shell and core and transferred their soul pathway into the origin core. The abilities that I planned to extract from the mesold cowrie-shelled monster for a song's origin core was its shell's unique ability to miniaturize its humongous main body and fit into the shell. The main body of the mesold cowrie-shelled monster compared to its shell is 3 or 4 times bigger. Yet its huge body can fit into its small shell because the shell itself sucks in the main body by actually shrinking it. This ability of the shell makes it a very useful commodity for the creation of advanced storage cards. Though this ability of the shell was unique to itself, other shells of the shelled monsters too address this problem with different approaches. Then the cleansing and defense mechanism of the mesold cowrie-shelled monster. It too secretes a chemical that can actually break all the filth and parasites to small molecules that will be discarded through its urination system along with other bodily wastes. As for the respiratory system of the monster, its shell does not participate or aid the creature in respiration. Discarding the rest of the soul pathways to the side in the origin core, I add the unique ability of the mesold cowrie-shelled monster to the modified fate ingredient along with its cleansing and defense mechanism that it uses to keep itself and its shell parasite-free. Though I am extracting the abilities of the other shelled monsters to add to a song's fate ingredient, I did not think using the hairy trident monster and mesold cowrie-shelled monster shell hardness to a song's fate ingredient, because when it comes to the hardness of the shell of the deepwater clam monster was harder than the other two. Chapter 827 Soul Energy Osmosis. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 23:55. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse number 234. Card Lab. After adding the abilities of the mesold cowrie-shelled monster and the hairy trident monster to a song's enhanced and rejuvenated fate ingredient following my plan, I reached for the B-rank saltwater weed monster core and transferred its soul pathway into the origin core. B-rank saltwater weed monster, also known as the star of the seabed, as it has the capability of producing light called bioluminescence. The saltwater weed monster emits light as the product of its bodily process. The reason I chose this monster's core is not because of its bioluminescence but the process behind it that caused the saltwater weed monster to emit light, known as soul energy osmosis. Most of the time the saltwater weed monster gets its nutrition by osmosis like regular plants. Similarly, it meets its soul energy needs through osmosis. Many plant monsters similarly intake soul energy through osmosis, but I especially chose the saltwater weed monster because of 2 reasons. 1. Saltwater weed monster and deepwater clam monster soul pathway arrangements are 85% identical. Therefore I believed I could add it to a song's origin card, allowing it to help a song absorb the surrounding soul energy through osmosis too. Unlike the soul energy osmosis practiced by other plant monsters, the soul energy osmosis practiced by the saltwater weed monster doesn't just absorb soul energy from the surroundings, but the soul energy absorbed by it was pure in nature. The soul energy absorbed by osmosis gets filtered and processed by natural gelatin coating covering the cells of the saltwater weed monster, which results in bioluminescence displayed by saltwater weed monster. Apart from this soul energy osmosis, I was eyeing one other ability of the saltwater weed monster: its durability. For a B-rank monster to be able to survive at the seabed, it would have to overcome the insane pressure of the sea. Hence the saltwater weed has developed very high durability to withstand the pressure of the sea. The high durability displayed by the saltwater weed monster was also due to the gelatin coating covering it. It helps the cells of the saltwater weed monster withstand the pressure deep in the sea. Since the gelatin coating covers every individual cell of the monster, it leads to a very solid frame, making the saltwater weed monster a bit more durable than required, which it exploits by using its long tentacle-like leaf blades to defend against predators. So for me to add the 2 abilities of the saltwater weed monster, I will have to make sure to add the gelatin coating to the origin card, as it was the essential part of the 2 abilities. Without it, these abilities would not be possible to be displayed. Therefore, after a long and tedious process, I was successfully able to introduce the 2 abilities of the saltwater weed monster along with its gelatin coating to the soul pathways of the modified fate ingredient, while making sure that it will not affect previous abilities in any way. But due to the addition of the gelatin coating to the cells, the hardness of the modified fate ingredient has grown more durable. Next, I took the A-rank boulder back turtle monster core and shell, then transferred their soul pathways into the origin core. Like all shell monsters, the boulder back turtle monster also has the problem of parasites that hide under its shell and that grow in its body. Like the other monsters, it also has its own way of dealing with this problem, and the boulder formation on its shell is part of it. The abilities of the boulder shell of the boulder back turtle monster were the reason why I have chosen this ingredient to be introduced into the origin card I am creating for a song. The 2 abilities of the boulder shell I speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. 1. Deep transient hibernation. As the name suggests, this ability of the boulder shell of the boulder back turtle monster sends the main body into hibernation for a brief period when its main body retracts into the shell. The boulder back turtle monster needs to go into deep transient hibernation not to survive the winter but to not feel the pain of its other ability, boulder formation cleansing. The deep transient hibernation of the boulder back turtle monster has various benefits compared to regular hibernation. During the deep transient hibernation, the natural recovery ability of the turtle monster is increased by 5 folds. This recovery included all the stats of the turtle monster: health, soul energy, stamina, etc. 2. Boulder formation cleansing. This was the cleansing process of the boulder shell of the boulder back turtle monster to deal with the parasites infesting under its shell and inside its body. How it works was that the boulder shell and the main body of the boulder back turtle monster secrete a sticky chemical fluid that surrounds the parasites and impurities under its shell and inside its body. Then this sticky chemical fluid containing the parasites and impurities gets slowly deposited out on the back of the boulder back turtle monster's shell, which hardens, forming an extra layer of protection to the boulder back turtle monster shell. Over the years, this deposition of hardened parasites and impurities gets accumulated and starts to look like a boulder on the back of a turtle monster. Hence the name boulder back turtle monster. As the sticky chemical liquid secreted by the boulder back turtle monster needs to move between the main body and the inside the shell while carrying the parasites and impurities in it, this process becomes very painful for the turtle monster, so it needs the deep transient hibernation of its shell to sleep through the painful cleansing mechanism. Impressed by the turtle monster abilities, I added the soul pathways related to deep transient hibernation and the boulder formation cleansing ability of the boulder back turtle to the soul pathways of the modified fate ingredient, making sure that it would not affect the other abilities of the modified fate ingredient. Chapter 828 Clear Water Oyster Monster. Date the 2nd of April 2321. Time 019. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse number 234. Card Lab. After adding the soul pathways of the boulder back turtle monster's ability to the modified fate ingredient's soul pathway, I grabbed the thorny shelled snail monster's core and shell. This shell monster's cleansing mechanism was the same as the boulder back turtle monster, but there was one change. Instead of the accumulated sticky chemical fluid deposit hardening into a boulder, it hardened into thorns, forming a thorny shell that the snail monster is named after. The thorny shell was not just used for defense but also exists to be used for attack purposes. The snail monster can shoot these thorns covering its shell whenever it feels threatened. Though I do plan to use this ability of the snail monster to give a song's origin card more features and options to choose from, this wasn't the main reason I chose it as the ingredient for the creation of a song's origin card. The ability of the snail monster that I took fancy to was its unique mucus secretion, which not only aids the sticky chemical fluid with the cleansing of the monster's shell and body but also gets used by the snail monster for mobility, but the card creationists use it to create skincare cards that can rejuvenate the cells of the human skin cells, helping them keep the youthful look. This ingredient I had specifically chosen to help a song regain her youthful appearance. I have other more permanent solutions, but this ability here not only helps human skin maintain its youthful appearance but also makes it glow like newborn baby skin. With this feature in a song's origin card, she would never have to worry about zits or wrinkles. I know that this ability will become redundant with the increase in a song's realm, but I was hoping that it will get enhanced by the baptism and help a song to prolong her life by rejuvenating her cells, allowing them to overcome the natural lifespan limit of a song's realm. I am going to add this unique mucus of the thorny-shelled snail monster to take care of a song's momentary problem and to give her a chance to overcome the natural lifespan limit set by the Card Apprentice's realm. The ability to overcome the natural lifespan limit set by one's realm is something every Card Apprentice longs for at the end of their life. I wasn't doing this based on a hunch, but the researchers of the top 10 universities believe that the answer to breaking past the natural lifespan limit set by the realm was with the unique mucus secreted by the thorny-shelled snail monster. They have been doing research on this for a year now, though they had not reached a definite answer yet, but they had enough reason to believe in this research and invest a buttload of resources and funds for this research. But it's not like every research funded by the top 10 universities has yielded results. So therefore I wasn't sure if baptism would awaken the mucus's ability to help a song break past the lifespan limit set by her realm. The only reason I was giving a song's origin card this opportunity was that her fate ingredient is very compatible with the snail monster's ability. After transferring the soul pathway of the thorny-shelled snail monster into the origin core, I isolated the soul pathways belonging to these two abilities of the snail monster and fused them to the soul pathways of the modified soul pathways of a song's fate ingredient, making sure that it will not affect the other abilities of the modified fate ingredient. Next, I grab hold of the E-rank clear water oyster monster core and shell. Then I transfer the soul pathways of these two ingredients into the origin core. I introduced the Clearwater Oyster to the creation of a song's origin card because of its various axillary abilities. But the abilities I am after were its ability to purify soul energy and the other ability that allowed it to display near immortality. The Clearwater Oyster has a hard luminous bivalved shell. The bioluminescence displayed by the shell of the Clearwater Oyster was not without purpose. Its purpose was to attract prey. When the prey neared it, the bivalved shell would suddenly open, releasing a paralytic gas, and numerous tentacles would crawl out of the shell to bind the immobilized prey, drag the prey into its shell, and then the Clearwater Oyster monster's bivalved shell would enclose with the prey within it. This way the Clearwater Oyster monster's prey was trapped inside the shell, which was filled with paralytic gas, which continued to keep the monster's prey immobilized while its digestive juices tried to digest the prey. I wasn't interested in the way the Clearwater Oyster monster hunted its prey, but how it was able to display near immortality. The secret remained in its shell. When the Card Apprentices first found this monster in a dungeon, they were unable to break through its shell, so they decided to kill the monster by entering into its shell. For this plan to work, they made many preparations, keeping in mind to equip themselves with the cards that would counter the monster's paralytic gas and strong digestive juices. But unfortunately, the Card Apprentices weren't able to kill the monster. And this was when the Card Apprentices realized that this monster had an ability that closely resembled immortality. The Card Apprentice failed to kill the monster from inside despite all the preparation, because no matter how many times they hacked and burned the innards of the monster, it would grow back, especially the tentacles hiding in the monster's shell. Some smart Card Apprentices tried to find the core of the monster, believing that once they could destroy the monster core, the monster would die automatically, but that wasn't the case, because they found numerous monster cores within the shell of the monster. By the time they were able to destroy all the monster cores, the monster would recreate another set of cores, making it impossible for the Card Apprentice to destroy the monster's core to kill it. They had to find another way. Chapter 829 Space Abilities. Date the 3rd of April 2321. Time 035. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse number 234. Card Lab. Clearwater Oyster monster's shell was extremely hard, making it impossible to kill the monster from the outside, and its multi-core system along with instant regeneration made it impossible to kill it from the inside too. So basically the Card Apprentices declared this monster as unmatched in the same realm, and the only way to kill it would be with absolute strength that came with higher realms. Destroying the Clearwater Oyster monster's shell with absolute strength was the solution the Card Apprentice came up with, but once they were successfully able to break the bivalve shell covering the Clearwater Oyster monster, the Card Apprentice realized that they all were tricked by the monster's biology. The multiple cores they saw in the monster's shell were not its actual core, but the actual core was hidden between the hinge of the bivalve shell of the Clearwater Oyster monster. It was only visible after they were able to destroy the monster's shell. So, killing the Clearwater Oyster monster was not possible until its luminous bivalved shell was destroyed. As for the fake cores that were mistaken as the multi-core system of the Clearwater Oyster monster by the Card Apprentice, were actually the waste produced by the monster. Like every shell monster, the Clearwater oyster monster's body also secretes chemical fluids to the parasites that have infiltrated its system and to dispose of other bodily waste. This chemical fluid secreted by the monster swallows the parasites and other bodily waste and unintentionally or intentionally hardens to look like the monster's core, confusing its predators. The Clearwater oyster monster's super regeneration ability, extraordinarily hard shell, multiple false cores, and strategically placed monster core were the trick behind its supposed immortality. It too, like other monsters, could not escape the natural limit of their species' lifespan and realm limit. But I had something that could make up for the shortcomings of this monster's immortality trick and turn it into near immortality. Keeping these abilities of the Clearwater oyster monster in mind, I separated and fused the soul pathway related to these abilities with the soul pathways of the modified fate ingredient in the origin core, while making sure that they would not hinder the modification made to the soul pathways earlier. Next, I reached for the B-rank Deep Sea Murex monster core and shell and transferred the soul pathways of these two ingredients into the origin core containing the modified soul ingredient. Deep Sea Murex monster has abilities related to space. Space abilities were extremely rare, therefore despite its low rank, Deep Sea Murex monster shell and core have a high commercial value. The dungeons containing this monster are highly regulated by the government and the royal families compared to the other monsters with rare ingredients I had listed in the ingredients list for a song's origin card creation. Space storage, space expansion, space suction, and space collapse were the 4 space abilities that could be found in the Deep Sea Murex monster. 1. Space storage. The name of the ability was self-explanatory. This ability allowed the Deep Sea Murex monster to store items in its shell at its will. 2. Space expansion. The space inside the shell of the Deep Sea Murex monster can increase based on its needs, but it was limited by its realm. 3. Space suction. This ability allows the Deep Sea Murex monster to suck its prey into its shell and suck out the parasites and impurities that have entered its shell. 4. Space collapse. This ability of the Deep Sea Murex monster was the only attack option available for it to defend against its predator. Using this ability, the Deep Sea Murex can make the space surrounding its target collapse and crush the target. Any of these abilities of the Deep Sea Murex monster would make a card apprentice go mad, and I was going to add 3 of these space abilities to a song's origin card except the space collapse ability. Not that I didn't want to, but because this ability was not as strong as its description, it was flawed. I could hope that its flaw would be rectified with the baptism, but if that doesn't happen, then it would hold back the other 3 space abilities. I say so because the space collapse was the total opposite of space storage, space expansion, and space suction. These abilities were the manipulation of space, while space collapse was the destruction of space. During baptism, if the space collapse gets enhanced, then their abilities will not receive enhancement because the miracle of baptism cannot contradict itself. It's like a person being blessed with good luck and bad luck. Both blessings would contradict themselves and the end result would be bad. Which in the case of the origin cards could lead to serious consequences for their card apprentices. Thoughtlessly adding all 4 of these space abilities would not only become a problem in the future but will also affect the creation of the origin card. The creation of the origin card itself was a miraculous event, therefore I always looked forward to creating an origin card for a client. The creation of the origin card was not about a fixed recipe but an idea and uniqueness. As long as the idea was unique and was within the limits of the card ingredients used, then the creation of the origin card would be successful. This was the miraculous merit of the origin card creation. It was random as the encounter of the fate ingredient. It had infinite possibilities similar to infinite ways a fate ingredient could be used, and sought individuality like the card apprentice equipping it. It was like creating a person. This miracle behind the creation of the origin card was what made it possible for me to successfully create an origin card with my half-baked card creation knowledge. Space storage, space expansion, and space suction were opposite meaning to the meaning of space collapse. Therefore, if I were carelessly to add 2 opposite meanings, then the chance of the origin card creation failure would increase by a huge margin, not to mention the future troubles. Even though these 2 meanings were of the same rule, it did not change the fact that enhancing one meaning meant hindering the other meaning. Even if the origin card were to be created, it would be subpar and filled with flaws. Therefore, I chose to exclude space collapse ability and keep the other 3 space abilities: space storage, space expansion, and space suction. Chapter 830 Dream Abilities. Date the 3rd of April 2321. Time 035. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse number 234, Card Lab deciding on the space abilities to be extracted from the B-rank Deep Sea Murex monster. I edited their soul pathways out of the soul pathway of the Deep Sea Murex monster and then added them to the soul pathway of the modified fate ingredient in such a way that it would not affect the overall integrity of the modified fate ingredient soul pathway. With this, the modified fate ingredient had gained the space storage, space expansion, and space suction ability, though it was a pity that I could not add the space collapse ability fearing the overall strength of the origin card. Next and the last ingredient to add to the origin card was the A-rank Ocean Dream Turtle Monster Core and Shell. The name of the monster left no mystery as to its unique ability. Like the boulder-back turtle monster, the Ocean Dream Turtle Monster's shell could send the main body of the turtle into a deep transient hibernation, but the Ocean Dream Turtle Monster had a different use for this ability when compared to the boulder-back turtle monster. Apart from that, this turtle monster had many unique and fascinating abilities that would come were handy in the creation of a song's origin card. Dream Space, Dream Sight, Dream Eater, Dream Storage, and Dream Body Refining were the unique abilities of the Ocean Dream Turtle Monster's shell that I was eyeing compared to its other abilities. 1. Dream Space. This ability allowed the turtle monster's shell to nurture a small soul dimension known as Dream Space. Only the Ocean Dream Turtle Monster's soul could enter this space when it entered deep sleep. Hence the use of the ability of deep transient hibernation. 2. Dream Sight. Though its main body was in deep sleep inside its shell, the Ocean Dream Turtle Monster could be aware of its surroundings using this ability, which allowed it to sense and view what was happening in its surroundings. The range and accuracy of this ability varied depending upon the realm turtle. 3. Dream Eating. This ability of the Ocean Dream Turtle Monster was its defense against the parasites hiding under its shell. As when in its dream space the Ocean Dream Turtle Monster could drag the soul of the parasites under its shell in its dream space and eat them, while killing the parasites in real space. Then its regular cleansing mechanism activates, disposing of the impurities and dead bodies of the parasite. For this, to work, the deep transient hibernation ability of the Ocean Dream Turtle Monster's shell should also extend to parasites under its shell, as it can only drag the souls of the parasites into its dream space if they too were in a deep sleep. Because of this, the deep transient hibernation displayed by the shell of the Ocean Dream Turtle Monster was very strong compared to the deep transient hibernation ability displayed by the boulder-back turtle monster. How strong? The shell of the Ocean Dream Turtle Monster could put every organism under it, of the same realm, under deep transient hibernation. Though dream eating sounded like a fun ability, but because of this the Ocean Dream Turtle Monster had the dying of starvation. With the help of dream eating it could satisfy its soul energy needs and never know that its main body was actually starving out there. Fortunately for its other ability, Dream Body Refining filled the drawback of this ability. 4. Dream Storage. The Ocean Dream Turtle Monster was able to store inanimate objects in its shell, and launch them at its predator in defense. 5. Dream Body Refining. The Ocean Dream Turtle Monster, unlike other monsters, was timid by nature. For it, its abilities Dream Space, Dream Sight, Dream Eater, and Dream Storage were an addiction. If not disturbed, the Ocean Dream Turtle Monster would spend its entire life hidden in its shell, enjoying the freedom in its shell's dream space ability. In the dream space of its shell, the Ocean Dream Turtle Monster could do everything it could outside without fearing for its life, therefore it barely leaves its shell's dream space unless it was forced to. This meant that its main body would sleep for years and years together without moving a muscle, which could lead to many health-related problems, and that was where the Dream Body Refining ability of the Ocean Dream Turtle Monster would come into action. Due to the deep transient hibernation, it did not require a lot of food. Ocean Dream Turtle Monster could survive on little energy for a long period, and the soul of the Ocean Dream Turtle Monster, which has fed on the souls of the parasites that entered its shell, would never feel the hunger of the main body, but this problem could also be addressed using the ability Dream Body Refining. Dream Body Refining was the ability that allowed the Ocean Dream Turtle Monster to refine its main body using the soul energy only if the Ocean Dream Turtle Monster's soul practiced this skill in its dream space. If the Ocean Dream Turtle Monster were lazy and forget to practice this ability in its dream, then its main body would die of starvation. By practicing the Dream Body Refining ability in its dream space, the soul body of the Ocean Dream Turtle Monster can use the soul energy digested by it to nourish and refine the main body, making sure that there was no adverse effect on the main body of the Ocean Dream Turtle Monster by it staying hidden in the shell while its soul roamed its shell's dream space for decades. Since the main body is under hibernation, the soul energy required for nourishing its main body is not much, but the soul energy need to refine its main body was very large, which cannot meet by just feeding on the souls of the parasites. Therefore, the dream body refining method was such that it did not seek fast refining of the body but prolonged refining which focused on foundation then speed. Chapter 831 LifePod VR Pod Date 3 April 2321 Time 059 Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse Number 234. Card Lab Dream Body Refining was an incredible ability that allowed the ocean dream turtle monster to live a prolonged life even without having to come out of its shell. This ability was going to be one of the cornerstone abilities in the creation of a song's origin card. After adding the soul pathways of the 5 dream abilities that I extracted from the ocean dream turtle monster to the modified soul pathways of a song's fate ingredients while making sure that it will not have any negative effect on the integrity of the modified soul pathways of the fate ingredient in the origin core. Now that I was done transferring the soul pathways of the selected card ingredients to the origin core and had modified the soul pathway of a song's fate ingredient according to my predetermined plan for a song's origin card, I turned to look at a song who was meditating, and asked, "A song, do you mind if I were to use the extra soul pathways form card ingredients used in the creation of other cards?" Hearing my request, a song opened her eyes to look at me in disbelief. I swear to God I could read a song's expression was yelling, "Are you kidding me right now?" Normally I don't ask something so unreasonable to my clients, but the ingredients used in your origin card creation are very rare and I feel like it would be waste if we do not use these extra soul pathways. Therefore I could resist but ask. I explained myself to a song while scratching the back of my head in embarrassment. "As long as it does not affect my card creation, please do as you see fit." After giving it a thought, a song nodded and answered me before returning to her meditation. She didn't even bother to ask me how far I was done, whether everything was going as planned, not one question about her origin card. If I didn't know better then I would think that a song did not care for her origin card. Thank you. I thanked a song for permitting me to utilize the unused soul pathways of card ingredients. I know as a card creationist I should be embarrassed to ask something like this to my client in the middle of the card creation, but I couldn't resist the temptation of abilities such as the space collapse. If I were to use it properly I would be able to get my hands on an overpowered B rank card. Now that I had gotten the permission of the client, I took out a common core and transferred the soul pathways belonging to the ability space collapse into the common core and kept it aside. I could have opted to turn the core into a card and I would have successfully created a B rank space collapse card, but I didn't choose to because it might create strength. A B rank skill card was of very little use to me. Therefore I decided to get additional ingredients to enhance the power of the space collapse ability so that it could be a good addition to my arsenal. Putting aside the common core containing the soul pathways of the soul collapse ability, I returned to the creation of a song's origin card. Now all the elements were set, all I had to frame it into the origin card I imagined for a song. But before that, I had to make some changes to the soul pathway of the modified fate ingredient. I planned to make it into a variant Viltranane to increase the durability, defense, and strength of the origin card I was creating for a song. Viltronian core had become a signature for all the origin cards created by me. Like all the other origin cards I had created, a song's origin card would also get a Viltronian core, but it was going to act a very special role in a song's origin card, which will help a song display the trick of immortality displayed by the Clearwater Oyster monster. I did this because a song's origin card was going to be a support item card. I know a song asked me not to create a shield type origin card and I wasn't going to, but her origin card was going to be an item card. By support item card I mean a life support item that would help a song in recovery, practicing soul energy, and various other aspects that a card apprentice would need. The origin card I was going to create for a song was something that was considered a fantasy back on Earth, a combination of a life pod and a VR game pod. Thanks to the space and dream abilities provided by the card ingredients, turning a song's fate ingredient into a life pod, VR pod origin card was not impossible. Life pod, VR pod in the sense the origin card was going to be in such a way that while her physical body rested and recovered in the life pod, her soul body could do whatever it wanted to like in a VR pod while being totally aware of the situation surrounding her. I planned something like this for a song's origin card because a song was not a regular card apprentice. She did not need strength, she had 10 semi-demigod bodyguards. What she lacked was proper health care and cultivation environment, but most importantly of all, a strong defensive method that would help her buy time in case of an assassination attempt on her life until her 10 semi-demigod bodyguards came to her rescue. I knew despite her health issue a song's cause of death would not be because of her clogged soul pathways but by the hands of the assassin sent by the supreme leader of the circle. Therefore, knowing this, I made sure that the origin card I was creating for a song would not only be a cure for her health condition but a tough defense for her to hold on to for her rescuers. I would be kidding myself if I thought I could create an origin card for a card soldier with the ability to withstand the attack of a card emperor or a card semi-demigod, whoever the supreme leader of the circle sent to assassinate a song. Therefore, I could only hope that the immortality trick I incorporated in a song's origin card could confuse a song's assassins enough for her to buy some time to be rescued. Chapter 832 World's Blessing. Date the 3rd of April 2321. Time 1:24. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse number 234, Card Lab. Visualizing a clear picture of how I wanted to shape a song's origin card, I began editing the soul pathway and arrangements of the modified soul pathways of a song's fate ingredient in the origin core. After reaching the required result, I stopped and without wasting any more time I excited the soul pathway that morphed the origin core into an origin card. With that, the origin core shone brightly and raised to the ceiling of the card lab. Feeling the disturbance, a song who was meditating opened her eyes to look at the source of the bright light, only to find a brilliant core floating by the ceiling of the card lab. World's Blessing, a song blurted out, looking at the core, floating by the ceiling of the card lab. Hearing a song, I was shocked because the world's blessing was not something anybody could receive, only the chosen few could receive it, and those that received it went on to become big figures in the history of this world. To think that a song was one of them. The world's will doesn't give its blessing to everybody, one has to have a very high contribution to the world. Contributing to the world was not something everybody could achieve, not because nobody wanted to contribute to the world but because nobody knew what could be considered a contribution to the world. Many people have tried different ways to contribute to the world but none were ever awarded, begging the question of what was considered a contribution toward the world by the world's will, and on what basis did the world's will judge whom to give its blessing. And the only answer the card apprentice could reach till now was killing devils. After centuries of trial and error, this was the only surefire way to be recognized as a contribution to the world. Therefore, it was astonishing to see that some like a song who was of a card soldier realm and couldn't cultivate any further because of her clogged soul pathway were being given the world's blessing. I know a song was a good person and had lived a life fighting to represent the oppressed and voiceless. But still, was this all it took to get recognized by the world's will and be rewarded with the world's blessing? Did that mean that to gain the world's blessing all one had to do was be good? Yeah, right, as if the card apprentices of the past had not thought of this when they tried numerous methods to gain world blessing. If you ask me, I think that the world's blessing was random. I say this because a song did not receive a world blessing in the future vision seen by the clown mask. If considered that all it took to get the world's blessing was to be good, then the past a song who had lived longer than this a song and had done way more good, yet she had not received a world's blessing. Why was that? This clearly proved that being good was not a criterion for a person to receive the world's blessing. The thought that a song received a world's blessing in this life could be because of the origin card I was creating for her did cross my mind, but I shook my head, scolding myself, narcissistic much. It was not odd that a song was receiving the world's blessing through her origin card, because in past the card apprentice has received the world's blessing in different ways and in different circumstances, such as forging an ego gem, healing people, completing a certain dungeon, etc. So it would be arrogant of me to think that my card expertise was the reason behind a song receiving the world's blessing through her origin card. Though it was a mystery as to what satisfied the conditions to be recognized by the world's will and be awarded a world's blessing, the benefits of the world's blessing were not a mystery. According to history, those who have ever received the world's blessing so far, each one of them has stepped into the demigod realm and stood at the top of the world's power system. Therefore, there was a rumor that if you received the world's blessing you were destined to become a demigod, but the experts believed that the world recognized the people that it had given its blessing because they were worthy to become a demigod. Therefore, the card apprentices that became demigods after receiving the world's blessing were titled the true demigods. The title true demigod was best suited to the demigods with the blessing of the world, because compared to them the other demigods failed in every possible way, be it strength, be it the comprehension of the rules, or the divinity that they forged. True demigods were better than the regular demigods. It was as if the true demigods were the children of the world while the other demigods were adopted children. The treatment these demigods received from the world and the energies in it were totally different compared to what true demigods received. Therefore, in the past, demigods tirelessly tried to find ways to contribute to the world and receive its blessing, only to find that the only way they could get the world's blessing was defeating the devils that invaded the world. So hunting for the demon worshippers was in full swing until the demon worshippers were dropped to their current state where they did not dare to reveal their presence to the world. Fearing that they will be forced by some desperate demigod to sacrifice and summon a devil for the demigod to slaughter and receive the world's blessing, which would help the said demigods with their active soul control, comprehension of the rules, and enhancing their divinity. The benefits of the world's blessing were not just for the card apprentice in the demigod realm but for the regular realms too. Let's take a song for example. Now she could be considered the darling of the world. Everything in this world would favor her, be it soul energy or the rules or something beyond mortal reaches like the entity luck and fate. Therefore I could not help but feel excited whenever I thought about how the world's blessing would affect a song's origin card. Chapter 833, A Song's Payback. Date the 3rd of April 2321. Time 1:56. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse number 234. Card Lab. The world's blessing on a song's origin core lasted for a while to the point where I felt bored waiting for it to be done. Still, the boredom did not last as the thought of the A Song's origin card info kept me excited till the end, when the origin core morphed into a card and slowly descended towards a song. While emitting a bright light, seeing her origin card make its way toward her, a song held out her grimoire, and the origin card land on her grimoire page and occupied the origin card slot, emitting a wave of bright light that spread throughout the card lab, and soon the light covering her origin card disappeared. After that, a song hurriedly checked her origin card info and sighed in awe. Seeing a song's reaction, I grew impatient to read her origin card info. I thought a song would pass her grimoire to me to check her origin card info after she was done, but that wasn't the case. She retrieved her grimoire and thanked me. Thank you, Wyatt. The origin card is amazing, and like you promised, it does have the ability to cure my condition. I don't know how to thank you enough. Good to know that you are satisfied with your origin card. And if you want to thank me, I would appreciate it if you could show me the origin card info. Usually, after the origin card creation, I am the first person to check the card info, but with a song's origin card that wasn't the case due to the intervention of the world's blessing. And since a song did not think to let me read the card info of the card I created, I could only clench my fist and ask her to let in on her origin card info. Wyatt, you know that is not something anybody is supposed to share. After all, origin card info is personal. What a song said was true. The power of the cards lay in their mystery. It was disadvantageous for a card apprentice if this origin card info were known to his opponents. It's okay since I created that card, I said, trying to reason with a song, and have her show me her origin card info. I did not like this conversation one bit. Usually, at this part of the origin card creation, I would be showered with praises and thanks from the grateful clients, but here I had to beg a song to let me read her origin card info. I don't know, Wyatt. I don't think that is a thing, said a song, refusing to show me her origin card info. I finally understood what it felt for a mother to be refused to see her baby after giving birth. I know it was insensitive of me to compare my pain to that of a new mother's, but I took my card creation that seriously. A song, you can't do this. As its creator, it is my right. I glared at a song who seemed to have no intention to show me the origin card info. Wyatt, like I said, that is not a thing, a song repeated herself as he headed out of the card lad. A song, you are going too far. I was pissed. If not for the 10 semi-demigods constantly watching over a song, I would have fed her a calamity daughter core just to read her origin card info. That's how desperate I felt right now. I wouldn't be this desperate if it was some other origin card, but this one was the one I created with all my heart like my other cards, so how could I not? This was no longer just my curiosity. Ha ha ha, that was what you get for tricking me. You should see your face, ha ha ha, so cute. Finally, your expressions match your age. A song suddenly burst into laughter, saying that this was her getting back at me for the events before commencing the creation of her origin card. Quote. My expression became ugly hearing a song's laughter and reason. But I held in my dissatisfaction and asked, well, if you had enough fun at my expense, then now can you show me your origin card info? Nope, I haven't had enough, not until you learn not to mess with your elders, said a song, exiting the card lad. I didn't think the so-called elder will be so petty, I uttered, expressing my displeasure at a song having the time of her life at my expense. Hearing me call her petty, a song suddenly turned around and said, just because of that you will not be able read my origin card info for another hour. You can't do that. As its creator, I demand to read its card info. Another hour of this? I don't think I can survive that long. By that time my curiosity would have pushed my heart out of my throat. Why don't you get it? That is not a thing, Asong said in annoyance. Hey, I created it, I think I have the right to know what it is, I yelled at Asong's back while following behind her. No, you don't. Be happy that I am allowing you seeing it after an hour. You pestering me only push it further, Asong replied without even turning to face me. Hearing Asong's warning, I turned silent. You guys seem like bickering exes. I did not think you guys were that close. Anna's voice suddenly sounded, startling Asong. For some reason, she avoided eye contact with her and said, "What are you talking about? I am close to everyone, I am people person, remember. I don't think that is a thing." Hearing my voice from behind her, Asong turned to look at me and glared at me with threatening eyes. Grandma, Asong, was the creation a success? Will you be okay now? Abba ran to Asong and hurriedly asked Asong if her origin card was a success. As Abba tried to jump into Asong's embrace, Asong moved aside and pinched Abba's ear, and sternly reminded her, "How many times do I have to remind you that I am younger than your father? You should call me auntie." "But you look older than him," Abba complained. "Why you?" Chapter 834 Shell Monsters. Date the 3rd of April 2321. Time 2:07. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse number 234, Card Lab, YU. Asong was taken aback by Abba's straightforward retort. To be more accurate, Abba's answer landed a critical blow on Asong. She would be lying that her old appearance did not bother her. Earlier she did not have a solution for it, so she had no choice but to take it. But no, that was not the case. She was not helpless as before because she had her origin card now. Therefore, hearing Abba's remark, she got passionate and said, "I was planning to do this after going back home, but just you wait, little girl, I will show you who is grandma." Saying that, Asong went to the empty and spacious part of the warehouse and signaled. With that, her aide arrived next to her and asked, "At your service, madam." "Give me 1,000 median soul jades," Asong ordered, but soon she shook her head and corrected her order. "Get me 10,000 high-tier soul jades, yeah, that should be enough." Quote. Hearing Asong's command, even her aide was a little sluggish. Not that she did not have 10,000 high-tier soul jades, but she felt odd, as Asong never made such high-profile demand. But she soon recovered from her state and handed Asong a low-grade storage card. "You are excused," said Asong, taking the card from her aide, and then she sacrificed that card to her origin card, chanting, "Activate." With Asong's chant, a blinding light emitted out of her, and soon an unknown shell monster replaced her. A huge shell monster with a luminous thorny spiral tower shell with numerous tentacles extending out of it stood where Asong was standing earlier. Seeing this, the whole room was in distress and turned to look at me for an answer. I believe they had an answer in their mind, but they turned to confirm their doubts. Though I had not read Asong's origin card info, seeing the luminous thorny spiral tower shell with 32 octopus-like tentacles extending out of it, I knew this monster was Asong's origin card, so I answered the rest, conforming to their doubts. "Yes, it is her origin card." "What is it?" Abba asked me excitedly. Obviously, she was intrigued by the appearance of the shell monster. "I don't know, Asong did not let me read her origin card info," I answered. "Honestly, what do you mean? Didn't you create her origin card?" Anna asked. She was worried for her friend too, but she trusted her lover to find a solution, but she didn't like what she saw. Especially, when she heard him saying he did not know that card info. I did, but things got complicated at the end. All I can say is that except for Asong, nobody knows what her origin card does. I answered, not revealing the world's blessing part. Because it was not my place to share it with them. If Asong wants to, she will tell them. With all the commotion inside the card lab, I thought they would have felt something outside, but that didn't seem to be the case. I don't know if the same was true for the semi-demigods monitoring Asong. "You created the card, right? You should have a hunch what it does without reading the origin card info, right?" Abba asked with a frown. Clearly, she was dissatisfied with my answer and worried for her aunt. Though demigod Windsor and Asong were not blood-related, Asong has always been there to take care of Abba. So Abba was very attached to Asong. Has big sister Asong morphed into that ugly monster? Is that what her origin card is supposed to do? Then why isn't moving? Can she hear us? Anne bombarded me with a bunch of questions that were running through everyone's minds. "The tentacles are ugly, but its shell is beautiful." Agatha chimed in. She did not want to hurt Asong's feelings if Asong had really transformed into that monstrosity. No, Asong did not morph into that creature. If I were to guess, Asong is sleeping in that creature's shell and is undergoing treatment. If what I am thinking is correct, then you guys are in for a surprise. I said, thinking that even with the world's blessing the abilities of the origin card should not differ from what I originally planned for them to be. Though the appearance of the shell monster was huge to me too. Because I was planning for a bivalve shell, not a thorny spiral tower type shell. As for the tentacles, I did plan to introduce them for defensive purposes, but not like this. What I had in mind was something similar to a clearwater oyster monster, but thanks to the involvement of the world's blessing, Asong's origin card seems to have deviated a lot from my plans for it. Therefore, even though I was this card's creator, I could not confidently answer the doubts asked by the rest. What do you mean by Asong is sleeping in the monster's shell? What kind of origin card did you create for Asong? Abba grew impatient as her worry for her aunt grew. Sigh, I don't know. But all I can vouch is that when Asong comes of that monster, she is going to be healthier than before. I answered vaguely because even though I was the card's creator, I had no clue how the origin card worked anymore. Guys, stop hounding Wyatt with questions about my origin card. You have nothing to worry about, I am fine. Suddenly Asong's voice sounded from the creature. And it waved two of its front tentacles in a human-like manner. You said, Asong did not morph into that monster. Everybody was surprised to hear Asong's voice, but soon Abba asked me with doubt, and so did the rest. I could only wave my hand helplessly. But Asong answered Abba in my place, Abba, honey, I did not morph into this creature, I am controlling it from inside the shell. You guys cannot see me, but I can see you fine. Chapter 835 Abba's Adventure in Asong's Wonderland. L. Date the 3rd of April 2321. Time 2:16. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse number 234, Card Lab. Grandma Asong, are you sure you have not morphed into a monster? It sure doesn't look like it from the outside. Abba did not seem to be convinced by Asong's words. As soon as Abba finished speaking, the shell monster jumped into the air and landed right above Abba and swallowed her into it before Abba could react. Seeing this, Agatha muttered, sorry, my hands are tied. Abba's realm was weak, so did not notice the shell monster's moment, but the same was not true for Agatha. Normally she would have come to Ba's rescue, but before she could act she received a message from Asong asking her not to interfere while she taught Abba the lesson. Therefore she could only watch as the shell monster's 32 slimy tentacles wrapped around Abba and swallowed her whole. Ah, where am I? Am dead. Is this afterlife? Abba finally reacted, but soon she found herself in an unknown location, and going through her memories she remembered being swallowed by a song-turned-shell monster and believed she might have been sent to the afterlife at a very young age. For those of us outside, Abba being swallowed did raise alarm, but soon hearing her voice from within the monster we all gathered that she was safe. Especially Agatha, whose duty was to keep Abba out of harm's way. Hello, is anyone there? Abba's sound could be heard from inside the shell monster. It appeared Abba could not peek at the surroundings of the shell monsters as Asong did earlier. That was to be expected, as this Asong's origin card. Seeing Asong's actions up till now, I could tell that she had inherited all the dream abilities of the Ocean Dream Turtle monster, or at least the dream space ability. But these abilities seem to have been enhanced during origin card creation and with the world's blessing. I felt the Asong origin card's dream space ability had been enhanced because the Ocean Dream Turtle monster's soul inside the dream space could only peek at the surroundings of its main body but not communicate. As for Asong swallowing Abba's soul into the dream space was not surprising, as the Ocean Dream Turtle could also do the same. It usually uses this ability on the parasites infesting under its shell after they are put to deep sleep using its shell's deep transient hibernation ability. But Asong did not have to go through that hassle. She seems to be able to swallow the target's physical body to drag their soul into the dream space. This must be another enhancement of the world's blessing. The enhancement brought to the dream space ability of Asong's origin card by the world's blessing was astonishing, but what troubled me more was whether the target dragged by Asong into the dream space could benefit from the dream body refining ability. If yes, then things were going to get complicated soon. Because the dream body refining ability's nourishment to the physical body was very advantageous in many ways than one could imagine. If this information were to be leaked, Asong will become a commodity for big families to train their younger generation. The benefits of the dream body refining were very tempting. I am afraid some may not hesitate to kidnap Asong and lock her in a dark room to have her help them nurture their family's younger generation. I hope Asong knows better than to reveal this advantage of her origin card. Or was this way she was not showing her origin card info to me? Ah! Suddenly Abba's panicked scream sounded from inside the shell monster, followed by a bunch of nonsense. What is happening? Am I shrinking? I can't feel my fingers. My hands have been replaced by paws, my body has morphed into a monster. Why is this happening to me? Ah, quote. Hearing Abba's miserable cries, everyone in the room turned to look at me, and Cole, whipping the sweat on his forehead, asked, Master Wyatt, what kind of origin card did make for Madame a song? Clearly, Abba's cries frightened these people, not knowing what was happening to Abba inside, but I knew what was going on, so I was not that worried about Abba, but still answered, there is nothing to worry about, a song seems to have put Abba's soul under an illusion. Sigh. Hearing Agatha sighed in relief and prayed that a song doesn't go overboard with punishing her princess. If Abba gets a trauma, she doesn't know how she is going to explain herself to her lord. Little Abba, how does it feel to be a jewel-eyed cat? This is what happens if you respect your elders. Suddenly a song's voice interrupted Abba's scream for help. Auntie, is that you? You look young, thank God you are here. Wait, don't tell me you are dead too. Did my dad kill you for eating me? Before that, why were made young and I a monster? Abba clearly needed to get her priorities straight. Abba awakened into a world of white, be it the ground or the sky, everything was white, and to her dismay, she couldn't find anybody in there, so she panicked. Waking up alone in an unknown space combined with her last memories of being swallowed by her aunt who had morphed into a shell monster, Abba mistook that she was dead in this place as the afterlife. Before Abba could stress about her being dead, she suddenly felt that her body shrink and she was standing on all her fours. Abba tried hard to stand on her legs but couldn't on her legs for more than a few seconds. Soon she noticed she could not feel her fingers and toes. When she checked her hands and feet in a panic, to her dismay they had turned into paws and she seemed to have a tail. That was when Abba realized that she had turned into a monster and couldn't help but scream in panic. Chapter 836, Abba's Adventure in a Song's Wonderland LL. Date the 3rd of April 2321. Time 2:29. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse number 234, Card Lab. Ada. A song wanted to answer Abba's jumbled up questions one by one so that her prank doesn't give this a childhood trauma, but was interrupted by Abba. Ah, I can speak. Auntie, if I have turned into a jewel-eyed cat monster, then how am I able to speak? How are we able to communicate? Or is it because you can understand monster language because you used to be a monster too? Abba did not let a song answer. She kept on rambling about every thought that came to her mind. Clear she not taking the trip to the afterlife positively, and its effects were starting to show. Oh, honey, come here. A song picked up the jewel-eyed cat Abba into her arms, feeling that her prank might have gotten too far. She might have broken her mischievous niece. Rubbing the back of the jewel-eyed cat Ada, a song whispered, Abba, honey, calm down. You did not die, your soul is under my illusion. Illusion? Jewel-eyed cat Abba turned to look at a song in confusion because this felt too real for it to be an illusion. Yes, this is my origin card ability. All of this is just a dream. A song explained to Abba the jewel-eyed cat, and seeing the frightened, confused, and dependent look on the cat's face, a song felt her niece was the most adorable jewel-eyed cat monster in the world. So I did not die and turn into a cat monster. And all this is an illusion created by your origin card? Abba asked a song, seeking assurance that she wasn't really dead and she wasn't saying all this to console her. Yes, honey, all this is a dream, said a song, feeling that if there were a jewel-eyed cat cuteness contest, her niece would bag the first, second, and all the prizes. One price each for her every priceless expression. So you did not turn young, you are still old? Abba asked a song. Hearing her Abba, a song's facial expression twitched in sheer anger, and the cat monster in her arms no longer felt cute. So she lifted it by its tail and answered, no, I did turn young. Do you have an opinion about it? Auntie, you are hurting me, Abba complained. Little girl, this is a dream. Other than your embarrassment, nothing else here is true. Today I am going to teach you how to respect your elders. A song answered Abba menacingly. Abba gulped her saliva, hearing her aunt's menacing tone. That was when she knew she had overplayed her hand. So she could only try her luck with an apology and flattery. Auntie, don't get angry. Now that you have regained your youth, you look very beautiful, so much so that I want to start calling you Big Sister. Big Sister, please let me go. I know I was wrong, I am sorry. I have learned my lesson, please forgive. Good that you have learned to accept your mistake. And as for you have learned your lesson, let me be the judge of it. A song said with a mischievous grin. And soon a three-headed Cerberus monster manifested out of thin air. Pointed at a song added, Abba, do you know what the three-headed Cerberus monster hate the most? No, I don't know, Auntie, Abba answered as sweetly as possible, hoping that it would have a favorable effect on whatever her aunt had planned to punish her with. Well, you are going to find it soon. Saying that, a song swung and threw Abba the jewel-eyed cat into the air, yelling, "Go boy, fetch." A few meters away from a song, Abba landed on her paws gracefully and turned to look at her aunt with doubt, not knowing what her aunt was up to, but seeing the Cerberus run toward her with all its teeth out, she felt a crisis from it, and finally realized the answer to her aunt's question. "Grandma, I will get you back for this," yelled Abba as she ran for her life in this endless white plain. Jewel-eyed cats are not as fast as three-headed Cerberus, but thanks to a song's adjustment, the Cerberus never seems to be able to catch up with Abba the jewel-eyed cat. And always miss her tail by a few inches. "Ha ha, little delinquent, you are 100 years early to say those words to me." A song laughed as Abba ran for her life like no tomorrow. Now a song felt that her jewel-eyed cat monster was the fastest jewel cat monster she had ever seen, and it would win all the prizes if there were a jewel-eyed cat race competition. Outside, we could not see anything but hear the conversation between the aunt and niece duo and only feel bad for Abba. Not only was she turned into a cat monster, but was also being chased by another monster known to prey on cat monsters. If it were back on Earth, child services would be all over this case, but this was not Earth, so a song was in the clear. "Ah," Susan flinched seeing the shell monster suddenly wave its tentacles and welcome everyone. "Do you guys want to come in too?" Everyone hesitated to answer a song, but Agatha came forward. Though she did not want to experience being swallowed by a shell monster, she had to do it, as how could she stand by as her princess was suffering? "Agatha, great, you are going to love it." Saying that, the shell monster's tentacles extended, wrapping around Agatha. It swallowed her through the mouth between the tentacles. "Who's next?" a song asked enthusiastically. "Fuck it, me," Anna volunteered. Then Anne followed behind her. Surprisingly, so did Susan. I turned to look at Cole and he said, "Master Wyatt, we can't be behind others, can we now?" With that, Cole too was swallowed by a song's shell monster. "Wyatt, come on, didn't you complain that I didn't let you read my card info? Now I am letting you experience it firsthand. Why are you holding back?" A song persuaded. Chapter 837, Ungrateful Politician. Date the 3rd of April 2321. Time 2:42. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse number 234, Card Lab. "Yeah, about that, how many people can that shell of yours fit? Is the space within it limited or unlimited?" I asked, because if the shell monster could store Card Apprentice in it limitlessly, then it would one scary card, but I knew it had to have a limit even with the world's blessing. Otherwise, a song's origin card would be too overpowered. If a song's origin card can store an infinite number of Card Apprentices and give them all the same benefits as a song, then it would become history's strongest support card ever. With benefits such as the Dream Body Refining, a song would be able to train an army of expert Card Apprentices. The fun part doesn't stop there. Since a song's origin card got the Blessing of the Worlds, well, I am guessing it can also help her with rule comprehension, which means if her card had no limit to the number of Card Apprentices it could hold, then her origin card's ability could help numerous Card Apprentice comprehend the rule at fast pace regardless of their ego gem grade and synchronization rate. If we consider all these possibilities of a song's origin card, it was overpowered with or without the limit on the number of people it could store in its shell. Even without knowing all the abilities of a song's card, I started to see that I had created some very handy, but all my thunder was stolen with the last-minute appearance of the world's blessing. I fucking did all the hard work and the world's blessing was taking all the credit. Just take a song's ungratefulness for example. It was all because she thing her origin card was able to do what it was able to because of the world's blessing, so she didn't even thank. I fucking created a card to treat her chronic illness and she doesn't even show the card info of the origin card I fucking created. Compared to this ungrateful politician, I couldn't help but appreciate Elliot. After I helped him morph his genetic disorder into his strength, he was so grateful to me that he displayed his gratitude to me by gifting me a freaking dungeon calamity seed apart from the regular bill. But a song did not even say a thank you. I blamed the world's will for stealing my thunder by blessing a song's origin core. No, the space inside the shell is not limitless, it is limited by my realm. That means the space in the shell would increase with my realm, so in the future, I should be able to store more people in the shell. A song answered, "So, how many people can you hold in the shell for now?" A song's answer was vague. I don't know if she answered as such purposefully, so I asked her again. But this was enough for me to know that a song's card was bounded by common sense and it was not one of those broken cards with unlimited power. You ask many questions, you know that. I am going to bring you in, don't resist. A song avoided answering my question and then announced that she would bring me into her dream space. Nope, not happening until you answer my questions. I used the soul pupils to get the answers a song was avoiding, but all I could see were that all the soul pathways of the shell monster's body were gathering and converging within the monster's shell, but these soul pathways soon vanished into unknown space in its shell. That was all I could watch with the help of my soul pupils, as they could not see into the unknown space, similar to how the soul pupil could not see past the dungeon gate. Therefore I could only press a song for an answer. Okay, you party pooper. For now, the space in the shell has a volume of about 3,000 cubic meters, so it should be able to create 10 independent spaces with a volume of 300 cubic meters, enough to hold individual card apprentices. Yeah, so it should be able to hold 10 card apprentices for now. So now including me 7 independent spaces are occupied and 3 more should be possible. A song answered as she did the math. 10, not a lot but enough. I said and then added, are you able to control the benefits they receive within the monster shell? Yes, that is given, a song answered. Good, so are you going to Kant? I was going to ask a song other questions about her card bothering me but was interrupted by a song's message to my grimoire. I was intrigued because a song communicated with me through other means. Even though we are facing each other, this must be important. Step up, and come in. There are too many ears listening outside. I will answer all your questions inside. Reading the content of a song's message, I could help but look at the shell monster. Then I realized that maybe a song did not trust her 10 semi-demigod bodyguards. Because apart from them nobody else was watching us. Realizing that it would be best for me and a song for me to continue to ask a song about her origin card inside her dream space. I did not resist and let the tentacles of the shell monster swallow me. This is interesting, I said, watching the boundless field of white in front of me. What was even more interesting was that it took the shell monster less than a second to put me in deep sleep and pull my soul into its dream space after swallowing me. Master Wyatt, you are here too. Cole greeted me, which was unexpected as I thought Susan was the one to greet me first, but she seemed to have found a friend in Anne. Good for her. Yes, so where is a song? I asked, only to her voice from behind, over here. As I was about to question a song again, I was interrupted by a jewel-eyed cat followed by a 3-headed Cerberus that ran past us yelling, "Big sis, a song, make it stop." Chapter 838 Soul Illusion. Date the 3rd of April 2321. Time 2:54. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse number 234, Card Lab. Doesn't she know that she can transform back if she firms her will? I asked a song, looking at Abba, the jewel-eyed cat monster racing for her life from a 3-headed Cerberus. The space we were in right now was the shell monster's dream space. As the monster's master, a song was directly the master of this dream space. She could almost do anything in here, and if my guess was clear, in here we cannot hurt her soul, but she could hurt or swallow our souls as nourishment. Like the ocean dream turtle monster did with the souls of the parasites hiding under its shell. As the master of this dream space, a song could create illusions, and do all sorts of things inside the space to trap the souls and manipulate the trapped souls to her will, like how she turned Abba's soul's appearance to resemble a jewel-eyed cat and summoned an illusion of a 3-headed Cerberus to chase after. Though a song was the master of this space, she could not surpass her realm restrictions. Though she could change the setting of Abba's soul appearance to a cat monster here, Abba could revert to her original appearance by concentrating and breaking a song's influence on her soul. The same went for the rest except for Susan, because her realm was very low compared to a song's realm. If a song wanted to, she could trap Susan's soul in an eternal illusion or just swallow her soul as nourishment. In the case of Anna and the rest of our souls, it would have been impossible for a song to bring us in if had resisted, so in the dream space she had zero control over us. We could awaken from here if we concentrated and willed it. But things would have been different if a song's realm was the same or higher than the rest of use. A song's origin card showed a lot of potential. If not for a song's realm limiting it, it could easily be considered the strongest support type card. It should not be underestimated just because it was a support type card, because its unique abilities made it a force to reckon with, even though it was categorized as a support type card. Though a song's realm has held back the power of the card, it will not be for long for a song to level up with the help of the card's abilities after it had treated her condition. As a song could trap and swallow the soul of the low-rank monsters and use their souls as nourishments. Then with the help of the dream body refining ability, not only will the card help her cultivate her physical body but also stimulate her active soul control. So, If a song was patient and open-minded enough to swallow the soul of a bunch of monsters, she could easily make up her realm in time. Even without that option, her origin card had other abilities that could help her practice her realm. Not to forget the world's blessing, a song did not have to go to the extreme. She could achieve what others dreamed about for their entire life without having to struggle for it. Her origin card was basically made to help her cultivate her active soul control while sleeping. Now all she was missing was time. A song would claim a chair among the world's strongest even if she did not want it. The world's blessing had made it clear. "No, I think this is the first time she is dealing with soul illusion," said a song. "Yes, madam. This the first time princess has faced soul illusion," Agatha answered a song. As the guard of Abba, she knew about her strengths and weakness better than Abba herself. "Well, then this will be an unforgettable first encounter with soul illusions for her," said a song. "Yes, madam. But how long are you planning to punish princess?" Agatha hesitated but finally asked a song if she would be ending her punishment for Abba soon. "How long? Until she figures out how to deal with soul illusion," a song answered Agatha. Agatha sighed, feeling hopeless about the situation of her princess, as she knew with her princess's aptitude it would take an eternity for her to figure out how to deal with a soul illusion. "Are you sure Demigod Windsor would be okay with you treating his only daughter like this?" I asked a song, who seemed to be taking pleasure in Abba's expenses. "Don't worry about Demigod Windsor. He will thank me if this girl learns even a little bit about respecting her elders," a song said as she looked at Abba with a look of sadistic satisfaction on her face. It seems she held a lot of grudge against Abba for calling her grandma. "Madam, please go easy on Her Highness. You know she is not that bright enough to figure out how to escape the illusion on her own. Her soul will be exhausted even before she figures out the answer." Agatha sought leniency for her young lady. "Agatha, you underestimate Abba a lot. I guess you can't help it since you raised her. Stop seeing her as your little sister. Once you do that, you will see a lot of untapped potential in her. Abba is not the type to learn by reading, she is the type that learns by being on the field while risking everything." A song saw what Agatha failed to see in Abba. Clown Mosk's future vision was proof of it. The method that a song spoke of to teach Abba was a bit extreme, which involved learning by risking your life. I guess that style suits protagonists like Abba. Though this method was risky, it yielded unimaginable returns if one were to survive it, that is. I think this would be a piece of cake for the hero of humanity that was able to re-establish a lost government and fend off the three mischiefs and their army of goons single-handedly. Chapter 839, Deceiving. Date the 3rd of April 2321. Time 3:09. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse Number 234, Card Lab. Hearing a song's appraisal of Abba, Agatha mentally began to consider a song's advice, but soon she shook her head because she could not push Abba to the extreme like a song suggested. Maybe that is the best route for Abba, but she can't put her princess in the harm's way knowingly. Her heart did not allow it. As a song pointed out, Agatha indeed treated Abba as her little sister, and she will continue to, because for her Abba will always be the cute little girl who used to wed her till she was 8. Enough about this. A song, show me your origin card info. There aren't any peeking eyes in here, right? I asked a song impatiently. Fine, here you go. But better keep the info secret. A song handed me her grimoire while warning me to keep the abilities of her origin card secret. Since over souls were in this space, we could summon our grimoire and use it. But the use of the high-grade card in this space may cause it to collapse, as the dream space's strength was directly proportional to a song's realm. It was already a miracle that this dream space was able to contain the presence of the strong card emperor and semi-demigod souls in it. I guess this was possible because Anne, and Agatha are suppressing their strength to avoid stressing the dream space into a collapse. If the dream space collapse, it is not a big problem because the soul inside will return to their original bodies, hibernating inside the shell of the shell monster. Don't worry, I keep all my clients' info confidential. Assuring a song, I took over her grimoire to see the card info of her origin card. Card name, Life Core. Card type, Origin card. Card rank, Unique grade. Card rating, Card durability, Card effect, the Card Apprentice's soul is protected and nurtured in a life core. Card Apprentice cannot be killed until the life core is destroyed. Additional effect, Supreme regeneration, Life Core Guardian. Note, when the Life Core Guardian has not been summoned, the life core is within the Card Apprentice. Supreme regeneration, the Card Apprentice can regenerate at an incredible rate as long as their life core is intact. Life Core Guardian, a monster summoned by the Card Apprentice to guard their life core. Are you happy now that you have read my origin card info? A song asked me as she snatched her grimoire from my hand. You could have told me that you don't want to share your origin card info with me instead of hiding the crucial info of your origin card with illusion, I said to a song's face after realizing that she was hiding most of her origin card info by overlaying an illusion over her grimoire page, so that she could hide the crucial info about her origin from me and only show me what she wanted me to see. This was the reason why a song who was hesitant to show me her origin card info outside readily gave it to me in her dream space where she could control what one sees and hears. If I did, would you have stopped pestering me? A song asked me in return, making it clear to me that she felt no guilt for trying to trick me with the ability I created for her. Ah, the irony is not lost on me. But I can understand where a song was coming from. She wanted to keep her origin card abilities hidden because they were that tempting. But she did not know that I had a more tempting cheat than hers. I could care less about her origin card. Yes, I would have left it alone. If you had said that you did not want to share your origin card info with me, I would have understood that you simply want to keep the abilities of your origin card secret. Instead, you choose to deceive me. I got to say I am a little disappointed. I was speaking the truth. If a song had just said that she did not want to share her origin card info with me, I would not pester her again but would have tried to get what I wanted the other way, that is by hacking into her grimoire. I thought of doing that earlier, but since she was an influential figure, her grimoire has many security measures against grimoire hacking. So if I were to even try to hack her grimoire, the relevant authorities will be notified of the malpractice. But with time I would have found a way around it. I could bring myself to say no to you. After all, you were the one who created this card. A song answered, feeling a little guilty, learning that a simple no would have sufficed instead of her trying to deceive her new friend. But the real reason why she chose not to say she couldn't and instead chose to deceive her friend was that she was worried that if she said no to her friend's face it would strain the relationship between them. But she knew this was just a reason she used to comfort her guilty conscience, because if she really cared about her relationship with her friend then she would have trusted her friend with her secret. Great. That you remember I was the one who created this origin card. I thought you forgot and cut the crap. You are a politician, saying no is part of your job. Well, deceiving people is also part of your job, so there is no helping it, I guess. But don't worry, your secret is safe with me. Unlike you, I am a good friend. A song used her soul illusion to hide most of her origin card info. It would have worked if not for my origin card soul pupils, which helped me look past the illusion and read the complete info of a song's origin card. As for the last sentence, I was hinting to a song that her illusion did not work and I know the complete info of her origin card. A song didn't seem surprised hearing my words because she figured if I knew she was using her illusion to deceive me then I could look past her illusion and read the hidden card info. Ellipsis.